Okay, I think we should be live. Okay, that's all done. Hey, Ira, how's it going? Let me do this on my desktop, actually. Will it just be Jake or Chat today, or will we also be? We will be watch partying the Challengers Korea playoffs as well afterwards. We will be doing that for sure. Let me turn on some music so it's not just awkward silence with me in chat. But yeah, we'll be doing the matches afterwards. So Jake's just gonna drop by, kind of have a chat with us before the matches start. I don't know if he can stay like all the way right up to the end. Obviously, he's a pretty busy guy, especially with stage 1 kicking off this week. And I also live like really far from the Riot Korea offices, actually. So, not sure if he'll be able to stay all the way up right up until the matches start, but. There we go. Make sure it's not too loud. Let's see. This program. Just setting up a couple last second things here. Okay, that's done. Oh, it's a little tight. So hopefully we can make the camera work. Let's see. Commands, custom. What's up, Peng? How's it going? Hello, BBFI on YouTube. How's it going? Let me just post Reno. Twitch.tv/WillChobra. No Twitch stream? There is a Twitch stream. It should be live. I was just saying hello to people on Twitch. Yes. Twitch should be live as well, so... Unless you're asking what is my Twitch stream, which I think is it not on my YouTube profile? Which that would be a problem if it isn't. So let's see. Let's bring this. Oh no, you're right. No. I know what happened here. Thank you for that. Glad we tested it. It was such a mess on Plat Chat last night Because listen, there were all sorts of issues. For one, there did seem to be a network issue with my laptop, but two, I also I have to set up my delay differently for plat chat. It should be fine now. Let me do a quick scene swap here. Oh look, it's me. I'm not as vain as this makes me look like. Okay, it should be fine now. And did you just get in your... Yes, literally like an hour ago. So basically what happened was I took a nap before plat chat, got up, did plat chat, stayed up, took care of a couple things, took care of a couple errands around the house, and then took another nap in the morning, got up, went and got a haircut, and now we're here. So... So it's been a busy morning, to say the least. Bum, 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 bum. And what's up, Dupaban? We've chatted on YouTube several times. I don't know why this feels like it's the first time I'm seeing your ID. Can you ask him if he can reveal how many slots do we get? So if you submitted any questions on like Twitter or YouTube community, we'll try to filter through. There's I'm sure other things that we like. There's already things that I kind of want to talk about. We want to talk about like Masters, kickoff. Obviously, the tech pause is a big thing. I asked him if we could talk about that, and he said, you know, he's down. He wants to be as open as possible. So we'll kind of play it by ear. You know, towards like the later part, feel free to leave your questions in chat. I mean, you can leave it in the middle as well, but if we're already talking about something else, we might not get to it. But yes. But I think the game changer slots are revealed. No, I swear I read an article on it. What's up, Masura? Bum, ba-dum, bum, ba-dum. Let's see, let me add another timer here. VCT Pacific Week 1 pick'ems. That's done. Let's add another timer. That says watch party. Challengers Korea watch party after the podcast. Boom. That's done. Waiting for map draft. There we go. Game changer slots for Pacific have been revealed, right? Yeah. That's what Twitch is saying. 3 Southeast Asia, 2 Japan, Korea, 1 Oceania, South Asia. And then China is separate this year, it seems, right? China's not part of that. So in a way it expanded because China's been separated into its own region. Sheesh on YouTube says, my prediction is GE not winning even a single game this time. The new DFM. Ooh, I don't know. But here's the thing is like, with the what a lot of people are thinking of, like the bottom tier of the teams in VCT Pacific, like there is a chance that someone else has to take the mantle of a 0 win, right? I mean, who knows? Was wondering about the decision-making process about Tokyo. We'll see if we can get to that, because I think I want to focus on like VCT Pacific first before we get to like Challengers and Ascension stuff. But because that was announced, I do want to kind of bring it up just slightly. Overall, oh, he's here, so be right back. on the mic.
We'll look at the phone.
Hello. That's the camera, yes.
Gotcha. All right.
So hello everyone.
Hey, what's up, folks?
Jake is here. It's a little tight, so forgive my setup here.
Let's see how I look on cam. All right, there we go.
I think you look good. Yeah. All right, good. We're all ready to go. We've already had a couple people dropping in. A couple people already kind of excited to hear more about Pacific. Yeah, no problem. We had some snacks that I usually don't have at home ready to go, like little cakes and cookies and coffee. So cool. So we're live on Twitch and YouTube. Of course, we'll do quick introductions first, and then we'll just kind of roll with it. But just in case anyone's not familiar with you, I know you've been around on different pieces, but just a quick intro for yourself.
For sure. Hey, everyone. I'm Jake Sin. I'm the head of Valorant esports for APAC. I work out of our office here in Korea, and basically I run everything from VCT Pacific to Challengers to Game Changers within the APAC region.
Cool. Yeah, I mean, I think we've all been pretty happy with the fact that everyone from Riot Esports, right, for Valorant Esports, has tried to be a lot more open, a lot more communicative, but also in Pacific, I know you've been like trying to make sure that you're communicating with the community directly as well. But I mean, let's just jump right into certain topics, right? Because obviously Masters of Madrid just happened, and I think that's the first thing that we want to talk about. Is Pacific did really well. My first question is did you think that this was going to happen? Maybe based on things you've like heard from the teams behind the scenes.
I mean, kind of. I mean, second place and third place at the same time in a global event, definitely not something that you can kind of expect to happen. I feel like it's such a big accomplishment, and it's honestly like more than I could have hoped for. Obviously, you know, taking home that trophy would have been even better. It's just not our time yet, unfortunately. But I feel like it's still a lot of accomplishment that we can be proud of, and just no, it was beyond my expectations for sure.
Okay. Something that's come up actually, because people even globally have been kind of keeping track of like how's Valorant doing specifically in Korea as well, and people have noted that obviously the rankings at the PC cafes have been on the rise and now well into the 10% mark, which is a pretty big deal. Which is a really big deal. Do you really also believe that this is directly correlated to like Masters performances, past champions performances, things like that?
Absolutely. I mean, I don't think it's like a very short-term driven result. It's not like, you know, we are second place or Gen G second place in Masters, and then all of a sudden we see a 2%, uptick or something like that. It's more gradual. It's more kind of long term, and you know, this like rise of, you know, our market share in Korea has been like, you know, 3 years in the making or 4 years in the making now. You know, the game launched in 2020. So and by the way, like you've been in the industry and the scene for quite some time, but you never see a game that starts at like sub 1%, and then like it's just unheard of, right? And so I mean, this is something that we're definitely thankful to our community for. Is that, you know, they're kind of picking the game up a lot more, and also I feel like esports is playing a role in that because it's kind of rewarding the viewers for their fandom and giving them a reason to keep sticking around in this community. And so it's like a virtuous loop. It's not like, hey, like, you know, DRX has been doing well or T1's been doing really well, and then, you know, it's more kind of like all of those things combined.
Okay. So does this also then kind of feed into like at Riot internally, are you guys also partially cheering for like Pacific teams and Korean teams also to make sure that impacts like the overall performance of the game as well? Like, does that happen? Is that a conversation you guys have?
I mean, you know, there is a little bit of bias.
Sure.
You know, admittedly, we're all human beings, right? So there are certain teams that, you know, would be more beneficial for us to, you know, have as winners.
Sure.
Having said that, we care a lot about many different markets, not just Korea, by the way. And by the way, I run all of APAC, right? So it's not just Korea that I care about. And so obviously, you know, at certain points in the game's history, you want spikes in different markets. And I feel like this year, you know, we're bringing champs to Korea. And so we're hoping that that creates a big momentum for the market, even beyond what we're having now. So, you know, these Korean teams doing really well. I mean, basically top 3 out of 4 is Korean team, right? So
Yeah.
we're hoping that helps. I mean, we couldn't script it, right? So it kind of turned out this way, and we're kind of trying to take advantage of it.
Okay, cool. Have you actually like played Valorant at a PC cafe in Korea, like yourself?
Not at a PC cafe, because I feel like I'm more of like, I care so much about my settings and how, the distance from my eyes to the monitor, and I bring a ruler.
You're that type? Okay.
Yes. I'm like super meticulous about how I hold the mouse. Like even the mouse, I have to like experiment with multiple kind of variations to see which fits me better. And like once I hold the mouse too, I'm like, I'm not letting it go, because like it might change the way I grip it the next time I come back. And like I'm so meticulous. But I have been to PC cafes,
Sure.
And watched people play Valorant, and it's definitely becoming a lot bigger. Before it was all League of Legends and some other games, but now it's like League of Legends, and then a lot of, if you watch, especially the younger folks, right? Like they're the teenagers, people who go to schools, like these guys are playing Valorant.
Yeah.
Quite a lot. And so like it's definitely like felt that, that momentum.
Oh, okay. So some people are asking in chat as well, but it's always the question that's going to come up with anybody that's involved in VCT is, so then what is your rank? If you are this meticulous about your setup and you're so concerned about how you're looking before you get into the game, what do you look like in the game?
Oh man, I basically set myself up for this. I'm going to, be embarrassed. But my peak rank was Diamond 3.
Okay.
And
we're tied. All right, nice.
We're tied?
Yeah, all right.
Cool. Okay.
I was getting kind of afraid, because I was like, I'm pretty sure he's higher than me.
I could be casting,
There you go.
No, but so it's a question that needs to be answered in two parts, I feel like.
Okay.
Because there's Jason before having kids.
That's
and then,
true.
There's Jason after having kids.
Yeah,
right?
for anyone who doesn't know, you just had twins very recently, so pretty busy now.
They're 14 months old as of last month.
Wow.
So pretty crazy. And by the way, so all right, going back to the rank question. So I used to play a ton.
Okay.
Before my twins were born, and I used to grind like every single day, like playing 5 hours straight at least, every night, and there's this like Discord group that, that I'm in, and we're like gathering without even like, talking to each other. We're just constantly on the channel and on server, and then just, doing, doing a 5-stack together and whatnot. And so I started playing on the NA server actually, because I started playing before the game even launched in Korea.
Yeah, I remember, yeah.
And then so, dude, like we had like 150 ping, like even 200 if we got unlucky and got, matched with like...
East Coast, like
East
Central,
Coast or something like that. So it was brutal, but at that time, I was bad at the game. So the ping didn't even matter for me because like I couldn't even tell,
Was Valorant your first like traditional TAC FPS?
Yes.
Okay.
I mean, I dabble with CS a little bit.
Sure.
Back in the, I mean, every gamer has that phase, right? Of like trying various things, and StarCraft was really, really my thing back in the days. But so like beyond that, like bit of experience in middle school or whatever, like Valorant is the first serious TAC shooter that I've really just tried to be good at. So I've like grinded all the way from bronze to like diamond. I was 2 points away from hitting Ascendant.
Ooh, okay.
Which I to this day, I'm like, I should have gotten Ascendant. And then if I had kids after that, then like, it's always that trophy on the wall of like, and I used to be Ascendant, but all I can say now is I used to be Diamond. And by the way, what happened was like, I was 2 points away. It was like 2 a.m.
Okay.
Right? And I was like, oh my God, I'm one game away from hitting Ascendant. Can't sleep on this, right?
Oh no.
And then five game losing streak or something, and then I just gave up, and then I had kids. So
and then you had kids.
Yeah.
The nail in the coffin there for your rank was that you had kids. I mean, it is, I guess, somewhat comforting that even rioters have the same experience, right? The whole like 2 points away, 1 point away, and then you're like, all right, one more, and then it's just like gone for the next season.
And I feel like that's also part of the big Riot mantra is that we want to feel the same things that the players feel. Like be player oriented, player empathy is very important at Riot. So like we pride ourselves in being a gamer ourselves, and that's kind of a part of the job really.
Okay. This is a personal question of mine. We were talking about setup, your rank, etc. Are you a low sense player or a high sense player?
I'm like, okay, so I'm 800 DPI.
Okay.
And then 0.3 in-game sense.
Okay.
So I feel like that's like average.
Sure. Yeah.
I guess a little bit on the lower side. I mean, compared to the pros, it's a little bit higher.
Yeah, compared to the pros, it's on the higher side.
But then a lot of like casual players play more wrist.
Yeah.
So I feel like I'm a little bit low sense compared to that, but like not like low sense like pros.
Right, you have to like use the whole desk. And
right.
Okay,
yeah.
Got it. Cool. That's always just something that people are curious about. I'm also curious about it just because I always tell people like, I know this is going against what you said because you're concerned about your setup, but I always tell people like your rank, it's not because of your setup, it's not because of your sense, because I play at 1600.
Okay.
So I play super because I used to just always play with a small desk. I used to play like Call of Duty, so very used to like wrist aiming, very fast wrist aiming. So I'm always telling people like, yeah, if you're stuck in gold, it's not your sense, it's not your crosshair. Like there's something else going on.
Have you seen Forsaken play? I mean, the dude plays like this.
Yeah.
Like the guy plays with his fingers basically.
Yeah.
So I feel like you can make anything work if you put in the hours. Yeah, so it's not not sense.
Yeah, obviously if you want to go pro, there's a whole different thing that you have to work on. But okay, cool. Do you this is something else that I think a lot of people are curious about is then whenever someone joins the like VCT team or maybe even just Riot in general, like is there a requirement on you have to like play a certain amount of Valorant if you haven't before, just so you have the faith that they're used to the game and that they know what they're working with?
Yeah, so I mean, depends on the job, really.
Sure.
Right. I feel like for all the creative folks and the people that are kind of producing the core product, you obviously have to be pretty familiar with the game. I feel like there's no like hard requirement. We're not taking we're not like putting people through a test of like, hey, play a game of Valorant, and that's part of the interview process.
Sure.
However, there is like we're going to talk about Valorant, and then if you don't like understand what I'm talking about, then we're not gonna be able to work together, right?
Right.
There's that, and then like we just play for fun too. It's not like, hey, like today it's like we have 2 hours block between 2 p.m. and 4 p.m. Everybody has to play. That's the job. It's not like that. We just like play voluntarily because it's fun, And a lot of people, I mean, a lot of our comp ops dudes, so the guys doing the operations, within my team, a bunch of folks. There's a lot of people at like the plat diamond level playing level. So like I would say like we're pretty decent. We play the game.
Yeah, I mean you're definitely most of the team. I think is definitely higher than some of the casters around the world. So some of us casters. I mean, also just because that's partly time as well. But I think that's something that people are always curious about because. Everyone likes to say if anything goes wrong, right? Or if there's a comment made, everyone's like, oh, maybe they don't play the game. And it's like, well, surely not. Like, surely you are playing the game. Obviously, you care about it. And like you said, if you're talking about it, you would have to play it so that you feel involved yourself, right? Even as someone who's new to the game. So that's good to do. Is there
a lot of us...
Oh, go ahead.
A lot of us actually, wanted to work at Riot or started to work at Riot because we love the game too.
Sure.
Like, it's part of, the motivation as well.
Sure. Before we dive into more VCT stuff, I actually don't know if I've ever seen it. Is there PC bang at the Riot Korea offices as well?
There is.
Okay.
There's actually a few.
Oh, okay.
There's some of them are called lol bangs.
Okay.
And then there's 2 that are called PC bang. So there's a bunch of like gaming stations.
Okay. Cool. All right. Yeah, because I know obviously like the one at HQ, it's always kind of been the main trademark ever since the very beginning of Riot Games. So was curious if that was trying to be consistent. But okay.
For sure.
Cool. So now that we've all confirmed that, okay, you are a true Valorant player, that you do enjoy the game and you know what you're talking about.
Can I pass the test?
Yeah, all right. Now we can start with the actual chat. Obviously, a lot of questions about VCT Pacific, etc. But first, can you give us I'm sure it can't be condensed, but a brief overview of like, what do you do specifically as like the head of all of APAC? Because that sounds like it's a lot to work with. And like, how does that work with all the different offices? Because obviously you're stationed in Korea, and currently VCT Pacific is also stationed in Seoul as well.
Yeah, I mean, it's like you said, definitely hard to give like in a nutshell. But what I will say is, I oversee all. So I'm the ultimate responsible person and the ultimate decision maker for all of the APAC Valorant esports product. So obviously, our most premier product out of all of them is VCT Pacific. But it's not just VCT Pacific. Actually, it's there's a lot more. There's all the challengers. We have 10 challengers within APAC. We have Ascension Pacific. We have the Game Changers programs. And we also have Game Changers Pacific this year. So, I mean, there's a bunch of products within the Pacific territory. And we also have product leads for each of the products. So, and I'm basically the lead of or the manager of all of these product leads.
Okay.
So it's very like, hierarchical and kind of, managerial in that sense.
Yeah.
And what I do is I provide the vision, I set the direction for what we should achieve within each of the products, set the goals, set the targets, set the KPIs, provide the resources, like the budget, the human resources, so I work a lot on also team building as well. There's a lot, a lot of the people that work on VCT within APAC, I've hired myself.
Okay.
So there's a lot of that. But really, like, I'm also someone who like used to, work on Valorant when I was by myself. Like, I didn't have a team. So like, I'm very hands-on. Also, I'm super passionate about the products we create. So beyond just being like this managerial person, I also kind of like to brainstorm with the team, provide direct feedback, like be on the ground and like just work together. So yeah, in a nutshell, that's kind of what my kind of day-to-day job looks like.
Okay. Well, since you mentioned that you like to be hands-on and that you try to get as involved as possible and you oversee everything, we're going to come with a hard-hitting question right away. So what, where were you? What was going on during the infamous tech pause of Pacific Kickoff 2024? I mean, I don't think we can skirt around this, right? I mean, obviously it was a big deal. Obviously we got through it, but it took a little while. So can you just kind of run me through what was the situation like from your POV?
Absolutely. And where was I? I was at the venue, obviously. I wasn't just, in some kind of corporate office.
I mean, you in fact kind of cursed it, right? Because I remember you signed the fans. For anyone who didn't see,
never again.
Jake proudly posted before the show began it's not going to happen. And he posted no tech pauses on the fan sign wall.
I feel like that's going to be the new, there's no way, C9 is coming back from whatever. So I'm not doing that to ourselves again. I was at the venue, basically just, working with the team to resolve the issue. Now, I feel like we owe the fans a proper explanation of what happened and why we think it's really not going to happen to that extent anymore. Okay. Well, let's not.
I mean, listen. I mean, esports. If you've been around, micro things like will happen, right? We're dealing with the machines, etc. But it's a matter of, is it something you fix right away, like just a one-step thing, or obviously is it kind of an unknown phenomenon?
Right. So can't guarantee anything, but let's talk about what happened on day one of kickoff. So there were really like 3 big issues that we had to deal with. That caused the massive, delays and pauses. So one was our audio setup wasn't set up correctly.
Okay.
And it's not a very easy thing to solve or fix because if it's like a very complicated process of like, inputs and outputs and obviously like people have noticed already. I'm not a tech guy, so and we're not gonna bore the viewers with all the minute details, but basically the audio setup was set up incorrectly. It was something that was caught kind of late, unfortunately, and so we had to kind of on the fly try to fix it before the match. We couldn't start the match, and then ultimately when we tried to start the match, it kind of kept messing things around. So that was that. Excuse me. And then the second thing is we had an issue with one of the peripherals that a player was using. So there was a compatibility issue between our equipment and the player equipment. So that kept crashing, and we couldn't identify that was the cause of what was happening.
Ah, okay.
And that led to like an audio issue, which we couldn't tell whether it was because of the first issue or the second issue. So
no.
it took a lot of like troubleshooting and trying various things to find out what ultimately, would solve it. And we got it to be, resolved in the end, but it was a whole thing.
Okay, so it was a basically a big kind of twofold thing. One was an underlying setup that you did identify before the match started, but couldn't get to like a permanent fix.
Yeah.
And then once it kept popping up, you were trying to fix step 1 when in fact there was actually a step 2 that was also happening. Okay.
Right. Right. And then and then there's a third thing which this affected the games to a lesser degree, but we had like some kind of in-game problem as well, where some crashes and failure to start the game was happening. So it was really 3 things that we were trying to fix all at the same time, which again, like once we solve one thing, another thing happens, and then one thing led to another, and yeah, that's how the whole thing unfolded, unfortunately.
Okay. So you talked about how you're pretty confident that things won't happen to this extent anymore, but I'm curious, is that simply because you think a lot of this could have been fixed just prior in like the setup phase, etc., or is it dependent on, like, for instance, like what was, like, who's dedicated to fixing? Is it like a specific dedicated crew, or is it people that obviously in various roles you're going to have multiple things that you have to do on site? Kind of what's the setup there? What's the procedure that you have in place, or maybe that you've changed now moving forward to prevent this from happening?
For sure. So honestly, like it's like we own the mistake, and we ultimately feel like we could have averted the whole disaster if we were better prepared. So this time our goal is to be better prepared, like that. It's as simple as that. And the measures we've taken include we've extended the lease on the venue, the stage 1 venue. So we would load in earlier so that we would have more time to test everything and to set up more meticulously. So we've also really done our due diligence on the audio setup. We've created more detailed guidelines and had even more involved oversight into kind of how the vendor is setting up their audio system, and we're triple checking it, quadruple checking it, and to see like that everything is working as intended. Because there's always like edge cases that you want to be testing, and so we are doing that. And then I discussed the issue with one of the players' peripherals. So this time around, we're actually setting up ample time to test every piece of equipment that the players are using for their matches. So it's just a lot more time to do everything.
Okay.
And just being more meticulous. And the other thing is too, like, this doesn't guarantee there won't be any tech problems. Like, tech problems are part of the issue, but the way we react and the way we tackle the issue is, I think, another part of the equation that honestly, like, on day one of kickoff, we were kind of crap at. I'm just being frank here. So moving forward, we've set up more robust protocols for how we should be communicating with each other, how we should be tackling the problems and troubleshooting the issue more mechanically, more kind of scientifically, so that if an issue can be resolved in 10 minutes, we're not going to take an hour to fix that.
Okay. Yeah, and I think it sounds like you kind of agree that this might be part of, or the cause, or maybe the fix, I should say, is obviously, I think a lot of people were comparing it to last year's Pacific as well, where last year Pacific was hailed as like, all right, this is how you run a tournament, like, even if there are issues, it's fixed very quickly, et cetera, et cetera. And then, like, what happened this year? And a big part of that, I knew from just watching it from the inside as well, is obviously the venue switch, right? So last year was kind of a permanent venue that was used the entire year, that the staff was already used to working with. And then this year, right, it was a rental venue, especially with all the different setups that we had with the pop-up store. So it sounds like you're pretty convinced that was a huge cause of all of this, right? It's just familiarity with the setup and the venue.
That's correct. We're also working with another or new production partner, which again, I'm not throwing them under the bus, but when you work with a new partner, it's always going to take some time to get used to working together, and for them to get used to Valorant and all that. So there's that too, that adjustment that needs to take place. And by the way, even last year, if you think back to like the first week, it was rough.
We actually, yeah, that's the thing. And this is the funny part is I was looking at it, and what made me sad, quite frankly, as we were also waiting in our waiting rooms for 7 hours, is the fact that if it gets fixed, right, in a reasonable amount of time, or like even if it happens repeatedly, as long as there's like very clear improvements that aren't, then the impression that it leaves is, oh, it was a good event, right? So for instance, like even every Masters event had tiny tech pauses. Like they always happen, but no one ever talks about that, right? No one's ever like, whoa, well, this event had 3 pauses instead of 5. And that's because if it gets fixed, right, if there's enough content, etc., that we can guide the viewers to move along, and the players can also feel, okay, we can get back into the game. Then we can say, all right, and obviously there were problems, things that we have to fix internally or the staff has to fix internally, but overall, good path, good event. And I think, like you said, that was the thing last year is the first week, you're right, it was actually pretty rough. I remember last year there were also cases where, you had to kind of make accommodations for the live viewers as well, things like that. But no one was talking about that by the end of the season because there were just immense improvements made. And obviously part of that is we got to stick with the same venue. We didn't have like matches every day of the week, things like that. So I think that's a good point, is that yes, we can't have, I guess, recency bias, but we have to look forward and obviously hold each other accountable moving forward.
Absolutely. So that's the goal for this year is, as we continue down the path and, progress with the season stage 1 and 2, hopefully, kickoff is kind of almost like a fun memory of like, hey, remember that moment where it was like a 3-hour, delay? So definitely want to show our fans kind of what, I guess, overwrite their memories with better ones, I guess.
Okay. So you talked about how you extended the lease for stage 1, now at the Coex. Is it Artium or Atrium?
So it's Artium.
It's Artium. Okay.
It's either Artium or Artium.
Okay. But it's not Atrium.
It's spelled Art, I-U-M.
Okay.
At first I was like, this has got to be a typo.
Right, like a Korean typo.
And there's like, what's the word for it? Because you can kind of mix the order of the word, but it still like reads like the original word.
Yeah.
Some kind of, anyways, I thought it was that, right?
Okay.
But it's really Artium. So it's like an annex to the whole Coex Mall.
Okay.
So for those viewers who don't know, Coex is actually, I looked this up too. It's actually the biggest underground mall in the world.
In the world?
You thought I was going to say Korea, right?
Yeah, for sure in Korea, but holy cow, really?
It's definitely one of the biggest malls here in Korea.
Yeah.
I think it's the biggest mall in Seoul, actually.
Yeah, probably.
But underground mall, it's the biggest one in the world.
It is very big.
It's huge. And then, I don't know if you want to show it on the screen or not, but
sure, I can look it up as you're talking.
That crazy like library thing that that's like on the Instagram and whatnot. That's Coex.
Yeah, it's you might have seen it if you've like traveled to Korea or thinking about traveling to Korea.
For all the Korean viewers out there, they already know what I'm talking about, but
here,
that'd be good to kind of
look it up so people get a little impression here. I think this is probably a good one. Let's see. There we go. Should be able to see it for everyone. So this is just like the main central plaza in the mall, right? It's a library that, obviously they've got like events going on there as well. But this is just, I would say this is maybe like 1/30th, 1/50th of the entire scope, right? There's a movie theater, there's everything else going on in this mall.
It's huge.
So.
It's like the place to be, and we've also realized from kickoff that there's a lot of demand from our foreign, when I say foreign, outside of Korea, fans to come to Korea to attend a VCT match. So for those viewers, by the way, the number was something like 10% of our entire live audience was from outside of Korea.
Last year?
For kickoff.
For kickoff. Really? Wow. Okay. For just that 1 week.
Yeah, exactly. So don't know if that's sustainable or if it's gonna grow further. But for our fans who want to come to Korea to come to a VCT, obviously if they can kind of combine all these different types of motivations to come to Korea, like better for them, right? So
Sure,
we want it to be in a place where it's like it's not just in the middle of nowhere. There's a bunch of restaurants, cafes, library, movie theater, everything is in this mall. So it's definitely very accessible. It's right next to, or it's like connected actually, like directly to a subway station.
Yes.
It's like on the main road of Gangnam, so Gangnam style.
There you go.
It's super accessible. Like it's a great location.
Yeah, there's a theme park nearby as well. I mean, it's close to a lot of stuff, right? A sports stadium nearby. So I think location-wise, I mean, even kickoff, right? The location was a very cool location. For those who know Seoul, it's kind of like a very hip area with lots of pop-up stores, cafes, parks, etc. So I think that's a good point, because that's out of all the things that were great last year for Pacific, I think that was the one part that everyone was like, oof, I wish there was more, because it was kind of in a secluded area, right? Much more of a business broadcast district.
And it's always a trade-offs conversation too. Like we can't have it all. And our resources are not infinite, so we have to, prioritize something over the other. But this year, like we want to, Champions is coming to Korea, so we want to kind of prioritize the offline experience a bit more than we did last year.
Okay.
Hence, the whole pop-up experience at kickoff, and also, the location, the selection of our location for stage 1 and 2. Basically, we want to make going to a Valorant event cool. We want to make it accessible. We want to make it a pleasant experience, not like a hassle, not like something you would bear or you would kind of go through all the troubles to do because you love the game so much. Rather, it's more you love the game, but it's also like super nice to be there.
Gotcha. I would hope so now, because we're only a couple days away from the very first match, but I assume the setup is all kind of going through, that tests are already going through. Have you already seen the venue for stage 1? Okay.
I have. So it's looking great. Great. And in fact, load-in started last Friday, if I remember correctly.
Okay.
So we've been at it for quite some time, and obviously all the other preparations have been taking place even earlier than that. So it's been a long... And by the way, when I was in Madrid for Masters too, like people were working on stage 1 simultaneously. So it's been a long process to get to where we are now, and then obviously still have a couple more days to fine tune the details. We're in rehearsal starting today.
Okay.
So we're quite, we're getting there. We're getting there, and I've seen the stage. It's pretty cool. There are some new things that we're trying. I think a lot of people will be impressed.
Okay, just from like a personal rating, then can you rate what you think this stage and this venue kind of compares to, say, kickoff or even last year? Like, are you just much more excited for it? Do you think like, no, I think all of them have been great and it's on par? Do you think there's pros and cons? Just a quick overview.
Good question. So it's definitely an upgrade from kickoff. Okay. So we talked a little bit about how we thought of kickoff and whether it was a success or not. So I feel like kickoff was massively successful in many things. The offline experience was definitely pretty amazing. We had 11,000 live attendees across the 8 days of having that pop up. So I mean, and they all seem to have be having a really great time. I feel like we delivered something really special for our fans. So very happy about that. But if you look at just the stage, if you're a fan, you don't live in Korea, you're just watching the esports part of it all from your home, and you're watching it on the screen. The stage, I would say, was cool. I mean, it was different. It was special. I feel like it gave off this like underground Fight Club kind of vibes, where it's like super dark and it's like, is this legal or
yeah.
There's that like that different feeling. However, I think like objectively speaking, it was just a little too limiting of a venue, too restrictive. Low ceiling. I mean, very narrow, and also lots of like beams and pillars that were obstructing a lot of views, and so we had to work around a lot of these challenges. And so overall, I would say like that was a really fun experiment. But if we're just focused on the esports matches, it wasn't optimized for esports. And I feel like with the venue in CoX were a lot closer to like the esports experience that we're used to.
Mm-hmm.
Now, what I will kind of caveat is that the previous venue last year, that was like a pure like esports
Yes.
stadium.
Yeah,
Like,
it was
that
built for esports. Yeah,
exactly.
yeah.
It was the city built this building just for esports, and so it was very tailored towards that experience. Now this one's more tailored towards like musicals and small theaters and things like that. So it's not like there's some limitations.
Mm-hmm.
I think we just have to be upfront about that. Like there's
Sure.
some limitations, but I feel like we created something really cool, and I think the viewers are really gonna enjoy what they see.
I just want you to know that a couple of us, when we heard that this was a musical venue, we made the suggestion to the production that we should have like zip line player entrances. Okay, I'm surely they're built for that, right? So I just want you to know we're also thinking creatively here on our front whenever we can give feedback. I doubt any players are up for that, even if it's possible, but hopefully we can still work around some of the limitations and then work with the pros, of course, of being kind of in a unique venue as well.
For sure, yeah.
Then before we get too deep into like stage one and future stuff, is there anything else you want to mention about like kickoff? Obviously, I think we kind of focused on the big headline there, which isn't a great memory, but there were some other great things as well. Like you talked about the fan experiences and also, I mean, the stories, right? Like Gen G winning it all. I mean, there were some very cool moments at kickoff.
For sure. Before we get into kind of the competition side of it all, do you mind like there's that video that I wanted to play for the viewers. Like I think like kickoff was so cool in that like we were in this special venue in this very hip neighborhood. Yeah, that's the one.
All right, we can bring this up here.
Is there sound?
The sound should be going out. Let me just have it soft for us, but.
Yeah, so look at all these like activations, and there's Duemo, who's the influencer on
Playing in Challengers right now,
He's
actually.
playing in IAM Challengers. He's actually playing today.
Yes, yeah, he has a match coming up today, so.
It's winner die for him today. So I mean, look at all these like fun little activations and experiential stuff that we did, and look how young the guys are. I mean,
Yeah.
or the girls are. I mean, like everybody's so young. Balance the future.
I mean, yeah, that's something that I felt actually coming into, especially kickoff, is that the audience, you can tell that it's the younger generation, right? It's this generation that's now getting into gaming and esports, and it's kind of a similar vibe that League of Legends had when it first landed in Korea, right? It was the old kind of guard of StarCraft fans who moved on, and now it's the new generation coming in, and now I'm seeing that with Valorant as well.
Absolutely. Yeah, so just wanted to show this to a lot of our viewers because they haven't seen like the offline part of it, which is great. 11,000 people, very happy fans, and look at this like outside branding. Our team did a great job.
Oh yeah, I mean, this was very cool to see in real life, by the way. Yeah, for sure.
For sure.
But overall, I mean, I think the venue, for anyone who didn't get to see it, I mean, when I first arrived for rehearsals, I was really impressed because, we kept hearing like there's a pop-up going on. It's going to be decorated like Icebox. And I'm like, I mean, we've seen pop-ups before. Like, it's cool, but I've seen pop-ups before. And then I walked in and I was like, oh, this is like, if I was a fan, I would definitely want to come to this venue. So I thought you guys absolutely hit it out of the park for sure.
Thanks. Cool. So shall we move on to talk about kind of the competition?
Sure. Okay, first things first, I'm always curious, like, internally, do you guys at Riot ever feel like, ooh, like, this is the storyline we wanted, and it's not what we got, is the new storyline going to be better or not? Like, is that a discussion you have? Because the storyline we had at Pacific all through and through was, at the end of the day, it's PRX versus DRX, right? And DRX just lost last year, like, can they take it back? And unfortunately, that didn't happen. So I'm wondering if that was a discussion you guys had after, like, the Gen G DRX match.
I mean, everybody secretly has like their own script that they want, to make a reality. My version, my kind of like wildest dreams did not include Gen G winning the winning kickoff.
Sure. Okay.
And so I was definitely caught off guard by that. I thought it might even be a challenge for them to get out of groups, for example. Like it was was a very close call, right?
Yeah.
Their both of their matches against RRQ was
Yes, very close.
right. So for them to kind of like win it all, and it was, I mean, I feel like Gen G does have a very special backstory because, you know, these are guys that have never, you know, not all of them, but a lot of them have never been to, like, one guy's a rookie. Texture's been great, you know, like forever. Like he's been the OG. But he's never played in a global event.
Exactly.
Like, that's crazy.
Yeah.
I remember back when like Stroud used to like co-stream a lot. He literally said like Texture is the best Jet player in the world. Even at that point, like when people were watching Challengers Korea, like some people noticed how good he was, and yet he never played in on the global stage. And even in Pacific, you know. He didn't really show his true potential. So I'm so happy for him to be able to play at that level. Super happy. And Lakia also, you know, kind of a underrated player. You know, obviously he had a big moment at Reykjavik, and then
2021.
Yeah, I mean, oh god, that was 3 years ago. Can you believe that?
Yeah, long time ago.
Yeah.
I mean, the thing is we were still talking about it, right? Anytime Lakia gets brought up, anytime Solo gets brought up, Neutron gets brought up, everyone talks about the Ascent moment, the Lakia zone, etc. So clearly the impact was very big, but that made us forget how long ago that was, right? How long it's been since we saw Lakia at a top level.
Yeah, no, I mean, he's definitely been living rent-free at a lot of people's heads. But I appreciate that, and he's done so much for our Korean scene, and so awesome. Solo, you mentioned as well, you know. So everybody's kind of like coming with this like sense of like vengeance, like I'm gonna prove myself. You know, I'm not entitled to anything. Like I'm the underdog, but I'm gonna, you know, show you guys what I'm capable of, and they were capable of doing that. Like in second place in the whole world, man. That's so. I mean, I'm definitely happy for him or them, and I mean, I feel like that's kind of, if I could have anticipated that happening, that would have been my script actually.
Oh, okay. If you thought that was a realm of possibility, you would have said that would be cool.
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, I think that goes to show that, sure, while their gameplay, like once we saw their gameplay, we were like, okay, this could be possible. Not a lot of people had that as part of their script.
Dude,
right?
I think a lot of people were putting them in like tier C in their tier list.
I was there. I was like, well,
Guilty.
you know, they need time. Like they're going to be like 6th through 8th place, depending on how the groups work out. And they blew it out of the water. And I was pleasantly surprised, to be very honest, because my concern was, obviously, like you said, they have all these cool stories, but how does it all come together, right? Like individually, you're all talented, but we've seen that time and time again where it doesn't work out. So that was my concern, but they made it work. And then, I mean, I would say just there were so many other cool storylines as well, not just from like Gen G or DRX, but obviously like Paper Rex now finally having a roster change, T1 bringing in, you know, a lot more new players that aren't from Korea, right? Kind of going global now. And really, I felt now in 2024, this felt like Pacific, right? Whereas last year was kind of like, we still got representatives from each country. It's just a tournament where they're playing against each other. And now it's like, okay, Pacific, who's the best in this greater region?
Right, that's right. Yeah, I mean, it's definitely great to see a lot of like, you know, mixing between, you know, all the nationalities and really trying to find out who the next like APAC superstar team is. It's been for the longest time like PRX and DRX, but I feel like things are going to shake up, and things are already shaking up. You know, so far. So very exciting time for VCT Pacific, I feel.
Cool. Has this now changed kind of your predictions or what you're looking forward to for stage 1?
For sure. I mean, definitely rating Gen G higher after what we've seen, and then Jing coming back to PRX, I think changes the game.
Yes.
Because I feel like it's not a comparison between Jing and Monyet. Like, it's not a skill like who's better, but more like Jing is just such a core element or part of the PRX team chemistry and the psychology behind it all. Like I feel like there's such a chemistry and momentum based team that like you need that kind of like just, you know, brotherhood and all that to kind of make it work. So I think Jing coming back will be huge for them. And then DRX made another roster change, so that's crazy.
Yes, they did.
We thought they were done with 2 new, you know, rookies, and it's, you know, they're adding a 3rd one. So I feel like they're definitely going to be like going through this like smiley face. Of, like,
the smiley face. Yeah.
That's a nicer way to put it. But I feel like it's still gonna need some time. But I feel like it's DRX. They've got a great coaching staff, a legend in Termi, and I think they're gonna get there. But you know, I don't know how their first like matches will look like.
Yeah. I mean, I think
Yeah.
it's just a big question mark, right?
Yeah,
Which is
yeah.
a new era, because DRX used to be the known value, right? DRX, Paper Rex, and then it was all the rest of them were question marks. Now it's kind of flipped,
Yeah.
where DRX is a big question mark, and I would say some of these other teams that kind of proved themselves, or at least the potential coming in, was a big deal. Just curious, also, obviously, like for you, since you're overseeing all of APAC and then Pacific as well. Japan has a huge following, and last year Zeta still kind of tried to hold on to that hope. How do you rate like the new Zeta, the new DFM? Do you think they're going to be able to try to give back a lot more to their fans, or do you think it's still a big question mark for them as well?
I think so. I mean, I do feel that their new rosters are an upgrade from last year's, and I think they're taking another like philosophical approach to how they're doing coaching and all that. So I feel like we're going to see some improvements. Now, I'm the biggest like supporter of DFM. I want them to get their win, like it's been a long time coming.
Yeah,
Like, it needs to happen. Like no team deserves to get 0-9.
Yeah.
And you know their losing streak continues. I feel like we did them kind of dirty with the groups, and
it was a tough group, like even just on paper, right?
Yeah.
So I mean, it was rough, but honestly, I mean, I think they're gonna get at least a win, if not more. I think they can definitely get more
for sure. It is going to look very tough for them at the beginning, though. And the reason I say this is I think their first matchups are PRX and like Gen G or something. Like it's crazy. Like,
let's see here. Let me bring this up. Let's see. T1, Gen G.
T1 and Gen G, yeah.
And then it's kind of the other teams that aren't like rated at the very top.
Right.
But yeah, T1 Gen G right off the bat.
So not yeah. I mean, I feel like they need that first win, and then they're gonna gain all the confidence to carry that momentum forward. But first couple matches, very tough opponents for sure. But yeah, I mean, you know, definitely rooting for them. I feel like they've been working hard at it, so I want that to happen for them.
Okay, cool. Are there any other teams that kind of caught your eye in terms of like the roster moves they made, or just story-wise that you're kind of hoping that something crazy happens? You know, whether from any of the other regions that we didn't discuss.
For sure. I mean, RRQ, for example, they lost really closely against Gen G.
You're not saying this just because it's my channel and my stream, right? Because I'm a huge RRQ fan.
No.
Okay. All right. Just wanted to make sure that the bias wasn't there, because everyone thinks that I am just hard glazing RRQ for like no reason. I do have my own reasons for analysis, but I just wanted to clear that.
Yeah, I saw the latest Plat Chat episode on my way here, actually.
Yeah.
But yeah, so RRQ, I feel, and not just RRQ, by the way, there were actually like 3 teams that lost a really close match against Gen G. Gen G being, like, now we know Gen G is the second best team in the world.
Sure.
I mean, people are going to argue that.
All right.
Let the results speak for themselves.
All right, let's cook.
So, DRX.
Okay, yeah.
Yes, it was a 2-0 against Gen G, but the first map was, like, super close.
Yeah.
So, I feel DRX came close. TS in play-in. Team Secret also pulled a really close match against Gen G, and then RRQ twice in a row. So I mean, this year's Pacific is like stacked as hell. Like it's like so many teams are like almost beat our best team in Pacific.
Yeah.
So I feel, you know, and by the way, we don't know if having played in Masters is going to work. Is going to be an advantage or a disadvantage for Gen G and PRX. A lot of other teams have been cooking in that meantime, right?
Yeah.
So we're gonna see how things shake up. Team Secret hasn't made a lot of roster changes.
Yeah.
They're one of the 2 teams that beat DRX in regular season last year, aren't they?
Yes. Yeah.
Right? So technically I feel they beat DRX in regular season, lost in playoffs against DRX. So they're 1-1. So that's kind of a cool rivalry thing happening there of like
it's
DRX wouldn't agree.
Too.
So it's not the first day. I'm very looking forward to that. I feel like a lot of teams have gone through roster changes, but TS really stuck together for the most part. And they're also like kind of single nation oriented. So like a lot of chemistry and bonding and all that is still there. So definitely high hopes for Team Secret as well.
Okay, cool. Yeah, I mean, I think before kickoff started, everyone on paper was like, all right, Pacific seems to be like a lot more competitive, even within their own region. And then now Gen G, I mean, Paper X we all expected. They're all still going to be kind of top tier in the world. But Gen G coming in, getting to the grand finals, now everyone's like, okay, it's not just within Pacific that things are getting competitive, but maybe this is a really good sign looking forward to international, right? Where, I mean, there's still some people like Bala on Plat Chat that will still write off Pacific until we win a trophy. But I think a lot of people are saying now, like, okay, we can't just discount Pacific, even if it's a new team coming up to like a Masters or a Champions.
Yeah, dude. I mean, we just have to win a BO5. That's kind of it.
Yeah.
So I'm thinking, like, should we make everything BO5 or like what's it gonna take here? You know?
Pacific just all BO5s for the entire season. We just
Because remember, I used to work on League of Legends U too, and the biggest kind of like community suggestion was that like because Korea was dominating for a long time, and
Yes.
we were one of the few regions that had like BO3s.
yes.
So
yes.
a lot of regions were saying like we need BO3s too if we're going to beat Korean teams eventually, right? So I'm almost like half jokingly saying, you know, like maybe we just need more practice on the BO5, and you know our map pools are maybe an area of improvement. I don't know.
I mean, I think that's part of it, right? Is like it's just it's the map pools. It's also just playing BO5s in an FPS overall, right? Like that experience of going through it and dealing with that. I think it's something that a lot of the Pacific region and the teams and the players aren't quite used to. So hopefully we start to get the stacks going, the passive stacks going. But since you mentioned like, do we make it all BO5, etc.? Let's talk about the format a little bit, because while once you get used to it, like the new format is pretty straightforward. I think a lot of people are still a little confused about it. I know like Leo's talked about it globally, but just kind of what's your take on the current format? Do you think like kickoff did produce some of the best results we had in terms of storylines and masters? So do you think for practical reasons it was the best we had? Or do you think, okay, in the future there's things that we already want to change moving forward in terms of these like short-term formats?
Yeah. So let's talk about kickoff first, and then we can maybe move on to like
Sure.
stage 1 and 2 formats, because I think there's a lot of debate about that too.
Yes.
But for kickoff, I feel, and a lot of us actually feel, and I think the fans also, some of them agree, that like this short and punchy format is very exciting. It's very hype, and it kind of works for what kickoff is. Now, it wouldn't work for if we had all of the stages like just be like kickoff. That would not make sense. That would be idiotic. But for kickoff, because it's like we're coming back from a long hiatus, and you know we want to have this like really punchy kind of moment for the start of the season. I feel like it kind of works. Was it perfect? No, not at all. So there are improvements that are low-hanging fruits for sure. I feel like first of all, just to address all the bad stuff, right? I don't think three match days work. Like it's super punishing.
Yes, please.
Were you working day one?
Yes, I was working day one, but I was.
There's multiple.
Yeah, but I was on the desk on day one. But whether you're on the desk, I mean, even for us casters, like 3 match days, whether you're casting or desk or even a rotation, because I've always said, and I can't imagine what it's like for like players as well, even if you're not playing 2 matches in a day. We've always said, even as casters, Valor is one of the more taxing games to cast and commentate, just because of the pacing, the amount of information we have to process, and how we deliver it, etc. And then also, obviously, just the aesthetics of the game, right? It's a very flashy game, obviously not over the top, but it's still pretty flashy. So it's a very taxing game, and to go through a best of 3 alone is already, like, if you want to do a good cast, it takes a lot. And then trying to go through, like, a 3-match day, even if you're then going onto the desk, at a certain point, like if anyone was able to look at our green room, like if we're on the analyst desk, our eyes start to glaze over in the middle of the 3rd match, and we're like, we just got to pick out one thing to talk about here in the next segment because we don't know what's going on anymore. So I do think it's pretty taxing for everyone, right? I mean, even the
for
viewers,
everyone.
I would say.
Yeah, even for viewers, even for players, for everyone. So we want to move away from having 3 BO3s in a single day.
Yes.
And that's actually a good segue into kind of the broader picture, which is like, does it need to be that condensed? You know, we had it was a 8-day event.
Sure.
If you only count the match days, we had 1 day of break between play in and play off.
Right.
So it definitely can be stretched out a little bit, right? America's had a good version of like just having 3 weekends.
Yes.
So from like that's a massive difference of like 1 week versus 3 weekends. So definitely taking notes from that too. And yeah, so and by the way, I think the there's a lot of quirkiness with the format too, of like just PRX getting like a bye
bye,
to like
yeah.
this happened also in other territories too, but like that's one of the downsides of having an 11 team league. So so we don't like that. Obviously that problem is going away next year. So with 12 teams, things will get better, and we will also have more matches. So that's good in kickoff, because I feel like the number of matches is very scarce right now. And the other thing also is qualification matches for Masters should probably happen BO5s.
Oh, okay. Yeah, at the very
If they're
least,
going to
BO5s.
stay single elim, which
Right.
I think we want to discuss. But given single elim format, like if Masters Madrid, qualification is on the line, it should probably have been a BO5. That's kind of my take.
Okay. No, yeah. I can agree with that, right? Just because especially because it's like the very first event, and just in general, going to a Masters, going to a Champions is a huge deal. And for it to be a single best of 3, it definitely leaves a lot more to be desired, I think, for both the players and the fans. So if not, so you said single elim, that's something you might want to discuss. Like, is there already like a discussion of a direction that you guys are kind of leaning towards, or is this something like, let's get back to this, let's put a pin on it?
So it's something that I think if you ask the community, like 90% of the community I feel wants double elim. I'm a little bit less biased toward double elim personally, and I feel like I think kickoff was a very good example of where it kind of works. Does it work every time? No.
Sure.
And for example, like I think on the other end of the spectrum, where we need to be as robust as possible, as competitively rigorous as possible, and have like luck play as little factor as possible. Like I think champions, for example,
Sure.
you want to kind of protect that like level of like robustness, and you don't want it to be like random, right? Because you're trying to crown the best team in the world, and you don't want that to be like tarnished with like, hey, they had a better group or whatever, right?
Sure.
It needs to be a little bit more reasonable. Whereas for like the first event of the year, after all the teams go through massive roster changes and they all come back, a little bit of randomness could be fun, right? A little bit of luck, you might even say. That might also be part of the equation as well. So we are definitely thinking about competitive robustness, but also entertainment value, and just trying to give what the fans like, make it as interesting and as exciting for the fans as possible. So again, if the fans don't feel like single elim is fun for them, we're not going to force it.
Sure.
But I feel like with this event, a lot of fans actually resonated with like, hey, like single elim could be cool.
Okay.
Or if this is a crazy take, let me know in the chat.
I mean, in chat, people are already asking a little bit about it, but I think so. It's funny, while we're waiting for chat to kind of give us their takes, I've always been a backer of single elim as a format. I'm not like, I agree it shouldn't be for everything. Obviously, things like champions, maybe even masters, like should always try to have as much double elim as possible. But I agree, single elim has a place in terms of creating excitement, right, and creating stories, right? Because there's just a lot more on the line, and people always say like, why do you have to artificially create tension? But I'm like, well, at some point you're gonna have tension anyway, so why drag it out? And personally, I think one of the big things to consider is a 4-team double elim gets a little repetitive, right? I mean, the chances of getting something fresh are quite low. So I think that while it will still be a better test for the teams, that 4-team double elim, I think, definitely brings down the excitement value a little bit. But once you're in like 6 or 8-team, obviously double elim, now you've got more options, you can flip the bracket, etc. So then I'm like, okay, you can still have like the drama there, the excitement there. But I think that's the other thing that people weren't really taking into account is like a 4-team double elim. Like, what do you really do there, right? Because maybe you're just getting rematched against your group or whatnot if you're a play-in team, things like that. Yeah,
so if you look back at Masters Madrid, that was a 4-team double elim playoff, right? And if you compare that to like the kickoff playoffs, which was single elim, like you can see the stark differences. So anecdotally, right? I was with like all the other global like product all the leadership group in Madrid, we were having this big workshop to discuss the future of esports. Like that was the day of like so that was the first day of playoffs, and we were all kind of like talking to ourselves and asking ourselves, does today even matter? Because like nobody gets eliminated today, right? Like it matters starting tomorrow. Like that's kind of like a wasted day. I mean, obviously, like people are still gonna tune in, and it of course it matters. Like it doesn't not matter.
Right.
But like,
but what's at stake here, right?
Yeah, there's no stakes, and that's kind of the crappy thing. And by the way, if Masters playoffs were single elim, Gen G would have won Masters.
True.
Let that sink in.
True.
Again, they would have had to win in a BO5 against Sentinels.
Sure.
Which would have changed the equation. But I feel like having that rematch and like letting Sentinels have that second chance, I mean, that's almost entertainment value in and of itself too. So it's like, is high stakes more entertainment value, or is that like comeback story, the lower bracket run more entertainment value? Like there's a lot of debate to be had there. So again, like I'm like probably like 50-50 on how I feel about it. But I think the more accurate representation of how I feel is like, single elim works sometimes, double elim works most of the times.
Sure. And I think double elim is always safer for sure, right? Like you're not. It's not a bad format per se. It's just, could there be something gained a little bit more if it's single elim, depending on the times? I think one of the comments I saw in the chat was talking about how some some randomness can be fun, but it's also about the day's break as well, right? And then BO3 versus BO5 if it's an important match. And I think that goes back to kind of what you've been mentioning of, okay, well, maybe we still need to make sure that it's, I guess it's proper to what the respective stakes are. It's not necessarily that single elim alone was the problem, but like you said, maybe if it's for Masters, then it probably should have been BO5. And maybe at that point, maybe they should have had at least like 2-3 days or a week or something like that spread out a bit more as well.
Right, yeah, exactly.
Okay,
yeah.
Cool. Just one of the last comments I'm seeing is people have talked about this through and through, and I'm curious what your take is. When double elim brackets come up, people always ask about the bracket reset. Like, what's the big benefit? Obviously, we do have the map draft advantage. You have the double bans in Valorant, but like bracket reset. And this happens in a lot of other competitions. Now, I think everyone agrees that in Valorant, a bracket reset would be insane because of the time. But do you think that something similar to a bracket reset could work or maybe is needed in the future for Valorant? Or do you think currently with like double map ban, it has its value?
I mean, it would be so anticlimactic to like reach the conclusion of, and that's why we can't do it, right? And there's also like the uncertainty of, hey, like if in scenario A, if team A wins, like we have to do the whole reset. If team B wins, it's fine, right?
Sure.
It ends there and then
Yeah.
like it doesn't. We can't plan for an event like that. So yeah, there's a lot of like just realistic limitations, and that's part of like why I feel less strongly for double elim is that we can't even play the proper version of it in esports.
Sure.
So it's like, is it even fair at that point? Because Gen G only lost to Sentinels once. So they're 1-1.
Right.
But why did Sentinel? I mean, being a sour loser here, I get it.
But it does always beg the question of like, is it really a disadvantage to go to the lower bracket if you end up coming back, right? Obviously, you have to play more matches, but if you're able to grind through it, we've seen again just the experience. I mean, Gen G talked about it in Kickoff as well. They talk about it in their vlog. They're like, we think one of the reasons we were able to perform so well is because going to the DRX match, they had played already like 230 something rounds, and DRX had only played 80. So they're like, well, we were just much more comfortable in the new roster, right? And they think that gave them a huge edge over DRX and eventually over PaperX as well.
Yeah.
Sentinels said the same thing. They think the reason they won the BO5 is because of the lower bracket run. So I think there is something to be considered here when it comes to double
For sure. And in a lot of traditional sports, almost every time the team that plays more matches are at a disadvantage.
Right.
I think in esports, it's a lot more debatable.
Sure.
Because physical fatigue is less of a concern. And also like that momentum too of like just, having lost and then playing and then, and then coming back from that, like bouncing back. That's plays such a big psychological factor as well. So, by the way, we've seen this in like LCK too, like time and time again. Oftentimes, they used to have this gauntlet playoff format of the winning team, the top team from regular season will go straight to finals. Like that's how crazy it was, right?
Right.
Like if you won regular season, you are in the grand finals already. And most of the times you already qualify for a global event.
Right.
And then there's the other teams would have to play this gauntlet and then to get to, grand finals. But the grand finalist, like the best team from regular season would often lose.
Yeah.
Because they're cold.
Yeah. I mean, even people talk about fatigue and how Valorant's such a long game if you play a full best of 3. But even the times when we do have the unfortunate scenarios where teams have to play like 2 matches in a row, we see that that's not always true, right? That you're warmed up, and if you come off a loss, maybe you're angry. Like we saw that specifically at Team Secret, right? They lose to Gen G, and then they come out and just crush Zeta's hopes and dreams, playing back to back. I mean, 2 BO3s. So I think it's not a surefire thing like in traditional sports where like physical endurance and fatigue will definitely play a role.
And risk of injury and all of that.
Yeah,
right?
yeah. So it's, I mean, maybe we haven't quite perfected it yet in any esport. Now that you mention it, right? I don't know if we've quite have the perfect format yet. And even within esports, different titles are going to cater to different formats a little bit better. So that's something to consider. Something that, as we're kind of talking broader sense here now, something that I think people have been asking, not just in the chat, but even when we first said that you're going to have a chance to visit the stream today, is Pacific locations, right? So recently, Ascension was just announced to be in Tokyo, which is very exciting, going to another Japanese event for Valorant. But, whether it's Ascension, whether it's Pacific itself, like, is there even a possibility of, like, more rotations? Is this something that's already in discussion? Like, how do you pick and choose where to go?
Yeah. So I'll tell you what I want, and I'll tell you what what I think. Okay. So what I want is I would love to go to as many cities as possible with VCT Pacific. Like, I'm not even talking about VCT Pacific stays in Seoul, but with everything else, we'll try to rotate locations. Like for VCT Pacific itself, we want not just be in Seoul. We want to be in other countries. We want to be outside of Seoul. Now the reality is, it's super expensive to go to another country and do like a weekend or like we're going to have to make a trade-off of like, okay, does it mean fewer matches? Or does it mean, lower broadcast quality? Like, and by the way, fewer people, I mean, physical experiences are not scalable to the extent online experiences are.
Sure.
Now, if we go to, let's say, city A, right, outside of Seoul, and if we can get, let's say, 5,000 people, which again would be a challenge, but let's say we were able to do that. We have 5,000 really happy fans, but at the cost of what, right? Like if we had to make a trade-off with like online broadcast quality, for example, that's like 5,000 happy fans and like 200,000 unhappy fans, right? So again, like that. So like again, we're kind of prioritizing the online experience first and foremost. Okay. And then trying to do everything around that. Okay. Because of scalability, because of ROI, basically, right? A lot of our viewers don't go to physical events; they are online viewers. Yeah. Which I mean is fine. Like that's what esports is online content first and foremost. So we want to make sure that experience is pristine. It's awesome, and then everything else follows that. So. That's the limitation we're working with. Now, again, we want to be in other locations. So we have to be very shrewd with our business opportunities overseas and try to find partners that can make this a reality. We are looking at and talking to a lot of different partners and opportunities. Okay. So at some point we want to make it happen. But for now, like I think it's safe to say, like I think the home city for Pacific will still be in Seoul for the time being. For the time being, okay. But again, like we're looking for opportunities. Okay. So just a crazy question that popped up in my head. I don't know why this popped up, but then if more people within all the different Pacific servers buy more Valorant skins, does that increase the chance of going to different regions because of the funding that it could also apply? Short answer is yes. Okay, short answer is yes. Obviously, it's a little more complicated than that, but all right, just so everyone knows, that's out there, right? So that's something to consider. But I mean, you mentioned, this was another question I had, was kind of what's the priority in setting up VCT events? And you mentioned the online experience. So when you say online experience, is it simply about like you want
the technical aspect to be smooth, etc.? Is it also about whether it's supplemental content, like all of that comes first and foremost, and then things fall in place, and then afterwards, what is like the next step? Is it, kind of these extra activities like the pop-up stores, or is it much more about like viewing experience when you're at the stage? I'm kind of curious what the discussion is there.
Yeah, so everything matters, and it's not like we can overlook one thing and,
Sure.
and focus only on the other thing. Everything matters, but it's a matter of prioritization. And so, for example, let's talk about the stage. When we build the stage, design the stage, we're thinking about it not as not only from the physical attendees' perspective. We're thinking of it from the camera angles and all these different things that make it look great on broadcast.
Right.
And then if it means that for the physical experience, it's a little bit worse because we're prioritizing the online experience, oftentimes we'll take that trade of making the online experience better, right? So it's just built into kind of our mentality of like we're creating an online product. And we want to serve as many fans as possible in the best way possible. And then, we also want to make going to events, Valorant events, fun and exciting and pleasant, and not like a second afterthought. So again, it's still hopefully good.
Sure.
But it's just not like what what like our top priority is.
Sure. And I think a good example of that is, for instance, last year at the Pacific Finals, the whole AR kind of opening, right? You actually can't see that in the live venue. I mean, you see it on the screen in the live venue, but it doesn't actually feel as cool as it actually did. That was much cooler on broadcast, right? So I think it's one of those experiences, and I think I'm glad you mentioned that. Because back when I was working on production, it was kind of the same discussion. It's a sad discussion to have, but a necessary one, where it's like, well, where is the majority, right? Who's our main target audience? That's the majority. And then how do we still make sure everyone else is having just as good of an experience? And you do have to prioritize, because it's not, you don't have infinite money, you don't have infinite time, et cetera, et cetera.
That's right.
So that's something to consider. Someone's asking in Twitch chat, because we talked about skins here, what is your opinion about the PRX bundle being the most used globally? So that's, first of all, that's correct, right? The metric there was it's the most used, not necessarily the most sold, is what I heard.
It's the most sold.
It's the most sold? Okay. All right. So was this in the realm of possibility when you guys released the PaperX bundles?
No. And there are two reasons. First, as popular as PRX is, they haven't won a global event. Fnatic have, and no disrespect to Fnatic, but that was almost unintentional. But they've won so many global events.
Yeah.
So like, and then the other thing is, they represent a pretty small market.
Yeah, like a home crowd. Yeah.
Yeah, basically like Singapore, a little bit of Malaysia, a little bit of Indonesia.
Yeah.
But in the grand scheme of things, like, it's not big player bases, relatively speaking. So, because of these factors, we didn't think. I mean, we've always known that they would do well.
Sure.
But number one in the world is kind of crazy.
Yeah. I mean, I thought so too. I thought when it was released, like PaperX always had a good kind of branding and character going. The color scheme is nice, and I was like, that's cool, but, and it was all the same reasons, right?
Yeah.
They haven't won. I can't imagine that they cater to the biggest player bases. And then when I heard that news, I was like, really? Number one? Not even like top three. Number one? That's insane. So
I think it's a combination of three things, really. One is they have one of the greatest visual identities out of like all esports teams in any esport. Like, honestly, like a lot of teams have pink in their color palette. That's like not hard to do, but to pull it off and make it look great. And also just like have your entire organization's marketing plan and your play style, even your roster, for all of that to be aligned perfectly. That's just unheard of. So I feel like PaperX, their W Gaming, like, marketing campaign and all the visual design and everything just kind of all aligned. Yeah. Second, I think it's the uniqueness too. Like, people want to be different, and like that's why people buy skins, I feel like, because you don't want to be that guy with the default classic, you
Right.
know? So you're trying to be different. You're not trying to be like subtle. You're
Yeah,
not trying to
yeah.
be like, hey, like people might not even notice this, but like no, you want people to notice
Yeah,
what you
sure.
have. So
Yeah.
like PRX, that like pink and purple and blue like combination. I think the Gad mentioned this in one of his like X posts too, of like he was intentionally going for that color aberration. I think it's a technical word for it. It's like
Okay, yeah.
he's trying to create that purple, but like with just red and blue instead of like just straight purple. And like
Sure.
anyways, like I think they have something cool going on. So I think it's like the different factor. So many people have red, so many in their in their logo, and so many people
Yeah,
have
lots of red.
Like black is like
Yes.
well, everybody has a black.
Did you see that post? There was a Reddit post that said the definitive tier list.
Yeah.
And then that really showcased how many logos are actually just black logos. Yeah. So it's actually insane to think about, because that explains why maybe unfortunately so many team capsules ended up looking pretty similar when it comes to the classic itself.
Yeah. And the third thing I was going to mention is that they're one of the teams that were successful in resonating globally. Like I think PRX is more than a Pacific team at this point, more than Indonesia or Singapore or Malaysia for sure. But even beyond that, I feel like they're more than a Pacific team. They're Valorant's like almost like household name. They're just like, and they're not in any other game too. Like this is so I think whatever they're doing is really working.
Yeah. I mean, again, it's a cool success story, but I was wondering if maybe internally you guys thought, no, we thought they would do well, but I guess everyone was kind of on the same page of like, yeah, they're a great team, obviously big fan base, but surely not like top of the world, and now they are. And I think this proves it, aside from their international placements, right? Is that, okay, the popularity, the branding, everything about this team is in the right direction, and perhaps something that some other teams can also try to follow in their own footsteps and create their own path as well. So that's a cool tidbit for Paper X as well. So since we're just branching off here and there, something that I've been curious about is, do teams actually get fined when they swear during interviews or like comms clips? Or is it more just like warnings depending on the use case?
So it's not been like exactly enforced the same way globally.
Okay.
But the general rule of thumb is like you don't get punished for like just slipping an F word.
Sure.
Like it's not as simple as that. Once it's like intentional and like trying to be insulting to other people,
Right,
and, like,
right.
actually being like if it's racist or
yeah.
yeah. So there's that like
Yeah, or if you're
line
like
of,
specifically calling like a player out and using the words,
yeah. So yeah, we're
Okay.
not as like buttoned up as that yeah.
Yeah, because everyone always freaks out as soon as we hear like one F word slip out during an interview. Everyone's like, oh,
we don't
my God.
encourage it. We don't encourage it.
Sure.
However, it's not. Yeah, it's not always like a fine every time.
Okay. Let's see what else is there. Also, for anyone in chat, obviously, if you guys have other questions that maybe we didn't get to touch upon, you can let us know. We'll take a quick look. We're, I think, gonna run out of time here in a little bit. I gotta let you go. Don't want to keep you for too long. But while we're waiting for maybe some of the other questions to come up, in your opinion, obviously you've worked in various titles now in esports, and maybe you can give a brief review of that as well, your career overall. But what makes, or is Valorant esports special? And if so, what makes it special compared to other titles?
Oh, it's definitely special. But to answer your first question, which is what is my career history in esports? Actually, my first job out of college was in management consulting. But I left that pretty quickly, because I wanted to do something actually fun. So my second job is with Riot Games. So back in 2014, I joined Riot Games as like the league operations manager for the LCK. In fact, we didn't call the league LCK back then.
Yeah.
So I'm one of the founding members, I would even say, of LCK, which is what it is today, of like a full league. I was actually part of the team that made the name too, League of Legends Champions Korea. So I was on the league ops side, and then also worked on the business side of it too, for 3 years, and then I actually left. So I joined the startup, but then that also so that was a gig that I did for like a year and a half, and then I joined PUBG. They're called Krafton now. Back then they were called PUBG Corporation. I joined PUBG as the global head of esports for PUBG. Worked out of our Santa Monica office and built the global esports team out of our LA office, Santa Monica office. And then in 2020, I rejoined Riot Games and was given the job of launching new esports for all of our new games. So at that point, this was early 2020, we had TFT and Legends of Runeterra. And then Wild Rift and Valorant were kind of in the pipeline, right? So I actually thought that Wild Rift esports was going to be the next like big esports for Riot Games.
I remember you were telling me a little bit about it too. You were very excited about the future prospects of it. Yeah.
And I underestimated how big Valorant was going to be actually. Obviously, the rest is history of, Valorant is the one that kind of became super big and, they wanted, and by the way, at that point I was working out of our Korea, kind of like within the Korea team and in charge of the Korean market, but they wanted me to focus on Valorant, but also take a bigger responsibility of like running the whole APAC region. So that was in 2021, I want to say, of when I converted to just being purely Valorant. It's been a great ride, honestly, and super happy with this job. Valorant, I feel, you asked if it was special for me, or special in general.
Just in general, yeah.
Yeah, I think so. Okay, so every game nowadays, I feel like has an esport, right?
Yes. For better or worse, yeah.
For better, for worse. I mean,
all right, you have to say it. Okay.
So every game wants to be the big esport now, but so it's really hard to stand out within the, among the competition. Valorant stands out.
Yeah,
it looks different, and like internally we say like it's where style meets sports, and that kind of vibes with me. Like it's like it's super stylish and like. Look at the merch I'm wearing too. Like, I actually want to wear Valorant merch.
Yeah.
Whereas for some other games, I wouldn't want to.
Yeah.
So I feel like Valorant's cool. It's got a super neat visual identity. And, as a live game, or a live service game, I should say, it's like, it's got potential to be a multi-generational esport like League of Legends. That's not something you can claim easily with any other game. So again, I'm basically, super biased for sure. So take it with a grain of salt, but I love Valorant.
Okay.
I love it as a game. I love it as an esport. It's super fun to watch. And by the way, it's actually one of the most, if not the most global esport in the world.
Yeah. I mean, it's definitely up there. It's definitely up there, if not the most, because quite frankly, I think the easiest way to look at it is basically like the fringe kind of areas where you can have your own isolated economy, right? And community. So like Korea, China, maybe parts of Latin America as well, where you could get away with just having your own economy and ecosystem. And that oftentimes made these regions play their own games that are in the same genre but slightly different. And now Valorant is one of the few games where all these regions are actually heavily represented, and all the other regions in Pacific as well, within Southeast Asia that used to just have their own regions or maybe only in certain mobile games, things like that. Now we're all like, everyone's talking about the countries and the regions. Everyone's aware of what region that is. And I think that's a huge difference because, quite frankly, I would say League of Legends even didn't quite reach that point of representation at a pro scene and then therefore permeating into the bigger audience as well.
Yeah. League of Legends has certain countries. It's definitely a global game, but as an esport, it's very Asia-oriented for sure in terms of skill level and whatnot. In Valorant, anybody has a shot at becoming champions. Like, when's the last time in another esport, and I guess there are some mobile titles that have this, but when's the last time like an SCA team, makes it to a grand finals of like a global esport?
Right.
Like we have that in Valorant. That's awesome.
Yeah. No, I think it's very
in
cool.
Japan. Like Japan's irrelevant in most esports, but in Valorant they're super relevant.
Yes.
They're actually one of the biggest players.
Yeah, and obviously now getting quite a few international events as well, right? Masters last year, Ascension just recently announced as well for Pacific. So I think that's exciting. I would agree. Obviously, you and I both have worked in kind of various titles. But while, sure, like in terms of pure numbers, Obviously, there are other games that reach similar, if not bigger, heights as well so far, and they're deep into their career. But in terms of the overall, I guess, reach in terms of regions and player bases, I would agree that I think Valorant's definitely up there, if not the most kind of well represented. I think that's what makes it exciting as well, because now we have, I think, a more even kind of fan base, right? It's not just so directly skewed. You can actually have fun conversations, rivalries, discussions, even in the fan bases. Whereas a lot of games that eventually kind of devolves into, well, it's really just this one region, and there's a couple, kind of fringe case fans that are still holding on to a thread. But that's been different here for Valorant. There's one question that scrolled up that I think is maybe good to mention. I would love to hear your take is, so we talked about the location possibilities of Pacific, how you would want to travel. Obviously, there are limitations to that. But have you considered the consequences and circumstances of now all teams having to come to Korea, right? Which is a foreign region. They have to go through the setups, etc. And also, how involved is Riot perhaps in assisting to make sure that that's not as big of a hurdle for some of these teams?
Yeah, so one of our selection criteria for partnership was the ability to move overseas and be able to pull that off professionally. So to be frank, we're not like hand holding the teams all, from start to end of like the relocations and setting up their entities here. We expect teams to be mature enough and be professional enough and be capable enough to run overseas operations.
Okay.
And Korea's not the most like international friendly locations, but it's also not the worst. It's like it's pretty decent, I would say. It's pretty open. I mean, there are some like hassles. I'm sure. You're an American citizen, right?
Yeah.
So
yeah.
I used to be a Canadian permanent resident as well, and I had a lot of hurdles, and which is why I had to give that up. Anyways, so it's like there are some problems, but it's also not. It's pretty open. It's pretty global. It's like the quality of living here is very good, and English fluency is not like perfect, but it's you can get around, you can get by, right?
Sure.
So so basically we expect teams to be able to do that self-sufficiently.
What about for players, right? Because obviously whenever we go to international events like Masters, there's always the talk about like home crowd advantage, etc. And obviously this isn't something that can be like controlled in any way, but just by nature, the Korean teams are going to have a slightly more, I think, home crowd advantage for sure. I don't think we can skirt around that. I think, especially thanks to teams like PaperX eventually winning last year, I think even the Korean fans have gotten, to become bigger fans of all the different teams. But if it's going to be, like PaperX versus Gen G, while they would love to watch PaperX, a lot of the Korean fans are still going to be cheering for Gen G. So, I mean, what's the consideration here? Is this like a discussion that's happened with the teams? I mean, do you think it's still in a as best of a spot as you can be, or are there some things that you'd like to see change to accommodate this a bit more?
Yeah, in the future, when we are able to move to other countries with our events, I think the home crowd advantage for sure does get mitigated a bit.
Okay.
But at the same time, we'll never be able to be in all the countries, right? So we just have to accept that it's part of kind of sports and esports that exists. And again, we want to prioritize our product being as best as possible for our online viewers, and which is why we've had to put high priorities on kind of the infrastructure, the Riot footprint, and just the capabilities of our vendors, partners, things like that, which all lead to having a great product. And like last year is a great example of like people said like, and I'm quoting them, not me, is that like we had our production was really good. We had double production, right?
Yeah.
And all of that is possible only because, I mean, not only because, but like it's possible thanks to the fact that like we have such good infrastructure here. We have a lot of knowledge and learnings built from running League of Legends for 10 years, for example, at the highest level. Like LCK is one of the most prestigious esports leagues in the world, and it's the same team that's doing Valorant too. Like that's obviously really, really helpful.
Yeah, so again, obviously, I think the important part is there's more categories that you have to consider for picking a location, but you're hoping that in the future, if you can get to that spot where now moving around at least occasionally is a possibility, that's something that would help mitigate kind of the home crowd aspect. Okay, all right. So,
For sure.
so obviously, I mean, we can't like put a date on it, but it is something that's on your mind. I think that's the biggest thing for a lot of the fans as well. A lot of the fans had a couple more questions. If we want to maybe answer one or two more, or if there's anything else that you've kind of wanted to touch upon today, that you wanted to talk about.
The other
with
thing
a
I would
chance.
say is that in Valorant, regional fandoms are real, but cross-regional fandom is also bigger than what we anticipated.
Okay.
So there's a lot of Korean fans, for example, that are fans of PRX and Zeta,
Okay. Yeah. Yeah.
and vice versa. Like, I think we like Valorant fans love watching the best Valorant players, not just the Korean Valorant players or the Japanese Valorant players, and they appreciate kind of good Valorant. So again, that's kind of another mitigating factor for the home crowd advantage that we talked about.
Okay. I don't know if this is something that you would have like deep knowledge about, but one of the questions that came up earlier was, do you see discrepancies on server player pool quality or scrim availability between regions potentially being an issue? So obviously within Pacific gets to be a very broad region, so we can't play on all the different servers. I guess Korea kind of central in terms of location, but you're still limited to like how far you can really scrim in terms of ping. Is this something that you think it needs to be addressed a bit more, or do you think no, there's enough and like players and teams seem to be accommodating for it enough that it's not too big of a problem yet?
Yeah, so during the season, all the best teams in APAC are in Seoul. So realistically, they're obviously doing scrims against each other. But if they wanted to do scrims outside of the Pacific pool, then they have to look towards Challengers Korea teams or Challengers Japan teams, which I think does put Challengers in other countries at a disadvantage because they're never scrimming against the Pacific level teams. So I think that exists. I don't know if that's kind of the concern that the
Well, I think it goes both ways. I think people have had some various questions because the thing you just mentioned is definitely being brought up as well in chat. And then I think the other question is just in terms of the location being Seoul, can teams get enough good practice outside of just within VCT Pacific as well?
I mean, I think so. I think there's plenty of talent in Korea and Japan alone to be able to get good practice off of, and then there's also practicing against each other that I'm sure teams are doing plenty of. And then there's now China.
Yeah, obviously, yeah.
So China, again, China also needs that too. They need I mean, I don't mean this in the bad way.
Right, but just I guess the experience to compete against other regions and other teams, right?
They need more interactions.
Yeah.
Globally, internationally, because if they're stuck in kind of their own pond, then they're not going to get better, right? So I think we need that kind of interaction. So I think there's quite a bit of like scrim opponents here, but I think the bigger problem is like, hey, like the talent in other countries, because they're so far away from Seoul, they'll never get practice against these Pacific teams and Challengers teams. So I think that's something that we do want to address. I think off-season is a bit of an opportunity, and sometimes teams go back to their home countries. And then, so that's an opportunity for Challengers teams to get practice against them. So there are some mitigations, but it's not perfect.
Yeah, but it's something that's on your mind that you've kind of identified as potentially being something that you want to work on in the future.
Absolutely.
Okay, cool. Yeah, I think that's something that people have talked about in Americas as well, and EMEA, right? Of just kind of how do you make sure that Challengers is getting as much experience to be brought up, because I think Ascension was really exciting for all the regions last year. I think people are continuing to be more excited about it this year. I mean, that's one of the regions I'm trying to get much more hands-on with Challengers like Korea and other regions, because we saw the potential of that system last year. So hopefully, again, this is not something that becomes a problem, but more so something that is something you can build upon as a system in the future. And off season, I guess, is for now kind of the best bet there. Yeah.
I think someone asked what bundle I bought personally.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. So I bought Gen G.
Okay.
After they won.
Kickoff or Madrid?
After kickoff.
After kickoff. Okay.
So there's keep in mind, guys, that I'm supposed to be neutral, right?
Sure.
And not biased. So I have to have a reason for everything.
Okay.
And so, and by the way, like, it's not like, they're giving me, VP for free. Like, I'm actually paying out of my own wallet, right?
Right.
So I have to be very selective. I can't buy all 33 teams. I mean, I guess I could.
You
but
could.
It's like that's coming back as my salary, and so
Right,
it's
right,
like,
yeah.
anyways,
It's like subbing to your own channel on Twitch. You're really only getting a part of it back.
yeah. So it's not a very good ROI. So I bought Gen G after they won because, I mean, they won Pacific. So like, what better reason is there, right?
Okay.
So whoever wins stage 1, I'm also gonna buy.
Ooh, okay.
So I'm gonna add kind of that to my collection.
All right. Well, yeah. Let this be the motivation for all the teams now.
It's one purchaser, so take it as real.
I mean, obviously, I think that's a big impact for a lot of fans too, though, right? Like a lot of fans were saying, if Gen G wins, right, I'll buy their bundle at Masters Madrid. If Sentinels wins, I'll buy their bundle. Hopefully, all those fans have now delivered on that promise, and Sentinels did win. But I think that's the cool part about these bundles as well. I think, especially because now we know that it does directly kind of loop back into the teams as well. And obviously the teams are putting in a lot of effort to market it. But okay, so for now, Gen G is just the only one in your collection.
Yeah, I haven't bought the Sen bundle. Someone asked, because I'm not letting my money go to Americas. I'm keeping the money in the house. Okay.
Okay, let it flow within the Pacific.
Yeah.
I like that. All right, that's a good point there. Let's see. So you'll be looking to buy whoever wins stage 1. If it's a different team, that's something that we can look forward to. It is 4:40 p.m. So if there's any one more question maybe that comes up that catches your eye, we can talk about that. But if not, is there anything else you kind of want to tell the community before stage 1 kicks off? Because it's gonna start in 2-3 days now. Yeah,
it's gonna start on Saturday. So it's for those of you in Korea, it's in Co-X at the Samsung subway station. Super accessible, and I think the ticket price in USD is like $10 per match. So hopefully that's not too steep of a price. And yeah, so hope you guys come and check us out. I think we've actually sold out a lot of our matches.
Okay.
The popular ones.
All right.
All the Korean ones, I think, for sure. So not a lot of options remain. However, yeah, I mean, please, would love to. By the way, I'll be at the match quite often. So if you run into me, feel free to say hello. Don't be shy. I love to interact and get feedback and talk to you all. So, and this is why I'm doing this, right? Like, I want to be very open and transparent. And like, I want people to know that like it's not like some evil corporation that's creating this like esports program and screwing everybody. Like it's a real human being that's like, and I'm a gamer. Like I'm a Valorant player. I take play very seriously, and so like I just want to have a good chat, and so I love to hang out, and yeah, I look forward to the stage kicking off, and thanks for the support.
Okay, before you go, last question: if they meet you at the venue, can they get Riot Gun Buddy?
Absolutely.
Ooh.
All it takes is gonna be come and say hi.
Okay, all right. That's the courage you need. So that's the reason to buy a ticket to Seoul, get to Co-X, visit VCT Pacific, and then meet Jake.
Super high ROI.
There you go. Yeah. Awesome. Well, thank you so much for taking the time. I think a lot of us, including myself, I think we appreciate just having a little bit more of that open conversation. I think just for the fans as well, something I can talk about is this is a real thing that you guys are trying to do, right? Obviously, it's not just you trying to have an image of being public, but obviously you guys try to have a lot of conversations with less casters as well, and I think the teams, etc. So it's great to hear, and I think, like you said, at the end of the day, everyone involved in VCT is there because we like Valorant. So I think it's good to have this conversation to remind all of ourselves, including the fan base, that at the end of the day, we all kind of want the same big picture. We just have slightly differing small picture ideas. So that's cool. But I think overall, I think everyone's very excited for VCT Pacific. So I think there's a lot to look forward to. And hopefully we can have more chats in the future as well as things progress and as things change.
For sure. Yeah, thanks for having me. I really enjoyed the chat.
Cool.
And yeah, look forward to more.
Yeah. And VCT Pacific kicks off on April 6th on Saturday. It's going to be every weekend, Saturday through Tuesday. So make sure you check out the match schedule, and you'll be able to catch all the matches on all the VCT Pacific channels. That's going to be it for the chat with Jake. Thank you so much, Jake, for joining us. For all of you on stream, I'm going to say bye to Jake, have a quick little chat, and then we will be continuing stream with Challengers Korea, where Dwonmo, actually, who we saw earlier, who's playing on Team IAM, will be playing for his tournament life in Challengers Korea playoffs. So stick around. I'll play a video perhaps from my YouTube there so that you guys can catch on and see what my thoughts are on Pacific. and then we'll come back when the matches start. So I will be right back.
Thanks, everyone.
Thank you. All right, let me just set this up real quick. My setup's really scuffed, so you'll have to excuse me here. What's up, YouTube? It's William Cho here, back with another Pick'ems video, this time for VCT Pacific Stage 1. It seems like it was only 2, maybe 3 months ago that we were all fiending for more VCT content. We were all reminiscing about past matches because there was nothing else to watch. And now we're doing Pick'ems videos every week, it feels like. So, you know, maybe some things could change there for the future. But anyways, we won't beat the dead horse anymore. Obviously, looking forward, Stage 1 is about to kick off this coming weekend. And, I mean, VCT Pacific is kind of in the spotlight right now thanks to Gen G's performance, and I would say Paper X as well, at Masters Madrid. What we're going to do today is we'll take a look at all the Week 1 matches, and as we're going through them, we'll discuss what we expect from each of these teams going into Stage 1. Now that we've had a glimpse of all of them during kickoff, obviously, some of the teams, not as much, like poor old ROQ. But nonetheless, we'll talk about what we think is going to happen, what we can look forward to, what we should be looking for each of these teams. And after we go through the Week 1 matches, we will be reviewing what my preseason tier list was of all the teams and see how things might have changed after kickoff and Masters Madrid. Let's jump right into it. Before we go into the schedule for all the matches one by one, we'll just take a quick look at the overall group. So we got Alpha, which includes Gen G, Global Esports, T1, Team Secret, and Bleed. Meanwhile, Omega has DFM, DRX, Paper X, RQ, Talon, and Zeta. These two just can't ever get away from each other. But overall, I do think these groups are actually surprisingly quite even. Now, we should note for Stage 1, it's these groups playing each other, right? So, for instance, Gen G is not going to play GE for Stage 1. That will happen in Stage 2. So, it's going to be the record of Gen G versus all of the teams in Omega, and then compare that to GE versus all of the teams in Omega, etc., down the line. So, just keep that in mind as you're looking forward to Stage 1, because obviously this is a new format, and it can seem a little bit confusing since we're all new to it, and you're probably not staring at it nonstop. But so just so you know, the storylines like Gen G versus T1 or DRX versus Paper X, that's not going to happen until Stage 2, which could have some implications because some of these teams definitely need a little bit more time to cook. Overall, I would say based on what we've seen from kickoff, the reason I say it seems pretty even is, I mean, for instance, Gen G, a meteoric rise for them for sure, taking second place, first ever grand final for Korea at a Masters event. T1 looked still pretty promising in my opinion. Team Secret, I mean, they had a rough debut of 2024, but I think they really picked things up going into play-ins. Granted, they didn't make it to playoffs, but I really think they continue to prove that they're still going to be that contender for playoffs and kind of a higher seeding trying to get into a Masters or a Champions. Meanwhile, GE and Bleed, I mean, there's definitely some stuff to review there. Meanwhile, in Omega, I mean, you've got Paper X, who, despite having some trouble figuring out what they want to do with their roster and their comps, still got third place at Masters Madrid. Still was able to overpower most of the teams that they faced here, which actually, now that I think about it, was really only Gen G and T1. But both of those teams looked good, so I think that's a good standing for Paper X. I would say Talon actually came out swinging. DRX definitely has fallen compared to the past in terms of like what their ranking should be and what the expected results are for them, but obviously their roster is still very solid. Then you've got, I think, RQ, who, listen, still put up a fight against Gen G. We'll get to the details of my thoughts on RQ here in a little bit. And then you have DFM and Zeta, who both seem to have still a bit of an identity crisis, right? I mean, DFM, a decent first showing, and then looked really rough as they were last year. And Zeta, kind of the same thing, right? Started to look a little hopeful, and then just dropped off. So overall, power level, I think on average, kind of matches up, and it'll be interesting to see which teams grow as the year goes on. Let's jump right into the schedule. Week 1 of VCT Pacific will be kicking off on April 6th, this coming Saturday, and matches will be going on from Saturday through Tuesday for most of the weeks this year, I believe. So If it's ever the weekend through Tuesday, you can assume VCT Pacific is going on. What we're going to do today is we will go through for week 1 of the matches. We'll kind of talk a little bit more in depth about each team, kind of what I'm expecting, what we saw from kickoff, and then we'll do our pick'ems. And then just for fun, we will go through the rest of the week's pick'ems as well. But then after each week, we'll go back and review them and change anything we want based on what we saw from the previous weeks as the season continues on. So that's just something to look forward to. Kicking things off in the very first day, the very first weekend this Saturday is going to be Global Esports versus Zeta Division and Team Secret versus DRX. Now, this is actually, it's quite an interesting day of matches in my opinion. So here's the thing. We'll start with GE and Zeta Division. GE and Zeta Division have already faced each other 2 times this year. This will already be their 3rd matchup, okay, in 2024 alone. So they faced each other in the opening match of kickoff in Group A, and then they met each other in Decider, where Zeta Division was able to take down GE once again to move into the play-ins, and now they'll be kicking things off in Stage 1 against each other as well. So there's that, right? It's already a bit of a weird rivalry going on here between GE and Zeta. When looking at these 2 teams, though, they're oddly both teams that didn't exactly showcase the potential that they had. Well, I say oddly because here's the thing. It's neither of these teams were expected to be like heavy hitters at the beginning of 2024, right? We're not talking like grand old potential all the way down the line, things like that. We're just saying, what did people expect coming into the year 2024? I think there was a little bit of a wider spread of opinions on Zeta Division just because of their history and obviously star players like Deb, etc. But then when it comes to GE, like everyone agreed, okay, you've got a roster full of veterans. Most of these guys all have a lot of experience, either, you know, calling or clearly assisting in calls and preps based on what their teammates have said before, you know, their attitude on stage. They've been on various stages around the world. And so there was some expectation that, oh, they should still be pretty stable. But coming in to kickoff, so let's talk GE first. GE didn't exactly showcase to us that they were going to be the team that brings new ideas in a creative and solid way. Now, they still could be that team, but here's what I mean. Everyone likes to talk about their bind, right? Their Solo Viper bind. And everyone likes to talk about how bad they think the comp is. Now, I agree. I don't like the comp. But the issue I saw, even more so than the composition, was that they weren't even able to show us why they picked the comp in the first place. And if you look at actually some of the GE videos they released one that kind of reviews what happened at kickoff. It's kind of an actually interesting vlog style where it's mostly just kind of these interviews with different members of the team. But they say, it seems, and maybe I'm mistaking this, but it seems that they believe that the execution was a bigger issue than the composition on bind. Now, regardless of whether you objectively think that's true or not, I can see where they're coming from. Because again, I said this when we were on cast as well, whether it's on my streams, etc. Every time I've gotten a chance to talk about it, the problem I saw more so than the composition itself is it can be a bad comp, but at least I want to see why you picked it. Right? Because otherwise, the comp I always go back to on when we're doing co-streams for various regions is I don't want it to become the Jet Reyna Icebox. And what I mean by the Jet Reyna Icebox is, to this day, I haven't really heard a team confidently tell me, after, even if they get a win, right, after getting the win on Icebox, if they're using Jet Reyna and then like Sova, Viper, Killjoy, or whatever, I haven't really heard any team come out and say in the winner's interview of, oh yeah, we really tried this, and the way that you're able to use the Leer and you chain these things together in the space that Reyna creates, that really works for us in Icebox. No, generally what I hear from teams, even if they win with that comp, is, well, we couldn't make the other compositions work, so we went back to this. And listen, I mean, Reyna can do some cool things on Icebox. I think Reyna as an individual can suit various parts of Icebox well, obviously mainly A pipes, things like that. But I'm not seeing, for instance, it's very different from like a Reyna, Raze, Sky, Harbor, right? Where the chaining of all the different things alongside the Leer. So either the Leer is set up to succeed or the Leer is setting someone else up to succeed, one way or the other, right? Like, I'm not seeing this flow chart of the path to success. It's more so just, oh, okay, well, if I hit my shots, like, it's cool. Like, there's things that can work. And it's also it's just in that one scenario, right? It's like, okay, well, if the Reyna does well, that's great. But if they don't, then I'm basically looking at a composition with only 4 agents. And I'm not saying that GE was basically a composition with 4 agents. I'm just making this comparison of, I wanted to see, okay, what is it that you want to do? It could succeed, it could fail, but at least I want to see the process. And I want to see you attempting things that I can tangibly, feel from the gameplay. And we just didn't see much of that. Again, just like the Reyna comps on Icebox, just like the Jet Reyna on Icebox, there were moments, right, where the agents were doing some neat things, and there were some mini tactics that were working out, some small set plays, micro plays, things like that, where it's like, oh, like the chaining of that is cool. Okay, yeah, that's all great, but like, how are you getting there? Like, how is your team setting yourself up for success? And we just didn't see much of that. And quite frankly, I was hoping that regardless of the actual numbers, that we would actually get a lot of that from GE, right? Whether they're putting up round wins or not. I was hoping that was the color that GE was going to show us in 2024. And so far, I'm not convinced. Now, it does sound like, right, they agree that whatever they've been practicing and scrims, etc., didn't come out on stage for kickoff. So can they identify the weaknesses to make sure that they showcase what they've been preparing? Well, I would hope so. Now, on the flip side, Zeta Division. Okay, they make some much needed changes. Everyone's been saying Zeta is also one of those teams that probably needs a change regardless, just because you're getting, you're getting a little complacent, right? You're just trying to make old things work in new metas against new competition, et cetera, et cetera. So they make these new changes. They bring in 2 new recruits. And quite frankly, I think both of them did quite well. Euron more than Huron, actually. I was actually expecting a lot more from Huron, from the off-season form that both of them showed, but Yuran actually came out with a lot more, I think, firepower and a lot more moments than Huron did. But overall, people were expecting, okay, you've got like revamped firepower, you've got these young guns who are probably or hopefully going to be much more eager to make things happen. They're going to bring in fresh ideas, etc. And then you've got Carlo coming in, which no one saw coming, but at the end of the day, it's another outside POV that should help shake things up for Zeta Division. Now, their opening match against GE, as messy as that match was, I thought we saw Zeta taking a lot more initiative, right? And again, for better or worse. And to me, whether it was for better or for worse, that was a good sign for a Zeta Division that used to play very, very slow and very, very stale. So initially, I was like, okay, the match is messy, etc., but if this is the path I would want to see Zeta Division continue on. And then as kickoff went on and, they played even through the play-ins, it just seemed like they were like losing a lot of confidence, and then that was breaking up their comms, and then they were going back to playing slower and reactive, and it was hard to shake off old habits. So again, these are 2 teams that basically they didn't even perform up to like the direction that I was hoping to see from them in kickoff. Now, what I will say, and I'll give this edge to Zeta Division, is Zeta Division played a significant extra number of rounds compared to GE because Zeta Division got to play 2 extra matches in the play-ins. We've heard this from like Gen G, after their win at kickoff. They talked about how the pure number of rounds, because they played something like 429 rounds or something, just way miles above anybody else in kickoff for Pacific. And they talk about how just the sheer number of rounds they had to grind out probably gave them an advantage against opponents like DRX, where they were able to just identify their weaknesses a lot more and work on it and fix it and improve it and iterate on it from game to game to game, as tiring as it was. Now, we heard Sentinel say something similar as well. One of the reasons that Coach Kaplan and some of their players point to in how they were able to beat Gen G in the grand finals was perhaps losing to Gen G the first time, right? And then going through so many more matches, so many more rounds. I mean, Sentinels also had to go through play-ins at America's kickoff. And as tiring, as grueling as it was, they talk about how that not only makes them better, right, by identifying some of the weaknesses, but also puts them kind of in this position to really up their mental game as well, things like that. So I think Zeta having more tape of their own to go back to and review and work on should come in as an advantage. GE on the other hand, I should say, GE, I mean, even in their vlog, right, they're talking about, well, it was really good in scrims, things like that. So, yes, you did still play 3 matches. It wasn't just a 2 and done and get eliminated. So you did play 3 matches. But overall, it's not that much, right? Because 2 of those matches were against Zeta Division, and Bind was played on both of those. So you don't have a wide breadth of opinions to gather from and VODs to review on your own. So most likely, you're probably still just working on the things you've been working on. So again, this is not against GE. I just think this is tough for any team. If you don't have as much firsthand experience to go back and work on and iterate on, I think it's a lot harder because you have to basically try to imagine what else you should work on. And that's tough. That's tough for any team or any coaching staff or any players. So I just think Zeta has a slight edge there. I also think in terms of just like pure firepower and mechanics. And when we say firepower and mechanics, I don't just mean like aim lab scores and things like that, but also just how much more fluid are the individuals able to be. I want to give a slight edge to Zeta. The only edge I'm really giving to G is, again, like they have a lot of experience. So, you know, going through the long matches on stage, etc. Obviously, they have a lot of experience, but quite frankly, Zeta is not exactly lacking in that either, because the core 3 that remain from Dep, Laz, and Sugar Zero, I almost said Sugar Hero, but Sugar Zero, have all been around for so long as well. So at the end of the day, I'm going to give a slight edge to Zeta Division. Now, Team Secret versus DRX. Ooh, there's a lot to unpack here. So, Secret versus DRX. First of all, Secret was one of the teams that actually took down DRX last year. They took them down, gave them that loss in the round robin for League Play of VCT Pacific 2023. Okay, chat. Oh, that's probably really loud. I'm back. Ish. Okay. Oh, actually, that probably wasn't really loud. I'm silly. I don't know how tech works. Let me just change this. Hello, everyone. Okay, let's get set up for this real quick. Was that really loud? I'm sorry if it was. Oh, because you had to turn... Oh, you're right, because I had the video on soft. Oh, I'm sorry. Sorry, I blew your ears out. Now you won't have to listen to your teammates rage in solo queue. Really just doing everyone a favor, you know? Yeah, sorry, I didn't have any text on there that said that that wasn't live, because we were basically, I was saying bye to Jake while we were waiting for the matches to start. Let me just get everything set up real quick, and then we can start talking. Let's see, where's our handy dandy Afrika TV player here? They haven't started it yet. Don't worry. They're saying hello. We haven't missed anything crazy. Why can't I hear it? There we go.
4개 팀들이 지금 패자조에 내려와 있습니다. 디플러스기아와 셰르파 그리고 IAM과 SLT 성남이 내려와 있는데 분명 오늘 모든 팀들이 4월을 걸 거예요.
Okay.
그렇죠. 특히나 최근에 뭐 이제 발로란트 씬에서도 그렇고 그리고 타 종목들에서도 마찬가지고 업셋이 되게 많이 나오거든요.
There we go. Okay.
여러 번의 경기를 치르면서 본인들의 단점을 그 이제 실전에서 극복을 하고
who was there? So for those who missed it, Jake Sin, who is the head of Valorant Esports APAC. So basically all of Pacific, like VCT Pacific, Ascension Pacific. He oversees like everything in Pacific. Was here. We were chatting. That interview, that podcast will be edited and uploaded separately as well, so you don't have to just try to dig up the live broadcast here. But obviously you can go back and watch the entire thing. But I'll probably edit it, put in some extra like images and stuff that whenever we're talking about certain parts, and then we'll upload that tomorrow. So if you missed it, it will be uploaded in a concise and clean format tomorrow, so you can catch on to that. But if you have questions about what was talked about today, feel free. We can discuss it in chat. But overall, I mean, I'm super happy that Jake was willing to come on for this chat, because like some of those questions even I had curiosities about, right? So some of those even I was like, I mean, you know, what's the real thing? What's the real deal here, etc., etc. So I'm glad we got to talk about it. Also, I think for like even for casters, a lot of times it's always kind of nice to know like how much are we really looking to talk, like how much are you really willing to share, right? And how open are you really willing to be? Like how self-aware are you really when for any esports event, etc. So it's always a nice conversation to have, even in a public setting. So huge shout out to Jake. Hope you guys enjoyed that. If you were here for the live chat, hope you guys enjoyed it. We didn't get to every question. I wanted to kind of touch upon things that were asked prior on like Twitter and YouTube first, and then we tried to touch upon any of the things we could that I felt would, you know, be able to be done like in this amount of time. So I'm sorry we didn't get to everything. And sometimes the chat was scrolling up, and as you guys know, my setup is pretty scuffed, so we missed out on a bit. Will the winner of this Korea Challengers go to Tokyo Ascension? There will be another Challengers. There will be another split. There was a question earlier about like the format in South Asia Challengers is different. We've heard it's experimental. Like, what's your take on that? How is that going to work? I was actually curious about that. We didn't get around to it, but maybe that's something I can ask him separately as well in the future. I just want to fix a couple things for my Nightbot, etc. So hang tight here. Chat, who are we rooting for today? We're not rooting for anybody when it comes to, well, other than maybe Team IAM and Nongshim I root for a little bit in my heart when we watch their games. But otherwise, in Challengers Korea, we're not really rooting. We're just watching. The first game is D+ Kia versus Sherpa, which should be an interesting match. When they met against each other, DK did win 2-0. But that was in week 2, so take that as you will. We'll do points predictions here in a little bit. Bum, 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 bum. Let's see. YouTube tomorrow. 엑시 선수 활약이 되게 눈부셨거든요. 본인이 뭐 모든 지표로 다 1등을 기록하는 정도의 경기 내용이 있었고, 엑시가 살아나니까 셀릭도 조금 부담이 내려가는 듯한. Okay, done. Fix my commands. What's the point of winning split 1 in Challengers from Potatoes on YouTube? What's up, Potatoes? Do you get a buy or something? No, you get prize money. And then getting into playoffs secures your spot in split 2. So the 6 teams that are in playoffs right now for Challengers Korea, they will be in split 2. They have their spots. The bottom 2 teams will have to play through promotion relegation matches again. So that's the benefit, and then prize pool.
바인드를 가장 많이 플레이하긴 했지만 최근에 바인드에서 좀 패배가 좀 늘어나긴 했었어요. 네, 많은 팀들이 디플러스 기아의 바인드 파해법들을 들고 왔었고 그걸로 인해서 패배가 쌓이고 있는 상황이다 보니까 지난번 디플러스 기아 경기 때도 한번 언급을 드렸던 것 같은데 선셋을 어떻게 할 것이냐. 맞아요. 다시 한번 밴을 하면 좀 힘든 맵밴 픽으로 갈 것이냐가 중요한 부분인 것 같습니다.
Die-hard fan of IAM. I'm a pretty big fan of Nongshim. Pretty big fan of Yo Man. Let's see here. Let me also tweet out. Do. Let's see. Thanks to Jake for. Huge thanks to Jake for joining the stream.
많은 팬분들께서도 좀 걱정 아닌 걱정을 하고 계실 겁니다.
네.
Podcast will be uploaded separately.
아 셰르파 최근에 흐름이 좋지 못해요.
네, 연패를 기록하고 있어요. 정규 시즌 막바지와 그리고 플레이오프 흐름 자체가 많이 좀 처져 있는데 그럼에도 불구하고 경기 내용을 뜯어보면요. 석패.
Gotta give my thanks, you know. Gotta be a good social citizen.
본인들이 살짝만 바꾸면 승리로 도달할 수 있다라는 거라서 아마 주어진 기간 동안 충분히 좀 바꿔 오지 않았을까라는 기대감이 좀 있습니다.
네.
Challengers Korea.
네. 만나서 이야기를 좀 나눠봤었는데.
DK. Wow. Oh my gosh. If you have a typo while spelling DK, you accidentally spell FK, which is a very different abbreviation.
결국 그 온라인과 오프라인의 극명한 차이긴 해요. 그러니까 온라인 때는 내가 편안한 환경에서 플레이를 할 수 있다 보니까 원하는 플레이들이 나오는
That's not a mistake I want to make.
오프라인에는 또 상대적인 많은 여건들이 존재하잖아요. 뭐 세팅이라든지 아니면 그 관객분들의 함성, 긴장감 이런 것들 때문에 경기력이 안 나오는 거라서 셰르파도 마찬가지로
네.
그리고 기대하고 있는
Korea Challengers overlaps with Game Changers Southeast Asia. I believe so, right? Game Changers is going on every day this week, right?
웨이비 이 두 선수가 요원 숫자 진짜 많습니다. 플레이한 요원 숫자.
Yo, what's up, Buddha?
10개를 담당을 하고 있거든요.
맞아요.
그만큼 팀의 전략적 중추를 좀 담당하고
Who do you think is the better team right now? This is from YouTube. Bleed or GE? I mean, who knows what Bleed looks like right now, though? I don't know.
야,
학교 끝나고
하교하고 일로 오셨.
Oh, I actually didn't see the new GE jerseys. Can someone link it? So, I heard people talking about it. I haven't seen it yet. Hold on, give me 1 second. I gotta close my door.
그 학생분들이 점심시간에 그렇고 되게 많이
자,
보시더라고요.
바로 옆이가 물어볼게. 지금 보통 학교 몇 시에 끝나요? 아, 원래 6시에 끝나는데 오늘 일찍 끝났다고. 근데 생각보다 되게 빨리 끝났는데.
그러니까 저 때는 그 10시쯤에 끝나는 게 거의 국룰 아닌 국룰이었는데
보통 빨리 끝나면 30분 정도 일찍 끝나던가.
근데 야자를 안 하면 한 3시 반쯤 끝납니다.
아,
네.
그래요? 그렇군요. 자,
그래서
그래서
아마 랭겜에서 좀 만났을 친구들인 것 같아요. 경쟁에서 한 번씩은 마주했을 것 같아요. 네.
자, 셰르파의 스탯시도 나오고 있습니다. 확실히 한 선수의 그
Yo, yeah, I saw Valito Asia was just they were just clipping away. I was like, holy cow. Also, I'm really curious how Boba versus Zipto is gonna go for Game Changer Southeast Asia. If anyone's double watching, well, actually, don't put up updates in chat because maybe other people want to watch it separately, so don't spoil it. But I am so curious. What is my baseless estimation for GE versus Bleed? I don't know. I think GE slightly has an edge. I'm not sure.
개코 플레이했을 때 특정 로터스나 뭐 이런 쪽에서 플레이해서
Excuse me.
말리는 모습이 있었거든요.
실제로 그래서 스플릿에서 그 레이즈
The fans that were in the audience, they actually literally the caster said it. They literally came as soon as school ended, which is cool.
아이스박스와 선셋에서는 또 좋은 승률을 보이고 있고요.
네, 그래서 뭐 선셋을 배난다는 가정하에서
Yeah, GE won the first time, and I can't imagine that Bleed is that much better.
픽인 것 같아서 저는 오히려 셰르파 쪽에서의 로터스나 스플릿에 대한 밴을 어떤 식으로 할지가 궁금하긴 하네요.
네.
이게 로터스 좀 고민될 것 같긴 해요, 진짜로. 왜냐면 D 플러스 기아가 로터스가 되게 안 좋거든요. 그래서 쉐르파 입장에서도 40% 승률이긴 합니다만 상대편한테 조금 더 약점이 될 만한 포인트를 생각을 한다면 로터스도 충분히 고민해볼 만한 포인트라고 생각합니다.
확실히 좀 매번 말씀드리고 있긴 합니다만 맵밴 픽이 정말 중요하다는 걸 말씀드리겠고 그리고
네,
셀릭과 한의 수치 비교가 나오고 있습니다.
셀릭은 감도를 정했습니다. 근데 한 선수는 아직도 고민하고 있더라고요.
맞아요. 얘기 좀 많이 나눠봤잖아요.
네, 800에 0.25를 쓸까 800에 0.4를 쓸까.
차이가 큰데요?
근데 그런데도 불구하고 이 정도의 스탯을 뽑고 있다는 게 대단한 거예요.
그렇죠.
네.
계속 세팅을 바꿔가게 되면 이게 슬럼프에 빠질 수도 있거든요.
맞아요. 그리고 거기다가 이제 0.4는 굉장히 좀 빠른 쪽에 속하잖아요. 그러다 보니까 기복도 올 수가 있는 거고요.
셀릭 선수가
한쪽은 다운, 한쪽은 엄지척.
그러니까요.
예. 내가 때려줄게.
쳐버리겠다.
한 때려요.
예. 근데 셀릭 선수가 최근에 그 감도를 또 되찾았는데 한 선수 또 이걸 또 보고 아 재밌네요.
하는데 할 거 한다 이런 느낌인데요. 예.
그러니까 이게 또 친하니까 이게 또 가능한 거
아,
아니겠습니까?
맞아요. 예.
예, 저렇게 셀릭과 한 선수도 상황 한번 지켜봤고요. 양팀 감독님들 만나서 이야기를 나눠보도록 하겠습니다. 이시윤 아나운서가 기다리고 있습니다. 인터뷰 만나보시죠.
WDG 발로란트 챌린저스 코리아 스테이지 1. 안녕하세요. 아나운서 이시윤입니다. 네, 오늘의 첫 번째 경기
Oh, almost missed the coach interview. Sorry. My wife just got home, so I wanted to say hi. Let me translate this for you guys. That's not who was speaking, but the guy who was speaking was DK's head coach Perry. And the one on the right is Shiv, the head coach of Sherpa. Today, a very important match because it is an elimination match here in the playoffs. Perry, how do you feel about your chances for victory? Because this could be our last match, we'll make sure that we have no regrets left after today's match. What about you, Shiv? We'll do our best to make sure this isn't our last match here on stage.
라운드 로빈 동안 출전하지 않았던 YY 선수가 플레이오프 기간 동안 들어오면서 출전 빈도가 점점 늘어나고 있습니다.
Okay, so let's talk about YYY. He debuted in the playoffs and he's been playing more maps. Was that part of the strategic thing, or is there a different reason that he started showing up in playoffs? No, it wasn't a strategic choice, but as we were preparing, we felt that we needed a change. So as we were scrimming and practicing, we've had good results with YYY, so we decided to make that leap coming into playoffs. Interesting, because I was wondering as well if it was intentional. Okay, so for Shiv, Sherpa. When people say Sherpa, people think aggressive and kind of a wild cannon. Now, is this something that you are building in the team as a coach, or is this just something that comes out from the players themselves? I personally like to think that we're not just like overly aggressive. I think we just have good reads on our opponents. But if the fans think of it that way, I actually really appreciate it because we'll continue to try to give you guys the aggressive gameplay. Okay, so for today, if you had to select a key player that will bring home the victory, who is it going to be? I believe it will be XC. I think he's going to be, if he can be the solid anchor for the team, the center and the foundation, he'll help bring home the victory. What about you, Shiv? He's there, he is in the background. For us, it's always going to be our MVP, Han. Of course, kind of the main star headline of Sherpa. Cool. That's it for the coach interviews. Chat, let me step away for a brief second again because I had to run back while I was talking to my wife real quick because I saw the coach interview happening. But I will be right back. We'll be back before the match start. I might miss the map draft, but we will be right back. Don't go anywhere.
잘하기도 했고요. 또 그리고 팀의 좀 이제 중심이 되는 기둥 같은 선수라서 또 감독님께서 많이 의지해 주시는 것 같아요.
맞습니다.
네.
양팀 많이 떨릴 것 같아요. 지금 지게 되면 스테이지 1 끝나는 거니까.
네, 게다가 또 명성이 있잖아요. 셰르파의 경우에도 예선전을 뚫고 올 때 심상치 않다, 우승 후보다 이런 여론들이 자자했었고,
맞아요.
디플러스키야 뭐 명실상부 이제 챌린저스 코리아에서는 강팀이니까 그런 팀들이 지금 패자조에서 코인이 없는 상태다 보니 많이 긴장될 것 같습니다.
맞습니다. 그래서 오늘 경기에서 최대한 떨지 않고 하는 게 중요할 것 같은데 중계진들의 승부 예측은 이렇게 나왔습니다. 전부
2대1이네요.
풀맵이에요. 네, 2대1로 나왔습니다. 예측이 안 된다는 겁니다.
맞아요.
네.
네.
그 지난번부터 되게 명경기가 많이 나와가지고요. 예, 웬만하면 2대1이 가장 좀 예상이 가더라고요.
그러니까 저희 둘은 지금 셰르파를 얘기를 했는데 박동진에서는 이제 디플러스키를 좀 꼽아주셨어요.
그래도 지난 경기 이후에 어느 정도 좀 정비할 수 있는 시간들이 있었을 거고, 그리고 YY 선수에 대한 그 숙제가 엔젠 선수로 향하게 되면서 좀 바뀌지 않을까. 다시 한번 좀 강팀의 디플러스키아의 면모가 나오지 않을까라는 생각에 디플러스키아를 좀 꼽긴 꼽았습니다만 저는 반반이었습니다.
반반이요.
예, 반반이었어요.
Okay. Okay. We're back. We're gonna focus on the match.
그럼 반반이라고 하긴 했지만 굳이 또 셰르파를 딱 꼽은 이유가 있다면.
As they're talking about their own predictions.
좀 잡아먹지 않을까.
라는
기대감으로 골랐습니다.
Thank you, Jason. Is that what you're gonna say, Ira? The American EMEA interviews always seem to involve something about what they're going to do in the game to win, while APEC and China always about make sure to play their best and give it a shot. I mean, I think it's partly about the questions that are given as well. If the interviewer is very well versed in the game, then they're going to be able to kind of pinpoint other questions. Like, here's the thing: is that sure, it'd be great. It'd be great if we live in a world where like every esports team had amazing marketing training and PR training, and you know they were all the coaches and players were able to give great answers no matter what. But that's not the world we live in. Even in sports, that's not true. So really comes down to being able to ask really good questions, and it's not as easy as it sounds. Like even if you have good knowledge of the game or the matches, it's not easy to ask a question that draws out a really good long answer. Because sometimes you think your question is good and it can be answered in like yes, and it's like, oh well, that ruins everything. So I think it's a mix of both of that.
네, 그래서 맵뱀픽이 어떤 식으로 이어지게 될지는 잠시 후에 확인해 보겠습니다. 자, 분명
Oh, even well, part of it is I think cultural as well.
약한 부분을
If you're talking about the international, if you're talking about specifically the answers, I thought you meant just overall like the flow of the interview.
로터스가 먼저 복귀입니다.
우리도 싫다.
네.
너네도 싫지?
Let's update this.
하지 말자.
선셋 우리 한 번도 안 했어.
안 할 거야.
플러스 기하는 간 선셋은 무조건
Let's see.
아이스박스.
Icebox.
장점을 갖고 있는 전장으로 갔습니다 일단요.
어센트도 사실 마찬가지거든요.
네.
이러면 그냥
센트.
다른 맵들끼리 가는 상황이 됐습니다.
Huh.
아, 진짜 팍 터지겠네요.
예, 진짜 모든 걸 보여주고.
Kind of going for the classic maps here.
결국에 코인이 없는 상태고 여기서 지면 끝이니까.
그렇죠.
And then an aim duel on Breeze.
가자는 생각이 앞섰던 것 같고요.
자, 뒷사이더는 브리즈로 선택이 됐습니다.
Interesting.
승률 보게 되면 디플러스 기아는 2승 2패. 아, 셰르파는 0승 1패.
Let's see. Oh my gosh, why can't I pop out my Twitch chat? There we go.
디플러스 기아한테 쉐르파가 13대 7로 패배했던 전장이기 때문에
네.
어떻게 보면 마지막 디사이더가 브리즈가 된 건 디플러스 입장에서는
Oops.
조금 더 호재인
That's
상황이고요.
not the chat I want to be doing that in.
가기 싫다는 의지가 있을 거라서.
그렇죠.
그래서 일단 선공을 골랐고 공격 때 좀 터트릴 수 있으면 터트리자 이 생각을 하는 것 같습니다.
야, 이렇게 되면은 셰르파는 무조건
Wait, why can't I do this?
끝내고 싶을 거고.
네.
What's going on, chat?
설사 뒷사이더까지 간다 하더라도 마음적으로도 괜찮을 수 있어요.
Why can't I do this?
양팀의 또 조합이 어떻게 됐을지 좀 궁금하긴 하고요. 양팀 다 조합의 바운더리가 엄청나게 막 많이 바뀌는 팀들은 아니거든요.
맞아요.
대부분 다 좀 일률적으로 비슷한 조합들을 추구하는 팀들이라서요.
그리고 디플러스 기아는
Hmm.
지난 경기까지 YYY 선수가 나왔었는데 오늘 엔젠 선수가 등장해서
Chat, in fact, where is my
되겠습니다. 아이스박스예요.
man.
하바이퍼의 셰르파와 디플러스 기아는 그
I don't know why this isn't working.
그 스킬 합들이 되게 중요하다는 얘기를 많이 들었었는데 디플러스 기아의 아이스박스를 한번 뜯어봤을 때
You guys like the timeout episode? Yeah, there's an episode 2. There's an episode 2. So for those wondering.
이번 시즌 내내 좀 보여줬던 조합이고 실제로 효율도 나쁘지 않습니다. 그러다 보니까 계속해서 좀 밀고 나가는.
Oh, it's Slash. You are correct. It's not Nightbot. Thank you.
이전 전승 그리고 셰르파 아이스박스 3승 1패.
Oh man.
좋은 승률을 보이고 있는 전장에서 첫 번째 맵 플레이하게 되겠습니다. 셰르파가 선택한 이 아이스박스인데요. 디플러스 기아가 먼저 선공이고 셰르파가 선수비로 이어지게 됩니다. 과연 이 두 팀의 첫 번째 맵에서의 승리팀은 어떤 팀이 될지 그리고 선취 득점을 하는 것 자체가 되게 중요하기 때문에 어떤 팀이 선취 득점을
We're gonna skip it for this one because the match is gonna start.
첫 번째 맵 아이스박스 피스톨 라운드로
But we'll come back for map 2. So you guys will have an advantage in your point prediction. Just as a heads up, hopefully I don't have to do this, but obviously don't be silly in chat. Don't talk about your personal financial choices. Don't care, don't want to know, but you can talk about the game, you can talk about points predictions when we do them, etc., etc. And obviously don't flame the players, but you can provide feedback, you can react. It's all in the rules. Just follow the rules and we'll all be a happy family.
네, 엄청 많이 많이 나오진 못했어요. 앞쪽에 한 선수를 심어놓은 정도밖에는 안 됐고 이러면 디플러스 기아가 충분히 준비된
I don't have my pen ready, so let's do that. For episode 2, I mean,
한이 안 걸렸어요. 안 걸렸어요. 몰라요.
oh, it would have been nice if he could have gotten more than one.
나쁘지 않은 교환인데요.
네, 못해도 둘은 데려갈 줄 알았는데.
자, 이제 좀더 보죠.
Shoot, oh, right in the center as well.
굉장히 잘했네요. 이거 교환이 나쁘지 않아서.
I think Hermes thought he would be able to take one hit before.
자, 지원봇이 스파이크 설치까지는 해냈고요. 가스비 혼자 남았습니다.
아, 근데 프링의 커버가 대박이었네요.
네.
그러니까 한에게 대사고가 날 수도 있는 사이즈였는데 거기서 시선 처리를 통해서 일단 한을
So yeah, the guess for episode 2, I mean, I don't know if I'm like allowed to say or not, but I think you can kind of guess who they would be, considering we had, you know, 5 coaches for episode 1. And there's like a teaser for episode 2 right at the end of that video, so you can see Alex in that.
계속 딜레이를 시킬 거라서요.
네. 피스톨 라운드 디플러스 기아가 가져갑니다.
피스톨 단계긴 하지만 양 팀 다
I'm sorry to hear that, CanStar.
그 가져와야 되는 포인트들을
VCT will always be here.
했었는데 디플러스 기아가 좀 더 잘
My cam blocks the interface. Thank you.
바로 그냥 트레이드 당한 게 굉장히 좀 컸었고요.
맞아요. 그러니까 최소 둘까지는 보냈으면 이게 상황이 어떻게 됐을지 모르겠는데
네.
하나 보내고 바로 트레이드가 나다 보니까 디플러스 기아가 좀 수월하게 A를 좀 밀 수가 있었습니다.
자, 그럼에도 셰르파는 저 만조와 함께 뭐 컨베이어 벨트 라인을 좀 쥘 수 있으면 베스트긴
Trying
할
to
겁니다.
Get my setup all back to normal position. Really, I'm hoping to do more content like that, like just podcasts and chats with people in VCT. And obviously sometimes they'll have to be online, but so hopefully I can start to build up the setups a little bit one by one. Like not anything fancy, but just so it's smoother, it's cleaner, etc. Okay, so now talking about the match, Sherpa versus DK. It's an elimination match in the lower bracket of playoffs for Challengers Korea. This is split 1, so the winner does not necessarily go to Ascension at Tokyo. They will have to play through split 2 for that. But obviously there's a lot of prize money involved, etc. So something to work towards. The highlight of this matchup always will be between these two teams. It's going to be Han, as you saw on screen, versus Selig, as we saw previous to that. So the two duelists, two huge kind of star players, explosive duelist players. Han from like 2-3 years ago, Selig from last year. So and our we should have talked about this with Jay. So for those who missed it, since we do have a tech pause going on right now, for those who missed it, we did talk about the tech pauses that happened at Pacific Kickoff with Jake, and he actually let us know what the problems were and why it took so long compared to usual. And told us that they've started kind of set up a little bit earlier as well for stage 1, that things are already underway. They're starting rehearsals today, it sounds like, so tech rehearsals for stage 1. And so Jake seems to think that like things of that caliber should not be happening again. I mean, they shouldn't be happening and they won't be happening again as far as he could tell. Obviously, again, like we talked about it with Jake as well. Like Masters of Madrid had a couple short tech pauses. I mean, last year's Pacific had some bad tech pauses as well. But it's about if can we move on with the show, right? It's about does it impact the game or not. So hopefully that all gets resolved here. Can we all agree DRX has lost their way when Seth has lost faith in them? Faith in them. You know, I was thinking during the Plat Chat episode, my goal now on Plat Chat is to get on the show often enough and talk about RRQ often enough that there comes a day where I stop voting for RRQ, but Bren does. That's the day I hope for, because we've got to the point where Seth convinced Bren to have faith in DRX right as Seth is starting to give up on him. That's the goal. Snowman push. I mean, this is a bonus, so this is a very worthy attempt from DK, because they already got the plant, and now they're actually in a 2v2. You still have Cove and Recon? That's huge. This Recon has to be big.
싸움이에요.
It doesn't actually technically clear this portion of yellow, but I think they're gonna assume that it's cleared. They have no idea where they went because they had no control of the site. Cove? Oh, I think Wavy was still in his high tide motion there.
더블킥 나오겠는데요?
Oof.
여기서 정리를 해냅니다.
상대 체력 없다는 브리핑이 된 것 같아요. 그러다 보니까 과감한 더블픽 너무 좋았고요.
스코어 3대0 디플러스기아.
Why was it just paper thin and Achilles at the RQ split? I mean, maybe they wanted paper thin and Achilles. I don't know. I'm kind of, in some ways, I'm kind of glad because if I was part of that content piece, if I was asked to do that, I would have done it if I was asked to. But if I had done that, and I like, here's the thing: I'm not just glazing R&Q. Like, I actually have reasons that I have faith in them or in their potential. I agree that we haven't seen it come to fruition. But if I was in that content piece, then like I would never escape the accusations that they're bankrolling me. So in some ways it works out.
만조를 통해서 A 앞쪽을 좀 깊게 먹어놓긴 했지만 상대편이 지금 눈에 보이는 상황은 아니라서요. 정보를 좀 줘야 될 것 같은데요, 이거는요.
보우가 한번 슬쩍슬쩍 나가 보는데요.
I mean, generally Sherpa's aim
이게 그냥 컨베이어 벨트에서 다 기다리고 있나?
is actually pretty solid too, I would say.
그래서 보우도 한번 체크를 해본 건데 일단
Han,
자, 이러면 미드 나왔다.
Val, and Wavy all are fairly consistent. I guess Wavy and Godspeed kind of trade off and on, but
반대로 디플러스키아는 앞쪽으로 가면서 설치하면서 각을 보겠죠.
XC trying to make sure he doesn't make a mistake with the placement of the wingman.
뱀미팔 때문에 끊겼습니다.
근데 결국엔 스파이크 회수를 했다 보니까 그냥 한 턴 접었다 다시 가도 될 것 같아요.
Only 30 seconds left. So the chances of the rotate are low, but because you don't know if they had already left, Sherpa, I like this. If I was going in to double check, they're now going to hear more units. He's still... So this is the rough part, is because of this, because Sherpa couldn't actually take over yellow, right? They basically had to respect the toxic screen if they didn't want to make a mistake. So Vo's backup had to be late, right? Because you didn't actually know if it was just like the Gecko trying to go for a fake here. So I actually like Vo's decision. Was there a better way to do it? I don't know, but it ends up meaning that the Sova's backup is late there.
상대편이 만조를 긋고 나서 만조가 끝났던 타이밍 때에 연계가 되는 것들이 너무 세다 보니까 쉐르파가 B 리테이크가 잘 안 됩니다. 그러니까 A 쪽에다가 독성 장막을 깔아놓고 난 다음에 B 쪽은 그럼 우리가 커버를 만조로 하겠다는 생각인 건데 만조가 끝나고 난 다음에 본인들이 독성 장막 너머로 넘어가는 플래시 연계 지금 계속 B가
Early timeout, which I think seems a little needed.
방금 전에도 그런 상황이 나왔었죠. 독성 장막 올린 다음에 그다음 플래시 드라이브 던지고
I think there needs to be a hopefully they can discuss their solution for B.
많이 보여줬었던 아이스박스 눈사람 밀기 작전이랑 되게 비슷한데
네.
저게 또 싫다면은
Because right now Sherpa's giving a lot of respect to the toxic screen in both ways, right? They're giving a lot of respect to they're giving a lot of respect to Yellow, but they're also giving respect to Snowman. So DK just has their pick of like post plant Yellow or push into Snowman.
오히려 그냥 총대총의 싸움을 할 수 있는 거예요.
그러니까 이런 템포 조절이 되게
So I think Sherpa, most likely what's going to happen in the timeout, or what I think should happen in the timeout, is they're going to try to figure out how to bolster their defense on B, which means DK most likely want to try to put a little more pressure on A once again this round. Oh, in fact, okay, they're just going to push out of A instead of going for the retake on A. Okay, that's another way to do it. I mean, it's one or the other, so...
A를 세게 밀어야 돼요.
네. 자, 물론 쉐르파가 이제 이전 라운드 4라운드 같은 경우에 총기가 좀 짧았다 보니까 그런 액션을 좀 주기 힘들었다라고 한다면 이번은 좀 해봐야죠.
다섯 번째 라운드입니다. 현재 스코어 4대 0으로
That this high tide is not ideal. Could have been a little deeper because you could get all the way up here, right? So something to consider. Obviously didn't happen. But okay, so Sherpa's just trying to be much more proactive. They're going to push out early and then they're going to push out mid. That way they're not caught just having to respect the toxic screen because they've already given up yellow control. I mean, sure, the alarm bot's there, but they've already given that up. So overall, I mean, it's better.
근데 나노섬도 빠르게 커버가 됐다 보니까
Not using the nanoswarms after the alarm bot, a bit unfortunate, but the alarm bot from the back is gonna detect them though, right? Do you trip it? Oh, you do. Okay. I was wondering if you go for it again. You're just gonna rotate. Should have been able to hear the footsteps, I think, right at the last second there. Not sure.
근데 이거 결국 B를 가긴 가야 돼요. A를 가긴 A에 누가 어디까지 나와 있는지
Lockdown. Nothing to counter it.
안전하게 가자라는 판단이네.
Now, you could, if you're looking at the minimap, you could approach right up to here again, right? So you already have freeing, kind of being concerned about that. This puts Sherpa just back where they were before. So I'm not too convinced that this is the end result that they wanted.
정찰용 화살 커버가 빨리 돼야 돼요. 커버 바로 됐고.
I mean, they just have to kind of assume, okay, that's good coverage from Han. Half is done. Do you still have, no, you don't have code, but you do have Cascade. I mean, they still have time because they already did half. Someone needs to start sticking it now, though. Okay, Han with good cover. Triple kill as well.
푸시를 너무 잘했고 그때 반해체를 한 것 때문에 디플러스 기아가 심리적으로 되게 많이 쫓겼어요.
예. 자, 이러면 타임아웃을 한 라운드에서 점수를 먹게 되는 셰르파입니다.
A 사이트를 쭉 밀어봤다가 없으니까 미드를 빠르게 밀면서
I mean, the thing, I think the difference here was basically you at least had solid snowman control, right? So you were still able to set up your retake. You had a lot of your utilities still able to available because you just basically pushed out mid in 3. So while I wasn't too convinced with the movement from Sherpa, they were still setting themselves up better for success. So they'll continue to pressure this aggression here early on. Oof, yeah, you can't stay there. I mean, he was flashed, but on. I mean, the 1-for-1 trade against the Gecko already would have been okay. I mean, sure, you lost your Sova. I mean, Han was trying to exit. He gets picked off through the smoke, so that's unfortunate. So now you basically have to stick around, right? And I mean, with the Killjoy setups here, Godspeed can't really go anywhere else if you want to make sure that you're still getting information to B. But now you can't watch mid, so you kind of have to be wary of a potential rotate through mid. Alarm bot's been pinged. I love this wait from DK, right? You're just going to wait. You know that you have the numbers advantage, so either they're stacking 3-man, or they're not going to be able to really bolster either site. And you haven't seen them cross into yellow, right? Because Viper's holding that angle. So you know that you should be safe here on yellow. At maximum, there's one guy. Okay, Killjoy gets tagged. Still have no command as well if you want. If DK wants to really snowball this forward. I mean, they're waiting for him, but the pinch timing. If Mangong can keep at least 2 tied up like this, yeah. If Godspeed can, if Mangong stayed alive, suddenly Sherpa's in a really good position. But I don't know if they actually heard the mid movement. It might have been just outside of range. Also, it's land. Also, technically, they only heard like the last couple steps, even if they heard it. So then they wouldn't have been sure. And I don't know if they wanted to risk like slow checking this and then crossing over to A about the previous round. Chainix, watch your limits. Saying easy and cheering for the team you want to cheer for is fine. Calling out the other team, not so cool. Oh, they did hear him now. Doesn't want to get hit by the null or the 0 point. This is way too many smokes. Hey, overall, trap play works.
상대편에 뭔가 전개를 할 만한 수단들 많이 잘라 먹어서요.
자, 그리고 일단 반조가 그어져 있어요.
그리고 A로 돌리기에도 뭐가 찜찜한 게 이거 그냥 두고 가면은 총 다 먹고 들어올 거 뻔히 아니까 불안한 겁니다. 그래서 연계로 일단 밀어내자.
It's still all through. Oh, actually, only 2 sheriffs.
근데 심판?
Oh, that reckoning's kind of big.
맞습니다.
But if XC leaves now, good chance of the rifles getting picked up, right?
할 수밖에 없거든요.
그래서 일부러 빠지는 발소리 살짝 주고 나서 다시 가는 겁니다.
This is gonna re-clear.
일부러 빠지는 발소리. 그러니까 지금 미드 쪽으로 눈이 돌아가는 거예요.
Mangong's checking.
속았어요. 완전히 속았어요.
But I wonder if Sherpa has the read on the timing. I wonder if they are confident that he hasn't crossed yet. I don't know if Mangong actually had full vision.
되는 거거든요.
이층설.
They're actually going to be able to get both of them are now going to be able to get rifles because of the wraparound. I actually didn't quite account for this. What a crazy gambit here for the plant though. 1v2. He does have Thrash.
돌아가기에는 시간이 지금 너무 많이 걸리는 상황이라서 한 명 자체는 희생을 해야 되고 그게 아니면 먼저 그냥 에키를 잡아야 되는 상황이라
일단 총기는 들긴 들었어요.
예, 확률이 디플러스 기아가 많이 좀 올라갔습니다.
네, 엑시가 봐야 될 곳이 너무 많아요.
Yeah, this is not the greatest of locations.
사람을 통해서 오나 아니면은 뭐 옐로우를
I would have liked it if he was actually deeper into kitchen, because that way they wouldn't be able to know. Okay, detains one,
근데 이거 웨이비는 안 묶였습니다.
but the smoke, he's ready for it as well. I mean, he knows they would have to leave.
시간 때문에.
No time.
시간이 안 되겠는데요?
시간이
Damn.
안 됩니다.
I mean, granted, it was an eco for Sherpa, but well done.
와, 이거 큰 사고 나고 막 절야각 나올 뻔했었던 라운드를 엑시가 구원해냈습니다.
Ah, you can plant there. You can plant right around the corner as well. There's actually a lot of places you can plant on B. They're just 99% of them are not safe.
사운드를 냈었던.
네, 발사운드를 내고 뭐 통상적인 1층의 설치가 아닌 요동봇을 좀 활용할 수
Yeah, that was a nice try for Sherpa more than anything. Obviously, well played by XC in the 1v2, but
자, 결국 해치가 되지 않으면서
good use of the Gecko util.
라운드를 따냈고요. 6대 1이 됐습니다.
이 테크 자체는 쉐르파가 되게 좀 강점이 있을 만한 타이밍인데요.
일단 B 앞쪽은
dude, they're just ready for that now. They're ready for that exact angle.
전 라운드 때 요동봇을 썼다 보니까 일단 구덩이로 B를 봉쇄를 하고 나서 미드와 A 위주의 힘을 싣자.
Man, but Sherpa, they don't even keep control of A pushed out, right? They just deny it, and it seems like Sherpa's basically working off of timings now more than anything. Set up the high tide, pressure them. They'd have to re-clear all that. See if they make a move during that time on B. If they do, you shift your weight more towards B. If not, you would eventually refill A. Oof, dude, that was a potential spray down moment.
가스비까지 간 건 사고예요.
자, 그러다 보니까
That cascade's not doing much for you either.
이게 리테이크를 만들기 위한 봉쇄를 들고 있던 가스비까지 간 거라서 이건 상황이 좀 애매해졌습니다.
With the Killjoy down, I mean, yeah, you could just use.
측면쪽 1싸움 한이 승리.
근데 커버가 됐고
서로 교환이 되면서 2대 2가 됐습니다. 그리고 A로 돌립니다.
자, 이거 빨라요. 이거 그 셰르파가 생각한
You still have Dizzy and Mosh. You got a snake bite, so it's a lot of post plant you can still do. Still gonna try to clear all of that.
이것도 중요합니다.
영역 장악.
이게 바이퍼가 살아있고 웨이비 스킬이 한번 빠졌던
The Dizzy does land on up on the rafters, so you can't use that. So they're just gonna play for post plant.
조금 애매합니다. 이번에도 좀 묘해요.
일단 설치까지는 이어졌고요. 보우가
Drones cleared everything close.
해주고 있어요.
해만 태워가지고 위치 강제로 찍게 만들고 해야 될 것 같은데요.
자, 만조 돌았고.
폭포 세워두고.
All right, that's one.
일단 던질 것들이 남아 있으니까 이걸 좀 빼긴.
There's only one more snake bite though.
이제 몰리루는 하나 남았습니다.
Oof, dude, the timing.
아, 네, 엑시가.
I mean, really well read by,
보였네요.
really well read by XC.
따냅니다. 7대1.
아까부터 디플러스 기아가 이런 식의 좀 소수가 남았을 때에 좀 돌리는 운영이라던가 메우는 플레이들이 상당히 잘 되네요.
아, 근데 엑시 활약이 진짜 대단한 게 요동봇 한 칸 남았어요.
또 돌아요.
네.
네, 요동보 세 번째 아닌가요?
Oh yeah, his thrash is only 1 point away. Holy cow.
처음에도 되게 빠르게 돌렸었는데 두 번째 요동봇을 사용을 했을 때도 사실 클러치 용도로 썼었거든요.
맞아요.
그쵸.
네. 2층 쪽에서
7-1
이번에도
for DK.
한 칸 남았습니다.
철저한
Sherpa's, I mean, sure, it's just sheriffs, but
디플러스 기아가 너무 무난하게 라운드를 따내고
I mean, the thing is like, okay, going for the like timings and etc. It's cool if it works, but again, it is a lot of assumption, right? And at that point, you have to win. You definitely have to win the fights.
1라운드 때 피스톨 때 했던
And that can sound a little bit like hindsight, but
좀 당황했죠, 셰르파가.
it's the risk you take. And Sherpa is not paying. They're not getting their dividends back.
열어주겠다 이건 것 같은데요.
장막 올라간 상황에서
자신감이 있어요.
여기
네.
셀릭.
이미 그리고 총기 차이가 나는 라운드라.
아,
네,
I mean, they got funds too, so they can just push in.
설치가 됐고요. 망공 혼자 남았습니다.
What did he tell you? What was the question? I must have missed it. Oh, I see it. When will episode 2 of Timeout release? I have no idea. I actually had no idea episode 1 was being released yesterday. It's funny because I was thinking to myself like, huh, I wonder when that video is going to come out. And then it like released. And then I realized it released like 20 minutes before I had that thought. And I was like, oh, I guess it's out.
참 이게 디플러스 기아가
벤다리?
그냥 한번 해보자. 아, 근데 너무 많아요, 너무 많아요, 너무 많아요.
이러면 시간도 없습니다.
근데 프링에게 주고 이거 공세 한 칸.
자, 프링이 대기하고 있었는데 마무리 지으면서 라운드 디플러스 기아가 가져가게 됐고요. 8대 1입니다.
공사이클이 되게 좋게
No, I'm glad you guys enjoyed it. I was wondering how it would come out because we tried our best to make sure that there was a lot of like organic conversation and discussion. But obviously it's not easy, especially because we had to do like translations as well for the Korean coaches and things like that. But I thought that there was so much potential for a piece like that, so we really wanted to draw it out. Obviously it's edited, that helps, so we can cut down a lot of the like translating or things like that. But I wasn't sure if what we were going for, what the crew and I were going for, would get delivered. So I'm glad people enjoyed it. I'm glad people enjoyed it. Yeah, I assume it will come out today or tomorrow because I think the intent is to have them come out before stage 1 starts. So hopefully today, so we don't have to wait too long.
갖고 있는 와중에 망공이 먼저.
Dude, Sherpa need to win all 3 of the remaining rounds here.
옐로우 쪽에서
그쵸, 무리를 안 하면 됐는데 셀릭이 과감하게 지른 거에 같습니다. 무리를 한 건 아니었거든요.
째고 있어요, 망공은.
So Sherpa seems to, I mean, the thing is there's a fine line between what Sherpa's doing and what Gen G usually does. And it's a matter of, are you prepared for the opponent potentially counteracting your aggression, right? And your peaks and your contact. Oh, dude, Selig is tying up 2-3 people. Viper now leaves. Now they know, right, that as the Jet's leaving. Only 25 seconds. The thing is DK was being way too cautious as well. I mean, dude, Selig drew so much time. Caught him. Maybe spots one. He knows one's under. Gotta hide your bow there. Rough. Maybe we could get something similar with the IGLs in the future. That'd be fun. That would be fun. Like an IGL roundtable. That would be fun. Wasn't DK the best last year? DK was the best. They went to Ascension last year. You know, they got pressed a little bit by Shadow Corp, now SLT. But obviously all the rosters have changed. All the players have changed on both sides. But DK's had some roster changes. And I would say that, I mean, they're still, I mean, obviously they're winning right now. And they're still like solidly in top 3 of Challengers Korea. But I think there's a lot of rookies now as well to consider. And I think DK... Here's the thing is that I wasn't a huge fan of the way DK played last year either. I was actually almost upset that they were like solidly the best team in Korea because I felt like they had a lot of weaknesses that just weren't being challenged. So I think we're starting to see that happen a little bit. I'm gonna be honest, I wasn't listening very carefully, but I'm pretty sure what happened at the end of that last round was the Korean casters were like, oh man, like the fact that the kill goes to the Killjoy. And it's like, I mean, listen, they're doing their job. I would do the same thing if I was casting live on the official broadcast. But like this half is over. This is honestly, this is part of the problem with like doing VOD reviews or watch parties too much, is because on my own channel I can look at a round like this and be like, okay, like it's a good clear of the pit. Very good, but what does it mean, right, for the half? Not much. And I get very down to earth. And then sometimes I find myself doing that on the live cast if I was VOD reviewing too much on stream, where I'm just like, yeah, like I say things matter-of-factly. I'm like, well, I should probably put a little more excitement and meaning behind some of these things.
야 이게 딱 들어가다가 한 명이 사고 나고 그 다음에 옐로우 라인을 빠르게 밀어서 구덩이를 그냥 싸먹는 구도가 됐고요.
망공이 먼저 퍼스트 킬을 만들어냈었던 게 시작이었습니다.
네.
물론 구덩이가 올라가면서 스파이크를 덮긴 했었지만 움직임을 통해서 옐로우를 좀 묵직하게 밀어내는 그런 판단을 통해서 셰르파가
So-
점수를 먹었어요.
저런 판단이
Round 5 and 11.
되지만 본인들 시야를 가리는 효과도 좀 있다 보니까
네.
과감하게 잘 들어갔었고요.
자, 그래서 9대 2입니다. 셰르파는 9대
Oof,
3으로
got pinged.
전반전을 마무리 짓는 게 가장 최적의 수고요.
네, 이런 것들이 필요했어요. 그러니까 빠지더라도 망공이 빠지더라도 일부러 한번 찍혀주면서 뭐라도
good check on mid.
태우게끔 만들어줘야 되거든요. 방금 전에
But in a way, this ties up the 2-3 people in mid for Sherpa, right? So DK's not too sad. It's just that if they want to rotate, they have to make some movements now, right? Which is why they're trying to re-clear this, because otherwise the whole idea of cutting sound on B holds no meaning. So they're gonna wait first for aggression, and if not, now they're making noise on B. See if it causes an aggression. If they can win in mid, they could potentially rotate now, right? And no matter what, they would have a weaker site. They'll already get the plant down because you saw how many members were in mid.
됐고요.
미드 인원이 떠버렸어요.
So DK basically kind of plays,
데미지가 되고 있는 상황인데.
하물며 지금 웨이브가
you know,
저지란
with
말이에요.
Sherpa and their setup.
전제로 밀고 들어와야 돼요. 그냥.
네.
그래서 들어가기 위한 만조를 그었는데
네. 자, 한이 접.
That's
셀링 잡아가지고
A very necessary one because that sets up Han now. It's now a 2v1 on both angles.
좋아요 상황이.
자, 풀어라. 내가
Cascade and the Cove to make sure that there's more confusion about where it is.
그러면서 웨이브
Han's still free to kill whoever he needs.
아니, 한이
Uh-oh.
앞으로 질러야 돼요.
Oh no. Oh no. Oh my god. He should have time.
와, 진짜 한 끗 차.
네.
There you go.
교체 완료.
웨이비 선수가 찍어주고 난 다음에 바로 그냥 그 맞은편에 있던 선수까지 가서 쌓여질 뻔했는데 네, 한 선수가 마무리 잘했어.
Can they play Clove and Challengers? I don't believe so. I think the 2-week mark is this weekend, right?
키플레이어 두 선수 엑시와 한.
Or next week. So probably not until split 2?
근데 라운드
I actually don't know.
9대3.
네.
이게 좀
But I mean, surely not in the middle of playoffs. That'd be ridiculous.
이제 피스톨 라운드를
So I would assume for split 2,
이어가게 된다면
if I'm not mistaken, I think it's week 2 for VCT, which is it's unfortunate that it's not the entire season. So like teams will have different number of matches that Clove would have been available. Again, I don't think like any team's gonna come out and use Clove on like every map or whatever. So like it doesn't. In practicality, it's not gonna have the craziest of impact, but hopefully that can get sorted out in the future as well.
엑시 선수가 진짜 이번 시즌 주가가 급상승하고 있습니다.
맞습니다. 자, 그래도 마지막 라운드 전반전 마지막 라운드에서는 그 불을 한이
It is winnable.
잠재워냈고 9대 3으로 마무리가 됐습니다.
물론 이제 10대2에서도 여러 가지
Obviously, pistol being important.
예, 피스톨 라운드 얻어내고 난 다음에
Yeah, Sunset and Ascent are the only big ones. I mean, like there's a world
10대 2, 11대 1에서도 이게 어라
맞아요.
where I know. I mean, there's a world where Clove could be used anywhere, but I mean, I was gonna say like there's a world like what's another map that I would be like, oh, okay, that's not as surprising. And in my head, it was like maybe Bind, but the thing is like people are saying, well, but you know, it could work well on this map, etc. First of all, I think Clove's pretty good on most of the maps in solo queue. That's one thing. But two is, it's not necessarily about Clove being like objectively okay or bad. It's just a matter of, but would you switch, right? Like, would you use Clove over the other controllers that you used to use? And if so, like, would you have to make comp changes, etc.? Oh, that's a tag.
또 나갈 수 있어요. 또 나갈 수 있어요. 또 나갈 수 있어.
Flash and the Dizzy. They know it doesn't clear in olive green, so Celic's trying to make sure he has 1v1 angles there. Han's trying to create a curveball. There's just too many members.
웨이비가 잡히는 바람에 선택지가 없어져 버렸어가지고.
I mean, Han tried his best to make it look like he still wasn't there. Trying to get a surprise kill, but
쉐리프니까 만들어 봐야죠.
이게 디플러스 기아 조합이 뭐 하버 바이퍼가 있는 조합이 아니라 오히려
I managed to convince Sliggy that Clove, Omen, Deadlock, Gecko, and KO is a good conference. Clove? Oh my god. That is a loaded comp in so many different ways. Clove, Omen, Deadlock, Gecko, and KO.
예리한 에임을 보여주는 선수긴 합니다만 이게 인원수에
I mean,
하고요. 예.
I can see it,
답이 없어요.
맞습니다.
kind of.
시가 가스비를 잡아내면서 후반전의 피스톨 라운드 디플러스 기아가 가져갑니다. 10대 3입니다.
Listen, I mean, I would love to see it. Here's the thing, I would love to see it, but I think the reason I'm kind of down on Clove Stonks is I also know that, like, I love experimenting in any game. I love experimenting, so I'm actually really down to see Clove in, like, wacky comps. I would love to see it, and I think Clove's got potential. I mean, I thought there was more potential for ISO to show up, granted in, like, pocket picks. And I mean, I think we saw just about the number of matches I thought we would see in different events. It's just that it was mostly all challengers. But like, I'm all for experimenting, but because I know my tendencies, I think I'm trying to just be like as just practical as possible. Oh, the push up from Wavy NT. Hermes is, you're gonna peak down to 25 health against your own Molly? What in the world?
눈이 멀었습니다.
오늘 디플러스 기아가 스킬을 상당히 잘 씁니다.
맞습니다.
네.
스킬 연계 플레이도 너무 깔끔하고요.
So I think I'm just trying to be as cold-hearted as possible when it comes to speaking my mind about whether Clove will be picked in pro play or not.
총기가 짧은 쉐르파 입장에서는 들어가다 그냥 터진 그림이 나와버렸고요.
예. 자, 물론 만조를 그으면서 좀 접근을 하긴 했었었는데.
Do you think Han is the best duelist in Korea Challengers? No, I don't think so.
떨고 보자였을 텐데 어려웠고요.
He could always get back into the discussion. I mean, I think he's in the discussion, but I think the thing with Han has always been inconsistency, and I think we still see that. And even at his peak, I don't know if he's like so dominant enough that I think I could rate him that highly. He's always had the potential. Dude, why do I keep... I feel like the game sounds for different player POVs are different. So I don't know if Han is the best. What's up, Yesel? You missed the shield part. That's an interesting take on the question. Jake and I talked pretty extensively, I would say, about like regional things when it comes to Pacific. Like, is there a chance Pacific goes to other regions, like Ascension, etc., like home crowd advantage, things like that, like scrim partners. But we didn't quite talk about overall like player and country representation. Actually, that would have been a nice question to ask.
이건 그냥 희생할 생각으로 꽂았어요.
네, 설치만 하자.
Dude, the flash and the molly, man. Oh my god, it's just... Dude, DK must have like a 95% ability hit rate this map. They're hitting every piece of util. Oh, good positional switch from Selig. Dude, DK is just... I mean, like, Sherpa just can't play a fair fight, ever. I mean, it's almost like Sherpa's playing kind of really honestly. And that's not doing them any good. I was thinking about PKM if in the discussion for best duelist. I think he's definitely in the discussion, but I think he's also not consistent enough to be confidently best duelist in my heart. I don't know if there is a strictly best duelist in Challengers Korea, but I would rate PKM over Han. Selig, probably if I had to choose, I'd put him side by side with PKM.
플래시 드라이브와 기절봇의 이 콤보 연계가 A도 되고 B도 되고 지금 미드까지 되는 걸 확인을 했습니다.
자, 드론으로 체크하는 거 확인했죠.
자, 그나마 이번 그림은 괜찮은 게 그 가스비 선수가 부담감은 있습니다만 그래도 사이드를 파고 있는 건데 변수가 있다면 셀릭이 미드를 나와서 저 뷰를 열고 있다는 거예요.
그렇죠.
프링이 페이크를 줍니다. 자, 이거
Oh, they think that poison cloud covers. Unfortunate. Oh, gets the flick as well.
앞쪽에 정보가 없었거든요. 그러다 보니까 튜브와 이제 미드 쪽을
It's not looking great. Sherpa bros.
뒤까지 나가 있을지 누가 알았겠습니까?
야, 팀도 무리 안 합니다. 절대 무리 안 해요.
예.
3대 5니까
There's no reason to try to flood this, right? I mean, it's a 5v3. You've got Bladestorm, the op's not holding you back.
준비를 하고 있고요.
And he's still holding that angle. Wingman. Oh, hello. Oh, clips him through the wall. Great peek with the Dizzy. I mean, it just seems like DK's really dialed in today with their util usage.
디플러스기아.
와, 13대 3이요.
무섭네요.
이게 스코어도 스코어지만
You know what we won't be seeing, Matthew,
훌륭해가지고요.
네.
네.
is you raging in chat.
스코어 13대 3으로
Keep yourself in check.
심지어 이게 양 팀 다 자신 있는 좀 맵에서의 싸움이었기 때문에 이거는 기세를 디플러스기아가 좀 많이 끌어올릴 수 있을 만한 결과가 될 수 있을 것 같습니다.
아니 이게 디플러스기아도 사실 아이스박스 자신이
What's up, Salve?
있는 맵이긴 한데 셰르파도 마찬가지로
Like, you can say that you think they're gonna like lose and it's still gonna go 2-1. You can say that you think teams are inconsistent, but don't accuse of things like win trading.
완전히 그냥 디플러스기아 손에서 놀아놨습니다.
오늘 연계 플레이 예술이었습니다.
네, 그러니까 리테일
That was a one-sided map, though. Yeah, I mean, it was very clearly like DK obviously knew exactly what they wanted to do with their comp, whereas Sherpa, I think they were still stuck in their old ways a little bit. Like they had defaults in mind, but outside of that, the strengths of Harbor Viper. I mean, granted, it's much more useful on attack for sure, but
라운드에서는 진짜
even then.
오퍼레이터가 나왔고 그 오퍼레이터가 정말 적극적으로 활용이 됐습니다.
이제 뭐 에임 메인에서도 계속해서 좀 나왔던 것들, 그러니까 파편탄 던지고 그다음에 폭파봇 지옥으로 한쪽 맞고 그다음에 나노 수험으로 맞고 뭐 이런 식으로 영역을 막는 것부터 시작을 해가지고 피킹할 때.
Listen, I lost your discussion about the sunset comp in the middle, so I can't really jump in, guys. But
강제로 찬 유도하고 턴 뺀 다음에 피킹 들어가.
I don't know. I actually don't know where the conversation is right now. I'm happy that you're having a discussion, though.
근데 셰르파는 진짜 머리가 아플 게 아이스박스 본인들 손으로 골랐거든요.
네.
근데 점수
Han still put up a 302. What? How?
압도적인 스코어 차로 졌단 말이에요. 이렇게 되면 두 번째 맵이
Oof.
어쨌든 디플러스기한테 좀
Dude, Vo.
그러니까 양팀 다
This is actually the craziest stat. This is actually the craziest stat. Only 6 kills, but only 7 deaths. That's actually insane. Because I was looking at Val's KD, I was like, oof, 315, no matter what, that's rough. And I looked over, I was like, Engine only had 6 kills too, but then I was like, oh, but he also only had 7 deaths. Like, dude, that's a lot of how. If you play like main controller as Sentinel and solo queue, that's probably how a lot of your games go, win or lose, right? You're just not part of the fight.
그때는 또 한과 셀릭의 대전을 한번 맛볼 수 있겠네요.
이렇게 해서 13대 3으로 디플러스기아가 첫 번째 맵 아이스박스를 잡게 되면서 기분 좋게 시작을 하게.
I mean, I think Omen, like especially on maps where you can have what basic, AKA Ascent and Sunset, where you can have maps where both Omen and Clove can one way, but Omen has more options. I think double controller with those two have a lot of value just because you can constantly cycle smokes. I mean, again, it's similar to like Omen Astron Split, right? Even without the one ways, just being able to constantly cycle through smokes and take over or deny positions step by step it's really valuable. It's really valuable. The thing is I mean, I think the thing is again, depending on the map, the question always goes, it's a similar question because it always goes back to, yeah, that's good and it's a good idea, but is it worth, depending on the map, I'm not saying necessarily Sunset specifically, but is it worth giving up on the Viper for, right? Like that's always going to be the discussion in the current meta. Because maybe the value that Ascent brings is, or Ascent, Viper brings is just like too big.
완벽하게 그냥 오더대로 가지 않았나 이런 생각이 들고요.
개코로 엑시 선수가 첫 번째 맵 아이스박스에서 활약이 대단했습니다. ACS 269점을 찍었고 KD 2.1 기록했어요.
진짜 대단한 선수인 것 같습니다. 전략가, 그러니까 연막 위주의 게임을 하다가 첫 구대를
It'd be cool. It'd be cool. Sunset or Ascent. I'm actually,
너무 깔끔하게 들어가다 보니까요.
I'm like leaning a bit more towards Ascent personally for Clove, but
엑시 선수의 폼이 완전
I can see both.
바짝 서 있습니다.
지난 경기 바인드 스카이였나요?
네, 맞아요.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's a healthy discussion to have.
장난 아니었는데 오늘
King base. I mean, obviously, you know, I think you guys are keeping the discussion civil, so I'll let it pass for now. just don't get too heated. But I think that's always going to be the question of like, the idea is good. Is it worth switching something out for, right? Like, what about, you know, another initiator, another controller, a duelist? Like, for me, the Sentinel, I agree. For me, the Sentinel part is the one I'm not convinced on for Sunset. Although I guess technically the same argument could be made for Ascent. Oh, GE New Jersey time. Thank you. Oh, it's on a YouTube. There's no screenshot? Oh, I also don't have YouTube Premium, so we're going to listen to a muted ad. What? I'm watching this video. What is going on in this video? What in the world is going on? Have you guys seen this? This is insane. What is going on? What in the world?
Away from your failures, not so fast. We need answers.
Dude, this is insane. It's insane that there's a full minute of this. We're gonna skip through it.
Every team has their difficulties. We certainly had ours last year. We learned from our difficulties. We'll come back stronger.
Dude, what a set.
Ready to go again.
And why should we believe this time will be different?
We're breaking everything down.
Holy.
Every structure, every assumption. And this time, we know it's going to be different.
Oh my gosh.
And it all starts with this.
Damn.
Fighting.
Dude, I'll tell you what. It's loud. I kind of liked their old jersey though. Wait, is this actually the New Jersey or was this April Fool's? This is actually the New Jersey, right? They posted something on April Fool's. I didn't watch it. Or I didn't take a look into it, but I mean, they've got their sponsors on it, so surely. How do we feel about this New Jersey, chat? Can't get like a good... Oh, I can't make it full screen during the watch party. I feel like this jersey is very... It's hot or cold depending... I think it's very subjective. It does feel... I mean, maybe I'm mistaken. Maybe it shares similarities, but it feels actually really East Asian instead of South Asian. Well, I wouldn't say instead, but more so. Not sure. I don't know how I feel about this, to be very honest. Yeah, the V-neck part, I'm not sold on it. I'm not sold on it. I mean, I think I can totally see why people would think it's cool. I'm not a huge fan of it, but I think that's a very subjective portion. The parts I'm not a fan of, I think, are very subjective. To be honest, I kind of digged the polos. Ugh. Oh. All right, let's set up the points predictions for map 2, which is... What was map 2, chat? It was Ascent. And that was DK's pick. Bum, 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 bum. Get your points in. We'll figure out what more we can do with the points. If you've got suggestions, let me know. There were soundboards, things like that. Oh, hold on. I gotta respond to something for VCT. Do 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 do. I gotta do predictions, chat. Bum, 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 bum. Chat, do you think they'll get a different track for stage 2? What's up, Pradeep? Yes, reading YouTube chat as well. YouTube and Twitch. Technically, I have a Freaka TV open somewhere as well, but it's not in my main sight line. Sneak a word into VCT. That's a good one. That's a good one. I didn't realize Sideshow had that in his points thing. Yeah, that's a good one. That's a fun one. I like that. Honestly, that's something we should have talked about as well, CanStar. If you had put that in chat, I would have asked that in a heartbeat. I can tell you we also gave strong feedback on that to the production crew as well, though, about the soundtrack for Pacific Kickoff. I don't know if like what the fix has been, but like they were very aware of it. I can tell you they were very aware of it. Man, I'm looking at these groups chat for Pacific. Ah. Chat, is there a world where Zeta Division or Talon place higher than DRX in their group? Is there a world where that can happen? You think Gen G is the best team in Korea? They absolutely are for now. I know, it depends on how they use the roster, right? DRX. I don't know about Zeta. Like, I think depending on how the DRX roster setup is, I think there's a world, but Talon also, like, they proved their potential, but obviously we haven't seen enough to have faith and consistency. Well, I'm trying to see like what I think the rankings of the teams are going to be within their groups. Not overall top 3, but I wouldn't have DRX in my overall top 3 for stage 1. Maybe stage 2, but yeah, I mean Talon's the one that I think has the most potential. Listening to the track at 2x speed is kind of fun, actually. We did that before. Faye from YouTube views LBY and Enk going to Xerxia. I actually wasn't aware of this, so I'd have to go back and take a closer look. But thanks for bringing it to my attention. Take a look at it in the next break. Dude, yeah, I have no idea. Like if Gen G qualifies to Shanghai, which I think they will. I'm so curious what's going to happen. Do you think GE can win one game in stage 1? And who is it against? Well, okay, so in a twisted way, it's like DFM versus GE and DFM versus Bleed are like the ultimate matches right now, right? Because on paper, paper based on historical performance, those are the matches that GE and Bleed should be winning. But we don't know, right? If DFM is really going to get their stuff together with the Crazy Raccoon roster. So who knows? Could GE beat any of the other teams in Omega? So the only other options would be Zeta and Tala, no. I mean, I think there's a world where they could beat Zeta and DFM, but it depends on Zeta. That depends more so on Zeta, in my opinion. Because Zeta looked a little bit up and down as well. Oh, that was an April Fool's prank? Dude, roster announcements for April Fool's pranks are so annoying. Because, like... So I saw like people posting about Nukie, and I just wrote it off as an April Fool's prank, and then I realized it wasn't, and I was like, dude, what's going on? Like, I don't even know. What do you think happened on that game? Why did Jinji lose? Oh, in the grand finals? I mean, I think a lot of it was a very big mental thing. I'm not saying that simply like nerves or whatever. I'm not gonna chalk it up to that, but just the thing is knowing how to handle your mental game in a best of 5 and knowing how to stay one step ahead, etc. Is part of the skill. It's part of the skill, and I think Sentinels was by far the better team on that front. Oh, Sherpa. A little experimentation here. Gecko.
자, 쉐르파는 기존에 개코 플레이한 적은 없습니다. 그러니까 어센트 안에서
Gecko.
이제 감시자 쪽에 변주를 준 적은 있어요.
Really?
킬조이 대신에 사이퍼를 넣어놓고 사이트를 잡는
Over the Silva?
이제 카메라를 통해서 본인들이 시야를 좀 더 많이 점유하는 식의 플레이는 했었는데 개코를 넣은 건 처음입니다.
그리고 셰르파에서 개코 플레이는
I mean,
베이비 선수가 했었었는데 이 보우 선수가 더 개코를 들고 나왔어요.
it's if you're willing to be proactive about it, it's great, right? You can contact better, you have more firepower, etc. But obviously, one of the greatest things about Silva is being able to get info from afar. Same with KO. Like that's why they both work so well together on Ascent. So we shall see. I mean, that's the people are saying worst part. It could have been a clean 3-0 in the finals. Yeah, and I think the takeaway there is that it wasn't like the pure mechanics that Genji just got like outclassed in. That was a realm where Genji could compete and maybe even top them depending on the map, depending on the day. But when I say mental thing, again, it's not just nerves. I'm talking about like prep, I'm talking about strats, I'm talking about calls, etc., etc. Sentinels was just ahead overall in the finals. But the real question now is does Genji grow from this or does it haunt them, right? And it goes, teams react differently to a match like that. So ideally, if you're a Genji fan and a Pacific fan, you're hoping that they learn from it and they grow even stronger. But we shall see. Will you be reviewing VCL South Asia after this? Not today. Not today. Honestly, my original goal of like wanting to VOD review every sub-region of Pacific Challengers is not going so well. I've lost track of time, especially once kickoff happened and Madrid happened because there's so much Valorant to watch. But we will be getting around to it. Like South Asia, Japan. Like I didn't get to watch too much Japan recently, etc., etc. So we'll get around to it, but definitely not today or tomorrow because who knows when these matches will end. Ooh, good flash. That flash saves him because Han was actually in position to kind of take him out. Hey, there's the Paper X Classic. Most used classic in the world. I think Karon will level up. I agree. I think Karon will level up, but I'm wondering if the mental game will level up. And quite frankly, I don't know if we'll see that until another international event. I think they'll look stronger in Pacific for sure. The only way they don't, if you, like, I talked about this in my own Pick'ems video, the only way they don't look good in Pacific is if they just have an inexplicable internal implosion like last year. Or at least that's what was kind of like hinted at by Meteor in the video from Genji. But other than that, I can't imagine that they don't look stronger in Pacific. But whether they grew in their overall, like, form as a team, we won't really know until the next Masters, I think. No, there's a lot of Valorant to watch. It's both a blessing and a curse, honestly. But I agree. I mean, after the long offseason, it feels great. As a caster, it is a little overwhelming sometimes. Like, it really... Oof. That drop. No one was in range to hear it, though. As a caster, sometimes it's actually kind of... it really it really starts to make you feel sometimes as a caster, it really starts to make you feel like unless you are literally watching 20 hours of Valorant every day, like you're bad at your job, just because there's so much to watch. And obviously, you know, like watching all of it, even all the challengers matches, will give you value. Dude, that mosh was insane. Did you see that? It bounced off of the like scaffolding, and then it drops directly into the corner. Did like a little pinball machine. I mean, it didn't lead to much because they were on their eco, but well, it's not even about like catching up to other people who are doing it. Because here's the thing: is that also obviously, I'm not obviously, you know, people like Sliggy who are able to watch like all the matches they possibly can. Very impressive. Obviously Sliggy's built pretty different, etc., etc. But the thing is also if you're on the official broadcast, like the time you actually have to spend at the venue, etc., etc., and then there's a certain level of extra focus that you want to put on that specific region, etc., etc. So then you have to sacrifice something, and then there's the whole like work-life balance, etc., etc. So. You know, I think if it was back in the day, I probably would have tried to strive even more to do the same. I'm trying to strive to do as much as I. Oh, he ran into the wall. Oh. Oof. I think he had the play in his mind where he got the kill immediately and he just tailwinds out. Mangon doesn't even check it. Oh my god, to the point where XC's waiting for more, man. Oh my gosh. XC, you are a bold man. There is no way. Oh my god. Oh my gosh. Holy cow. Dude, he was so calm. Dude. To answer a couple other things, when did you start casting? So Valorant I started casting at the middle of 2021, I believe. Right after Masters Reykjavik, I think. Before that, I was just translating. But I've been casting in esports for 10 years. Over 10 years now. Well, on and off. Because I started as a reporter and translator. Then I was casting. Then I was translating and casting. Then I was hosting and casting and translating. Then I was hosting and producing. Then I was just producing. Then I took a break streaming Final Fantasy. That's not why I took a break, but that's what I did during my break. And then I'm back casting Valorant. And then question from YouTube: have you watched Split 1 South Asia? Bits and pieces of the round robin, like the beginning and the end of the round robin, but not the playoffs. What did I cast before Valorant? Mainly League of Legends. Mainly it was League of Legends. I say mainly because, well, I guess before Val, the only one I casted like on the regular for long enough was League of Legends. I briefly did the earlier days of Hearthstone in Korea. But I had a tough time getting used to like casting a card game because I had never done it before, and I didn't grow up playing a lot of card games, so that was a learning experience. But like on and off, I've done, you know, I like played a little bit of StarCraft 2. Did a couple mobile games here and there, like mobile MOBAs. And then, oh, I also casted Cartrider last year. Lots of different stuff. What's up, Sly Ghosts on YouTube? Dude. Okay, now Han has the support. They actually have a good setup now. Surely they don't lose this round! I mean, Sherpa knows where everybody is, though, right? Yeah, okay.
때문에 보우가 진짜 시장을 딱 보고 있었기 때문에 엔진이 바로 잡혀버렸고요.
Okay.
보우가 저기 킬을 내면서 메인이
Now they're okay.
막아버렸어요. 결국 그래서 프링이 나갈 수밖에 없는 상황이 됐고요.
네.
The thing is
보우가 되려 끊겼으면은
if Free like Val has to make sure that yeah he is tucked into market so that the alarm bot has to be tripped. Because Fring, like, give the plant whatever. You're desperate for a round win here. Stick together. And Godsby is mega low. He's at 10 HP.
반대로 디플러스 기아 입장에서는 일단 설치하고 당길 수 있는 거 다 당겨야죠. 뭐 총기 더 떨굴 수 있으면 좋고요. 이미 자금은 터져버린 상태라서 최대한 이득 보려고.
It's the setup. Fring is just gonna back out.
여기서 킬
No nano swarms. Just the alarm bot.
되는 상황이고요.
폭파보 던지면서 진입하고 있고.
I mean, dude, it's in. I like the plant, right? He could be anywhere. Dude is playing. He was playing for the flank.
자, 그러면
이러면 프링이 스텝으로 승부를 봐야 됩니다.
Oh, Godsby was low too.
가스비가 마무리를 짓습니다. 해체가 되죠.
그래도 중요한 라운드를 쉐리파 입장에서 가져왔습니다. 그러니까 그 앞단에서는 본인
Well, you're here now. You're here for the VCT era, Self. Welcome, welcome.
정보의 부재 때문에 상대가 빠르게 지르는 거에 의해서 킬조이가
I mean, the thing is I think any region, any sub-region with a large enough player base, like, you will see growth. It's just a matter of how fast. And this is something that, again, we touched upon when Jake was here earlier. So if you were here for that, if not, I'll upload it to YouTube sometime tomorrow. But obviously, some regions are not going to get as much exposure because, like, for instance, Pacific is in Seoul, like, Americas is in LA, etc., etc. So, you know, Jake mentioned that that's something that they're cognizant of, like, you know, how do you make sure that other challengers regions are also getting enough experience to grow and get exposed to other, you know, other levels of play. Obviously, off season's one way to do it right now, but, you know, are there other ways to do that? But at the end of the day, if you have a large enough player base, like, here's the thing, like, Korea, it felt like, you know, people were talking ever since Valor released, like, even when it had a small player base of, ooh, saw the barrel. Oh, it's a good read from DK. Good dash in. Oh, the flash. Kind of big. Freeing's holding a good position though. But what I wanted to say was basically Korea, even when low player base, people were constantly like, well, there's so many talented mechanical players that are young. They're just waiting to enter the pro scene and the challenger scene. And we're starting to see the fruits of that, right? We're starting to see the likes of like Karon and Flashback and Izu and, you know, some of these guys like PKM, like, he's inconsistent, but he's clearly got the potential, things like that. So, dude, XC, he can spam it from here, right? Oh, he's just gonna go for the last minute kill. He's going for the stack kill. Oof. I like the gamble. Oh, I said in timeout that I wasn't gonna use the word gamble anymore. That was a calculated risk from XC. So I think if your region, you know, doesn't have as much experience, etc., like, give it time. It might take a little bit longer, but as long as people are committed to it and as long as the game is growing, I think you'll get there. Obviously, there's ways to stimulate that growth, though, right? Whether it's imports, whether it's coaching imports, etc. So we'll see. Like, same thing for Japan, same thing for South Asia. Oh, a little rough from On. Rare whiff from On there. Oh, nice step from Hermes.
진짜 과감하게 잘 들어온 거 사실 제트는 말씀해 주신 것처럼 미끼였는데 메인이 간 게 너무 사고인데요. 오퍼 살려야죠 뭐.
2대1입니다.
The thing is I actually super agree with what we talked about on timeout. The reason I asked that question was because I felt that the words lucky and gamble were it was that those words are lazy, right? I've used them a lot, and quite frankly, when I say the word gamble, like, I don't mean it in the same vein as lucky, but obviously it comes across very similarly. But dude, it's Godsby. Oh my gosh, with an op though. Okay, with a Vandal. Only 16. They wouldn't have heard the gun switch. One. Oh, dude, he was ready for the 2 as well. Unfortunate. But yeah, the reason I asked was because I've always felt that those terms were a little bit lazy, that it can be better. So I was glad we talked about that because it really drilled it home for me as well of like, yeah, there are other ways to say this, right?
맞습니다. 자, 이러면 라운드 D 플러스 기아였고요. 스코어 5대2입니다.
5-2, already a solid half for DK. Chat, I still haven't sent my predictions in for VCT. Let me work on this while these rounds. You know what? I'll do it at halftime. I was still debating whether I want to put Talon as a potential ranking team in Group Omega. But some people were talking about it earlier in chat. I agree. Honestly, I kind of like the format of you're playing the other group, but you're competing against your own group, right? So you're playing the exact same opponents. It's just a matter of who has a better record, which is a cool idea. Obviously, you're not playing them all at the same times. So, you know, it's not... There's no format that's going to be entirely pristine, sterile, fair, and sometimes that's not fun. But it's a cool idea. You know, notwithstanding the number of matches, things like that in the year. I think it's a cool idea. Although I would say that, like, I do wonder, I should have asked this, actually. I do wonder if there was a conscious reason why they did cross-group matches for Stage 1 first, instead of in-group. You know? I wonder if there was a very like specific reason why they did that.
원거리에서 때려준 거 아니에요 지금?
그렇죠. 근데 근거도 되게 좋았어요. 앞단에서 수비를 할 때 쉐르파가 파편탄하고 피해 망상을 빼버렸기 때문에 킬조이가 백업을 온다고 하더라도 받아칠 수 있다라는 근거에서 바로 그냥 힘으로 밀어버린 게 되게 컸습니다.
근데 디플러스기아가
Whoa, Hermes, calm down there.
한 번 정도 이렇게 저지가 되게 됐을 때 반대 사이트를 열까?
We're gonna say that everything is pre-planned with no teams. Well, I think what he meant is that like there is a reason and like there is a setup to everything, right? I don't think he means that like every round is pre-planned, but I think he means that if there's a like cool thing that happens, or someone's like spraying through the smoke and getting a kill while someone else is wrapping around, like that's communicated or it's something that they've worked on before. I think that's what he meant. I'm not saying that they know that they're going to do that in round 8 specifically, but it's things that are either being specifically communicated or it's things that they've drilled home in their own foundations. So it's not just like this guy happened to be getting a kill while this guy happened to be rotating, things like that. Alright, timeout time, which means prediction time. Oh, oops. I sent it without finishing it. Oops, I have to send in like multiple different things. They requested a bunch of answers here.
디플러스기아가 아직까지 뭐 미드 쪽에 알람봇을 건들고 나무 내지는 뭐 미드 투비 이런 작전들은 쓰고 있지 않고 철저히 위주의 게임을 펼치고 있는 상태다 보니까 이 점에 대해서 이게 아이스박스에 당한 게 있다 보니까 미드를 어떤 식으로 생각할지 셰르파의 고민이 좀 깊은 것 같습니다.
Dude, chat, I have to pick ultimate top 3 team of Pacific for stage 1.
그래서 인원 배치 바꿨네요. 뒤에다가 보내서
I'm so torn. I'm so torn.
쪽으로 수정을 했습니다.
총기 차이가 좀 나는 라운드예요.
Oh.
엑시 알고 있었어요.
기절복과에
Dude.
A메인을 지우려고 했는데 그걸 예상하고 뒤에서 막았어요.
On wasn't ready for that at all. The timeout, man.
한에게 넘겨주고 작전을 걸 것이다. 그래서 기다려봤던 디플러스기아였는데 아니나 다를까 나오니까 바로 받아먹고 가고요.
감이 살아 있어요.
네, 참 저런 앵글은 또 T1이도 굉장히 좀 좋아하는 스타일인데 굉장히 좀 잘 들어맞았고.
Yeah, I mean, I agree. I like that they did that. The only reason I was thinking about why did they choose to do cross group first is because I think the format would seem less confusing to people if it was in group first. Because then for stage 1, everyone just get used to it, and then for stage 2, you'd be like, well, there's no group switch, you just play the other group, and everyone's like, oh, okay. So I think there's a pro and con there. But I agree in terms of like gauging the teams and storylines, etc., etc. I like that it's cross group first, like Alpha versus Omega. Ooh. Oh, dude, they are so trapped.
웨이비가 얼마나 버틸 수 있나요?
Our casters are losing their voices.
가스를 보냈고요. 웨이비가 버티지 못합니다.
Unfortunately, the sheriffs can't be spammed.
자, 그리고
앵강.
사이트 안쪽 들어갔는데요. 망공이
시간 벌죠. 어차피 계단 쪽에서 커버가 되는 설치 위치.
I mean, yeah, until he taps, there's no reason for them to peek.
깔끔하네요.
라운드 D 플러스 기아.
No, the thing is okay. So I didn't chat. Just so we're very clear, people are like, it's over, it's Jover because Chover's given up on RQ. Will Cho has not given up on RQ. The question is do I think this arc has an ending in stage 1 or at the end of stage 2? That's the part that I'm holding out on, right? But I don't know. Quite frankly, we just haven't seen enough. We saw them play 2 matches against Gen G. So who knows what that means?
자, 이러면 주도권 다시 계속 쭉 가져갈 수 있는 D 플러스 기아입니다. 프링의 봉쇄도 갖고 있는 상태고 헤르메스의 무력화도 있습니다.
그죠? 나오긴 나와야 돼요. 개코를 쓴 이상 전진해서 뭔가를 얻긴 얻어야 됩니다.
그 나오는 걸 또 카운터 치기 위해서 플래시 드라이브 준비하고 있습니다. 눈 멀었죠?
일단 사상자는 없었고.
아, 근데 이런 식으로 순풍 빠지고 하면은 근데 또 나가요.
Yeah, I mean, also just more matches, right? Because the big question, I think the biggest question I have, oh my gosh, he got spotted on the jump. Dude, he is in so much danger. Dude, he needs a smoke, man. Mangong, where is your smoke, man? That was so late. I mean, he was lining up for it, I think, but... Oh, man, unfortunate.
빠졌지만 어느 정도 더 빠지진 못했을 것이다. 월샷 계속 노려봤었던 D 플러스 기아였고요. 연결부에서 마무리가 됐습니다.
시간 여유도 있다 보니까 천천히 A메인 다 닦으면서 가고 있고요.
근데 보우가
Yo, but look at Freeing, man. Oh, he hears him. He's sprinting. Freeing has no idea. Oh, he even gets the second kill. That's huge. You can let them plant as long as you just don't let them take over tree. Oh. Dude, and the cover from Val as well. Dude, Val just saves this round massively. Like every piece of movement and positioning he took was perfect. The timing of all of it. Yes, that is the same Godsby. There hasn't been news on whether Magnet's gonna, or whether he's even looking to find new teams, or whether like that's an agreement or whatnot. But so I missed this part. I didn't realize he was like officially put as a sub rather than just like a potential like rotating 6-man. So I didn't realize he was officially put on reserve. So who knows? I agree. I mean, you know, Pankara, Magnet, and then I mean, I agree. I think Nukie, you know, absolutely, you know, is good enough to have a solid spot in tier 1. I'm not saying he necessarily deserves it over like everybody or anybody else in EMEA. I just think he's, you know, of the caliber. I've always enjoyed watching Nukie. So, but it's also, you know, I mean, it's tough. There's only a limited number of spots for players, right? I think we'll continue to see things like that happen. Like the chaining, that Dizzy just sitting on the window forever now. I mean, Sherpa could actually just kind of hold mid and rotate when they spot info, right? Okay, so now you're getting the call into tree. Oh, ooh. Dude, Godspeed knew that he panicked, and then he just continued panic spraying. The backup was good though, right? So this is all because they basically didn't get solid info here. They have no info here, so they basically hold here, and then basically the Killjoy is looking to not only hold on to tree, but fire if you see your alarm bot and turret activate, because you can hold that angle. So even through the smoke. So as soon as you get contact, the paranoia comes out. They're immediately in for backup. Overall, a good setup from Sherpa with the basically lack of information they had.
봐서는 봉쇄겠네요.
자, 봉쇄 눌렀고요.
He uses it a bit early because of the thrash. Wants to make sure they can't get in.
물러나게끔 만들어.
Oh, that flash denies the position on Mangong. That was so good.
예.
어딜 감히 버티려고 하느냐.
어차피 숫자도 우리가 2배 많다.
Do you follow much of the Chinese region or not really?
인원수로 밀어붙인
Yes, but only starting like this year, really.
앞서고 있는 상황이다 보니까 충분히
But I'm gonna be diving deep into them for sure.
7대 4입니다. 전반전 마지막 라운드가 기다리고 있고요.
Speaking of which, I wonder what the
좀 침울했었던 전반전의 초반 분위기를
I'll take a look. I don't know if I what days are China's matches?
돈이 좀 애매해가지고요. 자, 풀바이도 안 되기 때문에 충분히 7대5 마무리.
I'll look at it after this match.
셰르파가 점수를 따.
Wonder if I can co-stream any of those. If it's also Saturday through Tuesday, then
어떻게 이어지게 될지 좀 봐야 될 것 같고요.
개코가 있을
It's
만한
rough.
곳은 좀 뻔히 보이긴 하죠. 하늘이 뚫려 있을 만한 나무 쪽.
4-man stack on A.
내려왔고.
You've got, I mean, you are looking to anchor here for Sherpa though, right? The initial contact is going to be Han. Okay, Paranoia used just to push them away.
들어간다. 스킬 써라. 피해 망상 바로 빠지고.
Mangong
이렇게 되면
uses that for positional change as well.
뒤쪽에서 보험만 들어뒀다가
So they I don't know if they would have heard the first one because they were running away from the Paranoia, but they definitely hear the second shrouded step.
빠지는 소리 낸 다음에
네.
그쵸?
페이크.
예, 피해 망상 빠졌으니까 너네 이번에 우리 억제할 거 없지?
Oh, DK.
그러고 나서 막 엔젠이 B
There's still not much information, right? Even mid kind of being left open by Sherpa, so they're in a really dicey spot.
흔들릴 수 있거든요.
그렇죠.
이런 식으로 지금 미니맵 보시면 드론 쓰면서 우리 B 메인 밉니다.
맞습니다. 자, 그러다
Oh, I like this wingman. Oh, it Oh man, dude, because the wingman's used right as they hear the drone coming out on B, right? It's a response to make sure they can decide if they want to rotate or not. Right, DK's still just gonna dive in. Okay, Han staying alive is huge. Oh, he's gonna get right back into it. They don't expect it from the cloudburst.
이미 이러면 구도가 망가져서
And the thing is, because he already got one kill, I mean, basically Han's sacrificing himself to be the one who buys time for backup to arrive. That way, the guys in tree don't have to make the risk of potentially losing this area.
설치를
I mean, he ends up getting more kills, so it's actually perfect, but...
웨이브와 망공의 순서대로 정리를 해야 됩니다. 전반전 마무리 이렇게 됩니다.
아니 이게 지원봇에 안 찍혔으면은 모르는 거였는데.
Oh, China starts this Friday? Well, I can't co-stream on Friday. I got something going on. Maybe future weeks. I don't know, I might be too tired though, so I might just have to do like VOD reviews. That's probably what I'm gonna have to do. Because I'm basically, most of us are on like almost every day because we've got both analysts, desk, and casters. Casting. It's really draining. I mean, very exciting, but it can get draining.
7대5로 마무리가 됐습니다. 전반전.
개코가 들어가 있는 조합이기 때문에 한이 앞으로 질러 들어갈 때 조금 더 힘을 많이 받을 수 있는 조합입니다. 거기다가
Do you have any opinions on HSMI being on the Sentinel role? Not particularly. Like, I don't feel strongly about it one way or the other. Other than their name, obviously. Dude, we gotta have like a global rulebook for esports names, man. Yo, how did I miss this? Did it not come up?
예.
Tasteless with the raid. Apparently 5 minutes ago. I'm sorry. Welcome. Thank you so much. Thanks for the raid, Tasteless, although it's a little bit late.
점수 차이도 그렇게 크게 나지 않고 있다. 그리고 공격성 하나만큼 또 셰르파 대단하지 않겠습니까?
네, 거기다
I don't know why.
동점이라고 봐도 되기 때문에
I don't know why that didn't pop up.
아마
At least the audio.
걸 걸려고 할 거고요.
But thank you. Sorry I missed that.
이제
We had a good stream.
진짜 후반전에 피스톨 라운드 만약에 셰르파가 잡게 되면 그 즉시 동점 가능성이 굉장히 높아지는 거기 때문에
보험도 안 둘 생각인가요? 포탑이 깔려 있기는 한데 뒤쪽에 이거는 그냥 지를 생각도 좀 있는 것 같은데요.
깊게 나오는 것 같지만 케어할 수 있는 포탑 그리고 아마 스프링이 지금 고각 나노 수험으로 자주 포탑 배치하는 곳을 지을 거거든요. 그걸 방비하기 위한 이런 포탑 위치를 좀 옮겨놓은 것 같고요.
근데 제로 포인트를 던져봤지만 일단 찍히지 않았고
아 이거 지를 생각 있어요. 와인 쪽에 찍었어요 제로 포인트를. 이거
네.
들어갈 생각입니다. 에 들어갈 생각이에요.
근데 하이미드까지 일단은 밀었거든요. 근데 사이트는 진입
Sherpa is mega surrounded. Godspeed is aware of it, but it's going to be 2 people. I don't know if he's going to be ready for that. He only spots 1. He only spots 1. That's important to keep note of.
여기 중요해요.
자 밀었다. 이러면 메인에 있는 인원들이 좀 탄력을
This is risky because you have to care about this and this. So holding onto the window is fine, but yeah, I wasn't ready for that. So now you have to basically push out somewhere, dude. There is a lot going on in heaven. Sherpa looks really messy today overall, and the angles are holding as well.
일단 최대한의 교환이죠. 이미 반해체가 되어버려서 맞아요.
Right? It's like holding this window from this corner
들어갈 때
against this and this direction that's rough. It doesn't really give you much to work with.
킬이 많이 안 나와서 넘어갔죠 턴이.
네. 야, 와인 쪽에서 가스비가 자리를 잡고 있었긴 했는데 거기서 헤드메스가 또 정리를 해내네.
네, 거기를 또 체크를 했다는 게. 그러니까 헤븐 밀렸어. 얘들아 어떻게 좀 해봐 하고 있는 상황에서
그렇죠.
그 혼잡한 상황에도 와인을 체크했다는 게 되게 큰 거예요.
셀릭 아울로입니다.
아울러가 확실하게 라운드 하나 갖고 오기에는 정말 국밥 같은 존재죠. 그 다음에 상대편에 자금을 말리는
Two sheriffs. So Sherpa
이번에는 4일
kind of hoping to do something here.
쪽에 있는 궁극기 포인트도
When ideally you're getting, like, you basically want a
이 취재가 클 거거든요.
decent takeaway, right? Like 3 kills plant, things like that. Now it's all buys on the side of DK, so
준비 엔진
I think they really want to just expand the lead a little bit and have more to work with.
나와 있습니다. 헤르메스 안쪽에서
I mean, also on defense, as long, I mean, you've got 2 long-range weapons to help hold things like mid and push out from one side, so the Spectres, I think, are fine.
반대로 쉐르파는 질릴 생각인
Ooh, Fragment plus Paranoia. That is a lot spent,
시간을 좀 더 기다려야 됩니다.
but they have the better firepower, so
뺐다라는 거.
DK's not going to be too
이제 슬슬
concerned.
용단을 내리긴 해야 돼요. 아마 피해망상으로 나무 쪽 가린 다음에 들어갈 생각인 것 같긴 하거든요. 이게 연막이 2장이 다 리필이 되는 건 아니기 때문에 아마 그 다음 거를 설계를 해야 될 것 같아요.
Only the Omen getting pinged on that. I don't know. DK, I think, basically saying this doesn't give us much information. You still have a very forward alarm bot. You still have the turret. So no reason to really change your positions. Oh, doesn't hit either. Oh, the timing.
아, 메인도 동작.
Ah, man.
이러면 됐죠. 사이트는 다 채워졌고.
네.
Hermes wanted to basically have an advantage in swinging around them rather than just trying to...
충격 화살.
I think he basically thought about the possibility of his flash drive a little too late.
가스비가 드리블
1v2.
내려와라.
네.
근데 위치는 얼추 읽었고 체력 상태도 브리핑이 됐을 건데.
네.
총 바꾸고.
It's got to reload.
끝까지.
자, 있다. 이러면은
Huge.
설마.
I love the switch to the Spectre. Oh, it's massive.
이걸 또 해냅니다.
일단 무기 수합 판단.
Damn.
섹터다 보니까 어느 정도 런앤건을 할 수 있을 만한 확률을 만들어 놓고 과감하게 쿼드로 뛰어내려서 한 명 정리. 그 다음에 연달아
Is Engine the new Lakia?
가디언으로 냉정하게 잡기는 어렵다.
Will we see Engine pop off
때문에 스펙터로 대충 긁어봐라 이거였는데
3 years later?
중압감 있는 무대에서도 이걸 또 해냈어요 엔젠이.
I mean, this was
이런 걸 보고 진짜
very smart, though.
안 돼도 되니까 일단 해라. 해보자. 스펙터로 됐어요.
충격 화살 던지면서.
Now, granted, it's still a very successful round for Sherpa, right? I mean, you bought up the 2 sheriffs, mission accomplished, take away so many weapons, etc. Only the Guardian carried over, so DK's just gonna have to save this round. It's not, you can't even really call it a bonus. It's really just the hero Guardian at this point that's been saved over.
라운드 때 총기를 많이 떨궈냈기 때문에 재활용에 임하는 디플러스 기아의 화력은 좀 밀립니다.
So one way plus the 0 point clears up to here, right? So someone could be watching from here, or as we can see all the way back here.
아직까진 소강 상태.
But DK, that's why they're focusing all on this spot, right? With the setups not being used early, they basically want to push out and get information. Oh, the flash was good, but too many different angles that Sherpa was hiding from.
깊게 중앙을 넘어오겠지였는데 생각보다 너무 깊게 들어오진 않았어가지고요.
빠르게 마무리됐습니다. 라운드 셰르파 9대6. 자, 그래도 후반전에 점수 하나 따냈습니다.
네, 이제 2라운드가 중요하죠. 16라운드. 결국에는 13, 14는 흐름대로 간 거고 15라운드도 마찬가지로 셰르파가 잘 받아냈다라고 한다면 여기가 이제 메인 DC죠. 이제 오딘이 나오고 오딘을 통해서 디플러스 기아가 이제 B 메인 쪽을 소바와 함께
Okay, round 16. The forward alarm bot is back. And this works really well for against Sherpa because they don't really play slow. Not too often, at least.
연막 치면서 빠르게 들어갑니다. 셰르파.
Oh, that is...
아니,
Dude, everybody gets pinged on that.
소바가 먹고 가는 거예요. 아, 사냥꾼
들어오지 마라. 들어오지 말라.
어떻게든 들어왔다 보니까 강제로 진군한 상태입니다.
Okay. Wavy's got to go huge here in the cubby.
시장에서 셀링.
Godspeed's just going to have to hide in the smoke. Paranoia, I mean, they have every intent of clearing that pop flash into the site.
대사고를 내야
And then he can hold main, basically, for his teammates.
가스비가 메인에서 대사고.
Oh.
야, 헤르메스.
헤르메스가 배제를 안 합니다.
Dude. Second time today, right?
야, 디플로스키야.
약간 그 격언 있잖아요. 언제나 모든 걸 의심하라. 네, 그걸 오늘 헤르메스 선수.
Well, DK looks really drilled in today. Like, with their util usage, the angles they're clearing, like, they're not taking any chances. So that's good news for DK. They're clearing all their corners. They're using all their util. They're basically getting value off of every piece of util they use, right? Even if it's not a kill. Like, they're not... I mean, yeah, I guess we saw, like, the overlap with the fragment of the Paranoia earlier, but they did have the better weaponry, so it didn't really bite them back. But other than that, I haven't really seen anything where I'm like, oof, like, this util is not doing much for them. Which, you would be surprised how often you see that in a pro game. And it's nothing against the players, it's just... You know, sometimes you get countered, etc.
이게 또 소바 KO가 먹고 가는 거예요.
아 이게 기절 보습 맞았는데, 야 이게 또 이렇게 되네요.
사냥 그 정찰용 화살이 또 뒤쪽에 찍혀가지고.
Wait, there wasn't even a period...
이게 소바의 가치죠.
예. 그러니까 어센트에서 국룰 조합이라고 칭송받는 이유가 있는 겁니다.
There wasn't a paranoia on that, right? It was just a flash drive. Did they all get hit by that?
그러니까 이런 전진들이
Maybe they all got hit by it at least half flash, like right as the recon pinged them?
다 돼요. 그러다
Or right as the recon landed?
쓰고요.
총기를 살리는 게
I'm not so sure.
지금은 돈이 안 되는.
That was a rough one.
좀 애매하긴 하거든요.
메인 쪽 일단 살짝 들어오긴 했는데, 아 봤어요, 머리 봤어요. 피해망상 던지고 압박 한번 주고.
라운드 타임이 너무 많이 남아 있다 보니까 이거 가스비가 살리기에도 좀 힘들 수 있고, 근데 반대로 디플러스키아도 일단 자금을 불려야 되는 라운드라서.
네, 서로 무리 안 할 것 같기는 한데요. 쉐리파 입장에서 이 벤달한 자루가 있느냐 없느냐가 다음 라운드에 되게 클 수 있어요. 그래서 최대한 딜레이만 시키면서 살리는 방향으로 가는 게 제일 좋아 보입니다.
앞에서도 말씀드렸지만
Just gonna be a save.
살리는 게 변수의 시작이 될 수도 있어요.
이게
So what? That's 11-6? Oof.
16라운드에
No buys coming out next round for Sherpa. Wavy can half buy, I guess.
네. 자, 이대로 마무리가 되겠죠?
경갑 바이도 안 되는 라운드다 보니까 더더욱이나 좀 살려야 되는 이유가 있고요.
라운드 디플러스키아 11대 6이 됐습니다.
디플러스키아 되게 잘하는데요?
완전 달라졌어요.
완급 조절도 되고 있어요.
You do have Blade Storm. Okay, so you could try something if you wanted.
본인들의 연계 플레이. 그러니까 앞에서도 사실 사고가 날
The question is, I mean, you have to. I don't know, man. You're already down 0-1 in maps. But surely you don't give map point for free. You don't just bank on only the Blade Storm. Surely you throw everything you've got and you half buy here. Force up whatever you can get.
남은 라운드가 2개밖에 없어요. 그러니까 본인들 심리적으로 봤을 때 상대가 이거 지면 매치고 그 다음에는 이제 그냥 게임이 가버리잖아요. 그래서 타임아웃을 한번 준 것 같습니다.
맞습니다.
하물며 바로 앞전의 라운드 때 그 소바의 정찰용 화살과 플래시 드라이브 연계 1A로 A 메인을 또 밀어냈었다 보니까 속도감 있게 쉐르파가 A
What can Sherpa do? I mean, overall, they haven't looked great today.
행선지를 어디로 잡을지가 좀 궁금하긴
Lots of
하네요.
not clearing corners, not setting up for each other.
또 소바가 없는 상태다
Calm
보니까
seeming to break down a little bit.
정보를 얻고 뭐 밀어내고 이런 것들이 어려운 조합이에요.
So far, DK's been really good about reading Sherpa's timeouts too. So we'll see.
네.
그게 되게 큰 것 같습니다.
그러니까 정보의 부재도 있어요. 계속 언급이 되는 것처럼.
I was wondering if it's a tiles crunch, but it's an outlaw. So it's an outlaw mid. And he's holding back, right? They're afraid that it's going to be a fast rush into mid. They're afraid that it's going to be a mid to B. So, oh, they're one-waying and they're immediately taking over mid as well. And then everybody gets pinged. Now, they are just banking on just the Blade Storm, so they're really trying to go for the long con win here. Oh, the right click. Nice dash. Nice dash.
일단 한자로 업그레이드.
Now that does mean you don't have the blade storm anymore. That's huge. That is massive. The backups arrived though, and the wingman is down.
생각보다 많이 좀 따라와줘서 할만하거든요.
이걸 뚫어내면
Okay, I mean now it's a fight for tree basically, right? It's a fight for the weaponry. Oof.
푸시 너무 많아요. 지금 나무도 봐야 돼, 헤븐도 봐야 돼. 이거 사이트는 이미 설치되고 있고.
더블 피킹 좋았고요. 헤븐 쪽 웨이브
이거
What's the two guys just with the sheriff though? Okay.
웨이비가 마무리 짓습니다.
너무 잘 밀고 들어왔어요.
네.
비메인 쪽에서 시작할 때 제로 포인트 찍긴 했는데 찍혀가지고 타이밍 날아간 거 치고는 나무를 과감하게 질러가지고 잘 터뜨려서 되게 잘 메웠습니다.
야, 정찰용 화살이 찍혀서 보호가 갈 때만 하더라도 와 이거 계속 정찰용 화살에 좀 카운터가 맞는다 이런
네.
느낌이 있었는데 그 이후에는 셰르파가 되게 잘 풀어냈어요.
아 그렇습니다. 그러니까 B 쪽이 막히자마자 고민하면서 막 질질 끌기보다는 우리 조합의 특성상 그냥 심플하게 기절봇 넣고 플래시 드라이브 넣고 가야 된다. 나무를 과감하게 때려줬잖아요.
이거
오케이.
이번 라운드 가면은 좀 쉐르파도 가능성이 좀 생기거든요.
Early rush.
이번 라운드 되게 중요합니다.
무력화키고 자 근데 이거
No command. Dizzy, Mosh.
내 안쪽.
But that whole thing was pretty slow too. You know what I mean?
아 그냥 걸어 잠궈버리네요.
The flash drive and the flash drive and the dizzy weren't entirely in sync. I mean, great for freeing. They were positioned for this as well, to some extent. But
이걸 프링이 다 받아 먹었습니다. 그 프링의 활약 덕분에 매치로 가는 디플러스기야.
심지어 그것뿐만이 아니었어요. 중앙에 있는 상대 쪽에다가 폭파본 지역까지 던져가지고 각을 다 지워줬는데 지금 저거를
야 잘하네요.
각이 다 지워져 있었어요.
right, there was something late about that. Like,
박스를 끼면서 스텝으로 승부하고.
because freeing was flashed initially, but Han wasn't there to take advantage of it.
봉쇄 완성. 12대 7.
와 이거 이 타이밍에 또 역전진이에요.
셀릭.
이거 연결.
Oh, the paranoia. Now you know they're all out there. Hermes covering mid. I mean, dude, look at this. They just instantly divide the map all the way down to spawn. Okay, you don't want to overheat, DK. Don't want to. Yeah, okay, they're not going to overheat. They don't want to get surrounded. Hermes is a little stuck.
뭐 숫자가 뭐 밀리는 것도 아니고 동수 싸움이기 때문에 자 B로 갑니다.
이거 생각보다 할 만합니다.
Dude, XC chose to peek out there to try to set themselves up.
그러니까 오히려 밀고 들어와서 잠궜으면 모르겠는데 잠긴 게 아니라서요.
나노 소음으로 시간 벌고.
It doesn't look like it's gonna pay off though. Now two people are mega low.
드리블.
하나 피하고.
Oh, dude, he dodges the flash. What a game! What a game from freeing towards the end there. Huge.
대박입니다 진짜 경기력.
야 마지막에 저 레이를 막는 저 플레이 진짜
Man,
대박이었습니다.
아 어떻게 이런
I mean,
플레이 나오네요.
DK crushed.
혹시 몰랐잖아요. 알람봇 있고 나노섬 다 살아 있고 나노섬 반응도 됐고 그 제로 포인트에 안 찍혔으니까 모른다 했는데 야 이게
That was much more anticlimactic than I thought.
앉아버리면서 피하면서 그냥 헤드로 에임이 갔습니다. 아 프링 디테일 살아있네요.
방금 1인칭으로 봤잖아요.
네.
영화 장면 같았어요. 플래시 드라이브가 공중으로 날아오고 있는데 그걸 살짝 피해가지고 옆에를 다 잡는 이게 진짜 좀 멋있는 장면이었습니다.
Very well played from DK.
날라오는데
I mean, Sherpa.
어려워요.
네.
그거 다 피하면서 혼자 다 받아냈습니다. 사실 되게 영웅 같은 플레이를
The thing is again, I do think there were quite a few forced errors as well, though, right? I don't think it was just Sherpa tripping over themselves. I think it was DK being very thorough today, and that started to really show the cracks in Sherpa's prep.
권력급의 그런 경기력을 디플러스야가
Where they basically had to show the weaknesses they had, and things started to break apart. This was lower, so Sherpa is now eliminated. Sherpa is eliminated from playoffs. But they did make playoffs, so they are guaranteed a spot back in split 2. So hopefully this time off is enough to help them grow a bit more.
맞아요. 반대편에서 반을 던져가지고 우리 여긴 저 거짓말 치는 플레이 그게 어센트에서도 된다고 한다면 아 팀들 진짜 머리 아프겠는데요.
네.
But we shall see.
모든
DK though, I think looks a lot better. They looked a lot better today than they did during the entire split. Right? I mean, they basically looked similar to last year in my opinion, which to me is not a good thing. But today's match, again, it's a question of how many of these errors from Sherpa were forced versus unforced, but overall I think DK definitely forced Sherpa's hand quite a bit. And more than anything, DK was very thorough today, so that's the good news. As far as I know, Challengers Korea is just for prize money and then potential relegation promotion for making into playoffs. But the playoffs itself, I think, is just prize money. So, I mean, DK performed similar to what I thought they would at Ascension. And I'm not trying to make myself like sound smart or anything in hindsight. I just didn't think that the way they played would work against the best of the best from the other, against the best teams from the other regions. They used to play really slow, one-dimensional textbook Valorant, which worked in Korea because for the most part they were just already ahead. But overall, I didn't think it would pass, especially against some of the more aggressive teams, things like that. So, to me personally, I wasn't too shocked. I was actually surprised so many people had like high expectations for them going into Ascension. But yeah, to me, I wouldn't say it was too shocking. But a lot of people were. A lot of people were surprised. But today looked a bit more convincing to me. I guess that's where I'm coming from.
특히나 전반전에는 마지막 10, 11, 12라운드 전부 셰르파가 따냈었잖아요. 그러면서 7대5로 마무리가 됐고 조금씩 후반전에서도 셰르파가 점수를 만회하는 모습이 있었지만 그런데 이게 지금 정점이었습니다.
이게 한 번이 아니라 두 번 연속이었어.
그렇죠. 19, 20라운드 그 연달아 프링이 만들어내면서 경기를 마무리 지었습니다.
프링한테 감도 좀 물어보고 싶네.
We'll get the MVP interview, chat. We'll translate that, and then there will be a 30-minute break in between the matches. So we'll take a break during that. Step out for a second, grab some dinner.
인터뷰도 준비가 되어 있다고 합니다. 이시훈 아나운서와 함께 인터뷰 만나보시죠.
Congratulations, our first winner, our winner of the first match today is D plus Kia. Our overall match MVP is XC. So please say hello to the fans. Hello, I'm the IGL of D plus Kia XC. Now, your last match last week against Nongshim Red Force, unfortunately, you had to suffer a loss, but today you got a 2-0 and bounced back. How does it feel? Honestly, we felt that we were always like we weren't ever really showing what we prepped and how we prepared. But I think if we are able to play like today, showcasing what we've been working on, then I think we can beat all the remaining opponents as well. So on Icebox, you guys had a 13-3 scoreline, and then 13-7 on Ascent. How were you reading the overall pacing of the game today? On Icebox, I think everything went exactly as planned and as we predicted. On Ascent, I think we lost the pacing a little bit, but overall, I think our comp was just stronger as well. So I think that's what helped us carry through on Ascent. Now on Icebox, obviously both teams kind of ignoring a lot of mid. Was this just a strategic choice? So I think personally with our comp, we just didn't really need to take too much control of mid for the most part. So yeah, you could say it's a bit of a strategic choice when it comes to how we play that map. Now, of course, we have to talk about your play overall. Now, you showed your clutch potential as well, of course, with the Thrash, really helping secure the victory on Icebox. And then there was also that moment where you were kind of waiting for the right moment to strike, and you were able to get triple kills, things like that. So how would you rate your own play?
올라온 거 아닌가.
So I think today
올라왔는데 이 정도였는데
I actually didn't get to showcase the full potential that I have during scrims. So, oh, so there's more? Yeah, I think so. There's more to show.
달라진 건 크게 없는데 그래도 감독님께서
Not much has changed coming into playoffs,
말씀해 주셔서
but
계속 성장하는 것
I
같아요.
think our head coach really just gives it to us as it is, right? He just tells it straight, and I think that's helping us continue to grow match by match.
오늘 우리 엑시 선수뿐만 아니라 우리
Okay, so then today, of course, a lot of fans here today and watching online. Is there anything you want to say to your fans and the fans of DK?
주셔서 감사합니다.
Thank you so much for always supporting our team.
디플러스카의 엑시 선수 만나봤습니다. 다시 한번 승리 축하드립니다.
That's it for D plus Kia. That's it for the MVP interview. XC, the IGL,
잠시 쉬는 시간
long-term veteran of Challengers Korea for sure.
두 번째 경기는 IAM과 SLT 성남의
And then
경기가 기다리고 있으니까요.
now we're going to move on to match 2. So, chat, there is a 30-minute break in between these matches in Challengers Korea. So, I'm going to step out and grab some dinner. Catch up with my wife a little bit because she was out at work today as well. But enjoy the highlights. I'll try to come back. I always say this, and I know I never actually keep my promise, but I'll try to come back a little bit before the match starts, before we get back into the broadcast, so we can chit-chat a bit more. I mean, if you want something to watch, feel free to go and watch my Pick'ems video for VCT Pacific over on my channel, on my YouTube channel, or you can also go watch the Timeout episode, which is on the VCT Pacific channel. A quick chat with the coaches that I had. That's a lot of fun. That's actually exactly 30 minutes, so you could watch that. So go check those out. But we will be back for match 2, which is going to be SLT versus IAM. That is the streamer team with Duenmo, with Bunny, with GodDead, all of those guys. We'll see if they can continue their playoff run here in Split 1 of Challengers Korea. Just going to change all the titles here real quick. Ba-dum-bum. Bum-bum. All right. Titles are changed. It is IAM versus SLT. This should be a banger. I mean, technically, DK versus Sherpa should have delivered as well, but I think SLT and IAM have a much higher potential to deliver a very exciting match one way or another. So definitely stick around for that if you want to watch more Korean Valorant. We will continue to check about VCT Pacific. If you want something to watch, go check out my YouTube channel or the VCT Pacific YouTube channel. There's some fun content there as well, and I'll be back in 30.
butterfly. I flip a switch, keep a secret, let you come inside. When I run the gamut, but I could never plan it. I keep on breathing when I land it. When I run the gamut, but I could never plan it. I keep on breathing when I land it. If you give me a piece of your heart, you keep easy when you're out of part of two worlds. It could be nothing, maybe it's something. Keep your eyes on me. Keep your eyes on me. Keep your eyes on me. Me. Keep your eyes on me. Keep your eyes on me. Me.
I am back. Back. Keep your eyes on me. Alright, let's take a look. What do we expect from this match? SLT versus IAM. These teams played in the very last, I believe it was their last match in the round robin. 2 overtimes that day. Bind and split. Map 1 and 3. SLT took bind. IAM took split. But the ascent was, oh yeah, this was it. This was IAM just crushing SLT's ascent, which used to be their strongest map. So. Oh, this was also the one where technically it might have just been a 2-0 because, oh, right. Yeah. Inpa had to sub in halfway through bind because of the network issues with Kuchiri 972. Forgot about that. So we'll see. We'll see how it goes this time around. We shall see. He gets the ace. My voice is in this.
This is like the ultimate dream for
That's me.
a professional Valorant player. Our lives could be changed forever.
That's not me.
The pressure is so immense because if you don't make it,
Dude, Ascension in Tokyo's kind of exciting. Bum. Dude, so many regions. Man, Ascension this year. Who's gonna make it? It's crazy to think about because it's like it's not just another exciting tournament. It's it's the fact that like another team will be joining VCT Pacific. You know what I mean? Like that's crazy. Like, who's gonna be joining? I have no idea. Ba-da-ba-ba-da-ba-bum. Okay. Everyone get ready. Match 2 of the night about to kick off. Still 10 teams to be choosing between. Wait, what? 10 teams to be choosing between? Oh, you mean in Ascension?
발로란트 챌린저스 코리아 계속해서 이어드리겠습니다. 스테이지 1의 패자조 경기 함께하고 계신데요. 이제 두 번째 경기가 준비되고 있습니다. 두 번째 경기는 팀 IAM과 SLT 성남.
Yeah, especially, I mean, in Pacific this year, we've got a lot of different kind of redemption stories potentially going on, so. But like redemption, I mean, I think, listen, the story building is very real for Ascension. And could the format overall for the year, etc., like could all this use a lot more work? Sure, it's not perfect by any means. It's not close to perfect, but the fact that we are like going to get good redemption and rookie stories like always is very exciting.
이번 경기도 진짜 치열할 것 같습니다.
그렇습니다. 이 두 팀은 지난 라운드 로빈 때 한번 만난 전적이 있는데 그때 당시에는 IM이 2대1로 승리를 거둔 기록이 있습니다.
네. 근데 이번에 또 SLT 성남이 워낙 준비성이 좋은 팀이고 그리고 주차별로 새로운 것들을 잘 마련을 해온
SLT versus I'm curious to see what the Korean casters predictions are.
잘할 것 같다는 느낌은 받고 있거든요.
네.
I think IAM's going to win 2-1.
요로 원툴이었지만 지금은 요원풀이 넓어졌다. 이것저것 다 다룰 수 있는 상태이기 때문에 일단 까봐야 알 것 같습니다.
But we shall see.
어떤 식으로 경기가 펼쳐지게 될지.
EMEA was under. To be very honest, I didn't like follow along with EMEA's Ascension. Pacific Ascension was kind of exciting. It was also kind of wild.
셰프를 잡게 되면서 패자조 상위 라운드로 올라가게 됐고요. 이제 두 번째 경기 IM과 SLT 성남의 경기입니다.
이 매치업 쉽게 갈 것 같지는 않습니다. 지난번 경기가 두 번의 연장 끝에 승부가 갈렸기 때문에 이번에도 굉장히 치열하지 않을까라는 기대감이 좀 있습니다.
분명 플레이오프에다가 패자조로 내려온 두 팀의 대결이기 때문에 그리고 벼랑 끝 승부이기 때문에 준비된 것들이 분명히 있을 거고 많은 것들을 쏟아 부을 거란 말이죠.
Let's wait for the map draft for that command. We'll wait for the predictions as well.
좀 주구장창 밴을 했었는데 플레이오프 LFG전 때부터 밴을 안 하고 있거든요. 충분히 선셋이 열릴 수 있는 가능성이 남아 있습니다.
네. 자, 과연 어떤 식으로 경기가 펼쳐지게 될지 일단 선수들부터 만나보도록 하겠습니다. IAM과 SLT 성남 먼저 IAM이 소개가 되고 있습니다.
IAM. This is the new streamer team. You see some familiar faces if you followed Korea and Pacific at any point. God Dead obviously played on Gen G last year, was on Onslayers before that, was on F4Q before that. Bunny, of course, also on F4Q prior. Athena as well. So 3 of the ex-F4Q guys here on IAM. And then Duenmo, like the OG content creator for Valorant in Korea. Kuchiri, also quite a popular content creator in Korea. So, new streamer team, but quite committed. Duenmo has said time and time again that they are looking at this as a 2-year project to see how far they can go. So we shall see. Goddead was the one that replaced Zest. Yes, that is correct. He was playing in China during the off-season as well, playing in Ascension. Didn't make it very far, but he's been catching right back along, doing quite well here. Yeah, that's true. EMEA and APAC, the Ascension format has like a built-in narrative, right, of all the different subregions, so that is the exciting part. Well, not really Ascension, but yes, Ascension, right? Like the 3 acts that they had going on. He got eliminated quite early. He was playing with TS, I believe, and I believe Bile was with them, who is now the coach for Billy. But Bile was also their old coach on or way back when. Well, on Gen G for God Dead, and then before that as well for TS for a very long time. What's up, ICIC?
그러니까 좁은 맵에서 난전을 잘하는 것도 있긴 합니다만 넓은 맵에서 되게 기민하게 움직였을 때 효율이 좋기 때문에 어디든 나와봐라 라는 식으로 좀 오늘 준비를 해왔을 것 같습니다.
그렇습니다. 맵 픽이 좀 중요할 것 같습니다.
One of the pieces of broccoli in my
많이 등장하고 있진 않은
veggie smoothie did not get grinded up. It's just sitting there. It's kind of big.
이렇게 IM의 맵 승률까지 확인해
I'm gonna save it for last.
아이고.
다음
Oh.
경기 예매하셨다고요?
Is this Joinmo's parents?
야, 현장에 이제 많은 분들 또 와주셨거든요, 진짜.
네. 뒤에서는 못 이기면 3년 뒤 결혼고? 예.
왜 3년 뒤죠?
But apparently they've reserved tickets for the next one as well. I don't know. I don't know if this is Joinmo's family.
자,
이게 보는군요.
But-
네.
그러니까 다음 경기 예매했다라고 지금 적혀져 있는데 다음 경기 예매하셨다는 얘기는 오늘 이겨라는 얘기 아니겠습니까?
Yeah, so they're already cheering for them to win because they've already reserved tickets for the next match. That's funny.
없어요.
네.
네. 스테이지 2로 넘어가니까. 그래서 오늘 경기 무조건 이기고 다음 라운드에서 만나자. 아, 이렇게 좀 치어풀까지 확인을 해.
Bile's pronounced like Bile. It's spelled like Bale, like jail, and Bale is an actual word, but like bail out. But he intended for it to be Bile.
자, SLT 성남. 아, 플레이오프
Because in Korean, you would spell it like Ba-il, and that would be B-A-I-O.
패배를 하면서 패자조로 먼저 내려와 있습니다.
Are there more coming soon for the coach discussion videos? There is episode 2.
IM처럼
They teased it at the end as well. That should be coming up. I don't know when. I don't know the release schedule for those, but I would assume before this weekend. So either today or tomorrow.
아니면 베네시아의 활약. 그러니까 제빈에게 모든 걸 기대는 게 아닌 팀원들도 골고루 이제 힘을 내주고 있는 상태이기 때문에
D+1 pretty handily. Sherpa has been eliminated.
맞습니다.
특히나 이제 뭐 언급해줬던 임팩트 선수인데 베네시아 선수가 최근에 점점 폼이 올라오고 있어요. 그러다 보니까
SLT Seongnam. Benesia like carried the scoreboard in their 1-2 loss to IAM last game. He was in highlight after highlight.
많기 때문에 맵별로 또 준비가 되어 있는 선수들이 있잖아요.
네. 그래서 뭐 합이 얼마나 맞느냐에 따라서 달라지긴 하겠습니다만 다양한 역할군과 요원들을 쓸 수 있다는 장점들이 존재하는 팀입니다.
네. 지난번 경기에서 그 클라우디 선수가 처음 한번 출전을 했었었는데 클라우디 선수도 상당히
맞아요.
좋은 모습 보여줬었어요.
맞아요. 그러니까 지금 여러 명의 멤버가 교대로 들어오면서 게임을 하고 있는데 개개인이 다 퍼포먼스를 잘 보여주고 있기 때문에 SLT 성남의 선택적인 폭이 굉장히 좀 넓어지고 있는 상황이고요.
자, 기록에서도 나오고 있죠. 임팩트, 베네시아, 제빈 이 세 선수가 지금 주축의 그런 모습을 보여주고 있는데 나머지 선수들이 어떤 식으로 양념을
SLT is a team that does have a rotating roster. They play musical chairs. It's been working out relatively.
아루도 마찬가지로
So-
뭐 스킬의 정확도라든지 아니면 백업 이런 것들이 빨랐기 때문에
I think we can't discredit it entirely, but
만만한 상대가 아닙니다.
네, 특히나 이제 제빈 선수를 필두로 해서 앞라인이 밀고 들어왔을 때 힘이 굉장히 좀 강한 편이라서 뭐 특정 공간 부수기 이런 것도 굉장히 좀 잘하는 팀이거든요.
네.
거기서 버티는 것들을 역할 부여받는 IM의 선수들이 오늘 좀 긴장을
let's
많이
see
해야
here.
될
네, 채팅창에서 얘기 나오는데 임팩트 헤드샷 비율 엄청 높네 막 이런 얘기 나오고 있습니다.
네, 뭐 게임 해보신 분들은
Let's
아실
see
거예요.
here.
헤드샷 비율 높이가 쉽지 않고요.
아, 그렇죠. 근데 SLT 성남은 스플릿에서 현재 전패 중입니다.
So Cloudy was only playing
바인드에서 3전 전승이에요.
네, 그때 디플러스 기아를 상대로 했었던 요원 조합을 가지고
against
뭐
D+, even in the last match.
욕탕 부수기 이런 것들이 유효타를 많이 냈었던 기억이 있는데 이
But
또한
only playing the
마찬가지로
Gecko and the
SLT
Omen,
성남도
right?
우리들의
So
힐맨처럼 해주고 있기 때문에요.
네.
kind of the Gecko specialist. We'll see if since he's on the stage, I assume they're going to be playing Gecko in their first map here.
브리즈 선셋을 제하고
So we'll see how that goes.
자신 있는 전장으로 갈 것이냐 이게 중요할 것 같습니다.
이 두 팀은 라운드 로빈 마지막 경기에서 붙었었거든요. 그래서 그 텀이
Have we seen a successful rotating roster at the T1 level?
텀이 길지가 않았었기 때문에 지난번
Not
라운드 로빈
really.
경기에서 맵뱀픽이 이어질 수도 있습니다. 지난번에 바이브 스플릿 이렇게 이어졌었거든요.
서로 잘하는 맵도 좀 주고받는 모양새였거든요. SLT 성남은 스플릿을 내주고
Yeah, I can't think of
마인드를 취하는 그런 느낌.
like if we want to say successful as in like they placed.
양쪽
then no.
까다로웠던 것들 좀 쳐낼 수도 있겠다는 느낌이 좀 들기는 합니다. 워낙에 그때 좀 박빙으로 갔었다 보니까요.
972와 베네시아의 수치 비교가 나오고 있습니다.
It's again, I don't mean this as like as a fan. I think RQ's version of rotating roster, the rotating part wasn't the problem last year. I will say that. But did it help them like get across the finish line? It didn't do that either. So.
혼자 남아 있는 경우가 상당히 많거든요. 오맨이라던가 아스트라 이런 것들을 플레이를 하게 되면서 본인이 이제 의도치 않게 골이라던가 럴커가 되는 경우가 많은데 그때 되게 허리를 잘 잡아줍니다.
네, 구치리와 베네시아의 대결 오늘 흥미진진합니다.
This is Kuchiri, also 972. His says nice. Oh yeah, they got their own mouse pads.
아이엠 패드.
그 구조 홍보해야죠.
저기 깻룡이.
마드리드에서는 이제 뭐 번들 사라가 있었다면
They released their own mouse pads. IAM mouse pads.
요거 한정판이에요.
예, 패드 사라.
저게 이제 IM
It's kind of cool.
네, 그렇죠. 팀 캐슈에 이어서 이제는 패드까지.
예, 패드 사라. 예.
적극적으로 홍보를 하고 있다. 이거 되게 중요해요.
근데 이게 또 패드에
It's cool that they made their own mouse pads though.
이겨야 돼요.
It is nice.
자, 이제 양 팀의 인터뷰도 만나보도록 하겠습니다. 양 팀 코치님들 만나서 이야기 나눠보겠습니다.
Yeah, I mean 2GE is another player that's like good enough, but obviously again limited spots. We'll see. All right, interview time with the coaches.
오늘 준비된 마지막 경기 IAM과 SLT 성남의 경기 시작 전에 각 팀의 대표분들 한 분씩 모시고 인터뷰 진행해
We'll talk with the representatives from each team. First up, Team IAM.
IAM에서 코치를 맡고 있는 임파라고 합니다.
Hello, I am the coach of Team IAM, Impa.
임파 코치님 반갑습니다. 자, 다음으로는 SLT 성남도 자기소개 부탁드립니다.
And SLT Seongnam.
팀 감독 소성민입니다.
Oh, and I am
네,
So Sung-min, the head coach of SLT Seongnam.
오늘 경기가 마지막이 될 것이냐, 마지막이 되지 않을
Now this
것이냐를
match
결정짓는
determines
경기이기
whether it's your
때문에
last match, a
굉장히
split
중요한
one,
경기가
or if you get to
되겠는데요.
continue.
임파
So a very
코치님,
important
오늘
match.
경기
Impa,
예상하시나요?
are you expecting the win today?
네, 오늘 경기는 일단 자신 있습니다.
I think today we are confident.
자신이
I want to note, this is me talking, not translating. He hasn't actually talked like that before. He's always said like, we're going to do our best. So he's coming in confident today. All right, okay. So then on the other side, head coach Soyeon. Well, we lost to IM in the last match, in the round robin. So we've really kind of shored up some of the weaknesses that we had. And we've made sure that we don't run out of steam today, that we're able to perform to the best of our abilities, and we got some nice plans in play. Now in the last matchup, obviously you couldn't really carry it through. But so for Impa, I think last match, the first half, I would say actually already it was kind of slipping away. So it's not like we were looking to win that. So I actually gave some stern words to my players because I think there was a lot to fix. Now, SLT Seongnam, you guys have a very deep roster pool. How does that work for your team? Well, a 7-man roster. Obviously, it's a lot more players than other teams, but it allows us to really focus on comfort picks and comfort comps and also get a diverse pool of feedback and opinions from our players as well. All right, last but not least, word to the fans and to your own players. Well, of course, we are a streamer team, so there's a lot of fans that support us. So as the representative for the team right now, I really want to give our thanks to all of our fans. So thank you so much. And to our players, obviously we've faced a number of losses now as well that we can grow from. So I hope that they keep that to heart and that they just play as they have been practicing today. Now, what about SLT Seongnam? First of all, thank you so much to all the fans that support us as well. And I hope our players, again, just play what we've prepared confidently today on stage, and they're able to showcase that. All right, that's it for the pregame coach interview. I missed one of the questions there because it was kind of long and it overlapped with the answers, but Okay. I mean, the thing is Inpa has never said like we're confident today's win. He's always kind of played it safely. So
출마하시는 줄 알고.
so I'm curious.
제가
이제 시즌이잖아요. 네.
제가 뵀던 코치님들 중에 인터뷰 제일 잘하시는 것 같아요. 진짜로. 네.
So I'm a little curious on how confident they feel. They're making fun of Impa for like waving to the fans and interacting, saying it feels like he's out on a campaign. It's actually voting season right now in Korea. So just making a joke about how he looks like a politician. How many timeout episodes are there? I believe 2?
그냥 그 1-3맵 그러니까 1맵하고 디사이더
I don't know if they would have edited it for like extra content, but
많이 오픈하기도 했고 그래서 아예 그냥 오늘은 진짜 아예 그냥 판을 엎을 수도 있겠다는 생각이 좀 들긴 합니다.
그 전에 승부 예측부터 확인해 보겠습니다.
this is one of the most successful streamer teams I've seen. Yeah, I mean it's up there. Okay, yeah, I'm with IAM 2-1 as well.
예상 안 된다는 거예요. 어쨌든 둘 중에 하나는 골라야 되니까 일단
IAM 2-1. I don't think it's going to be a 2-0, but I think it's going to be a 2-1 once again. And I think IAM still gets the edge.
몇 번의 차이가 있었다고 생각을 해가지고 그 클러치가 아니었으면은 SLT도 가능성이 있었다. 그래서 오늘은
So Caster Hong on the left side, he's saying he thought that it just came down to a couple clutches. So he thinks there is a very solid chance that SLT can
오늘도 IM 쪽에서 나와서 IM이 이기잖아요.
win today.
그런 클러치가 IM의 매력이 되는 거죠.
그렇죠.
네.
그러면 그런 매력 때문에 IM을 선택하셨나요, 박동진 해설?
뭐 지난번 그 라운드 로빈
A gift card to spend on flights. That's sick.
IM이 최근
Sick.
들어서 뭐 다양한 역할 그 요원
Korea for champs
보여주고 있는데
would be a worthy candidate. Would be a worthy candidate. It could be heavy rain season. So just bear that in mind. If not, it'll at least be humid and hot. But there's a lot to visit in the summer in Korea as well, as long as again it's not smack dab in the rain.
매력을 보여주고 있는 상황이기 때문에 이번 플레이오프 패자조 경기 어떤 식으로 흘러갈지 잠시 확인해 보도록 하겠고요. 양 팀의 맵별 승률부터 다시 한번 더 짚어드리겠습니다.
Taking a look at overall map win rates. So this is funny. The Ascent is funny because this win is this loss, right? So there's, and this was when IAM finally moved away from the Euro on Ascent. They played the Phoenix.
이런 것들이겠지만 오늘도 뭐 숨기는 상황이 된다면은 어떻게 보면 준비가 좀 덜 됐다고 평가를 해요.
I would imagine that Champions tickets are going to go on sale pretty early. I imagine they're going to be hard to get as well. So keep your eyes and ears peeled. I would say not only follow the official channels, but in fact, again, not shilling, or quite frankly, maybe he doesn't necessarily prefer this, but Jake is very good about tweeting out how global fans can get tickets if those are available for any like Pacific events and Korea events specifically, especially because Korean websites can be a little hard to navigate for global fans. So if you really want to make sure that you're catching when they go live, etc., I would follow like the casters and also Riot Jaker on Twitter or X as well. Ticket giveaways. If I had him, I would. Listen, if there's more subs to my YouTube channel, maybe I can convince Riot to let me do a ticket giveaway. Oh, think about that. Breeze ban? Really? Not surprised about the split ban. Lotus? Really? Is it still okay? And that leaves the sunset open. The thing is they absolutely have to have imagined this is going to happen, right? Because IAM didn't ban it out. They left it open. They banned out the breeze. So IAM clearly has to have that prepared. And then Icebox last. Oh, this is a banger lineup.
예, 됐죠.
근데 아이스박스도 IM이 최근에 보여줬던 요원조합 자체가 꽤 괜찮은 모습들이 있었고 셋업들도 준비가 잘 되어 있었어가지고
All right.
풀맵을 간다면은 IM도 괜찮을 것 같은데요.
Predictions are up for map 1. We do it map by map. Get your points in.
준비된 게 있는 것 같은데요. 그러니까 이게 기록상 봤을 때는 바인드를 SLT가 좀 더 선호하기도 하고 잘하는 전자.
Lotus Sunset really interesting.
근데 아이스박스로 행선지를 정했다라는 건 뭔가 IM이 그 지난 경기에서 보여줬던 그 조합을
Is this the connection? They're an OG for remembering the connection. I don't know. I would love to do another series of like podcasts slash like chats, but I don't have like strict plans in place right now to make that happen. I would love to make it happen. So we'll see if we can grow it into a series or not. There's other things that we're doing right now that I want to focus on for now, so it's not a top priority. But that's in the works, so that's in the idea box. Is there a part 2 to Jake and Chobra? Not at the moment, but I'll basically be editing it to add in like extra references and things like that, cut out some of the long parts, and we'll upload it separately as well. So you could watch it under the live tab on YouTube, but you can also wait for the upload tomorrow, and you'll have a kind of organized version. I might even cut it into 2 parts because we actually went pretty long, which I'm happy about, because I thought maybe we would just cut it short if there's not too much content. But Jake was very willing to share a lot of his thoughts, so I'm very appreciative of that.
되게 임팩트가 있었거든요.
네, 그때 당시에 뭐 발자국을 통해서 버니와 함께 잔해를 벌려주고 나서 본대가 들어올 수 있는 루트를 확보한 다음에
You don't like Icebox?
통해서 잔해 역전진을 오히려 막는 모습들이
I used to hate Icebox, but now that it's back, it's kind of refreshing. We'll see. We'll see how long that lasts. I might get sick of it.
진짜 매력적인 모습들을 간간히 보여줬었기 때문에 그런 모습들 누가 더 많이 보여줄지 지켜보겠습니다. 첫 번째 맵 로터스로 가보겠습니다.
So the big story here for IAM is that Dwemo used to just play only the Euro for all year, and then finally, the week before, 2 weeks ago, he started expanding his Asian pool a little bit, including the Omen here on Lotus. And it's a fast push out with the Frenzy, a double kill on the spray as well. See, I mean, they were kind of expecting it, but not enough to fight it. They just wanted to hold it back. But I think SLT's push was much faster than they imagined. This is good, though. This is good. After they see the majority coming in from Mound, they immediately take them out. Now, here's the thing. Bunny is just going to hold to see if anyone comes in through Heaven. SLT's smart about this. They're not going to do that. And they're going to stick as a group. They're going to stick as a group, see if there's a peek out. I love the position from Jabin. He's watching to see if there's a counter peek. The wingman draws out too much aggro. Oh, you don't like watching it. Okay. Who is the IGL for IAM now? I still don't know if there's official confirmation. So I don't know. I don't know if they have like a dedicated IGL. I'm gonna assume got it, but
제빈이 지금 데미장식 반을 벌써 채워냈어요.
설계가 되게 좋았어요. 그러니까 C 쪽을 미는 균형.
I don't think it would be Athena. I don't know if Athena was ever in the discussion to take over the IGL role. So it used to be back in the day. It used to be 972 Kutsiri, and then it was Zest when he joined. But obviously things have shifted since then. But the reason I'm leaning more towards Goddard is just because Kutsiri, his aim became so much crispier once he put that down, the mantle of the IGL down, and let Zest do it. So I imagine they wanted to keep that comfort a little bit. How good is Zest's English? As far as I'm concerned, it's not that great. I mean, Bren was saying he thinks it's good, and here's the thing, it could be good enough to converse. Like, he might not shy away at events to like chat with other players or casters. But here's the thing is that, like, unless a player, I mean, it's not to the point where he like can't understand it at all, right? So there's that. But to me, unless a player is comfortable enough that despite the nerves, they are willing to do an interview, like they'll say, oh, my English is rough, but I'll do an interview in full English, right? Like, I might have to ask you some questions, but I'll do it in English. Unless they are willingly saying that, I don't think their language is at a good enough level to be considered good for comms, right? Because comms in a live scenario is a totally different thing. Or like using it on camera, using a language on camera is a totally different thing. So as far as I'm concerned, I don't think it's that great, but maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm wrong. I mean, to be fair, but here's the thing, like Gao said in chat, the other thing is you don't need to have a full grasp of the language, right? So if you're comfortable with just, you know, the comms, sure. There's a world where you could make that work. And I think that depends on person and personality. So, ooh, I love that shrouded step. That was good, man. The ping pong between Bunny and Dwenmo there. But yeah, like as far as I'm concerned, Buzz would be the only one that I would consider like, oh, his English is fine for comms, right? Like he's the only one that I would confidently say that. And even then, I don't know if he would feel comfortable, but I think it's at a level where he could feel comfortable. But like, for instance, like Stacks obviously interacts with other players just fine. He jokes around, but do I think Stacks would feel comfortable doing calls back and forth in English in a live scenario? I don't know about that. Again, there's ways to get around it, right? You can really diminish it into like keywords and phrases and et cetera, especially if you're not the main caller, things like that. Obviously, a lot of Chinese teams do that, whether it's with English or Chinese. So you can make it work, but that really depends on the team. And at the end of the day, that does limit your play a little bit. So.
저렇게 귀체 그리고 덴모의 움직임 이런 것들을 한다면 과감하게 들어갔다가 재빈이 죽을 수 있을 만한 환경이 나올 수 있다는 거라서요.
네. 오퍼레이터예요, 재빈. 그리고 데미 장식이 완성돼 있습니다.
네, 그냥 오퍼를 통해서 언덕 쪽을 밀고 A 쪽에 킬조를 옮겨서 세팅을 한 다음에 들어오는 걸 막겠다라는 생각입니다. A로 가라 이거예요.
자, C 쪽에 있는
Another aggressive push out. Yeah, you're both oh no, that gravity wall. That shrouded step is everything. That shrouded oh, but it's not because he misses. Oh, dude, that shrouded step was the one remaining hope. Kind of a big kill from Aru though. Impact, okay. I like the reset. I like the reset. Nice and calm, nice and calm. Oof, Benesia getting taken out like that with barely any damage done is kind of rough though. Yeah, I mean, we'll see. Yeah, that's the other thing is like, how much is he calming when he's playing solo queue, like if he plays on Asia and things like that. So I'm sure it's at a level where they could find a system that works. Whether they find that system or not is a question that remains to be seen.
거기다 데미 장식도 따라와 버려가지고 이제는 초반에 SLT 성남이 벌었던 것들이 다 리셋이 됐죠.
그리고 총기 차이가 나요.
네, 돈이 다 이제 리셋이 돼버렸기 때문에.
예. 자, 동점이.
Dude, my LG app is telling me that I need to. It's been enough time where we have to do another cycle of like auto cleaning on our dishwasher. It's kind of nice, but it's also kind of the app's like always telling me what to do with my appliances. I'm like, dude, let me just take care of my own appliances.
IAM이 천천히 영리하게 템포 조절 잘 하고 있습니다.
일부러 C 먹는 척 그 연막 하나 넣어놓고 진짜로는 또 A를 걸어서 컨택으로 파고 있는 겁니다.
Free sight. They even use the paranoia and the prowler. Very thorough, despite having pretty good faith that it's an empty site. So I like that. That's good from IAM. There is one stinger from Benesia.
변수는 이러면 아루의 이 균열이 매섭게 어떻게 들어가느냐를 봐야겠네요.
Oh, this is a very aggressive position. The thing is now they know. Oh, dude. What a setup, man. Uh-oh. Rifle over, though. Rifle over. Shrouded step. Ooh. Damn, Dwenmo.
사실 그 도입부 영상에서만 그 끊김만 있었거든요.
Man.
이제는 썸네일까지 쓸 수 있겠네요, 덴모.
Dude, what a setup. The way he's holding that smoke as well, they can't, like he would spot their gun even with pistols because he keeps just enough distance before they're able to actually peek out of it. and then they know that as soon as the util comes out that they have to be hiding in the Astra smoke because they haven't come out of the Omen smoke. Oh, what a round, man. What an ace. I mean, the thing is we're all excited about the ace, but quite frankly, that was an eco from SLT, so it shouldn't have come down to an ace clutch, but... A bit of an off angle from Cloudy there. A bit of a misstep on the stutter from Athena. So they've cleared everything on this side. Showstopper as well. The thing is how much more space can you take? Damn. Jabin with the shot on the jumping race. Yeah, not much God Dead can do here. He's a little stuck.
자, 6번째 라운드 리테이크 성공하면서 SLT 성남이 3대3 동점. 근데 라운드 타임.
What team do you think is going to Ascension for Korea? I mean, if I had to guess right now, I'm gonna put my eggs in the Nongshim Red Force basket. But LFG is a possibility. I mean, I think there's hope that IAM could. I don't think they're favored, but especially, I mean, when they're playing well, they're playing well. So the thing is IAM is definitely a momentum-driven team, right? So, and then DK, I think you can never really count out DK. DK is kind of that team that's like, they will always be part of the discussion for pretty much. I'm gonna put it this way: for as long as XC is part of the team, they will always be part of the discussion because they have so much veterancy in Challengers Korea. Yes, yeah. Okay. They were a bit late on that co-decision. Huh, that thrash. I think they just wanted to make sure, because of the nightfall, I think they wanted to make sure no one was following them. Oh. But they, yeah, IAM saw where the thrash was coming in from. I like that he stays in the smoke. I like this. Because he's baiting them to check that corner first, right? The way the smoke is settled. The thrash does catch him. Nobody's there to cover. He's just hiding in the smoke. I like that. Nobody's overextending. No overheating from IAM. It is planted for Mound. He's weak. Then there's the gravity well. No time. Oh, the angle from Kuchiri.
딱 그 폭포 안쪽으로 밀고 들어갔던 버니 선수의 하나의 플레이가 굉장히 컸어요. SLT 입장에서 뭘 준비했냐면 유동봇을 한번 안쪽으로 회수해서 잡았거든요.
맞아요.
그래서 리테이크를 노골적으로
Yeah, I mean, it's exactly as Zissel said. DK has the benefit of their infrastructure for better or worse. So they will always be consistent enough for the time being in Challengers Korea to be part of the discussion for Ascension. I hope that they are... This makes it sound like I'm cursing them, but if they continue to play like they did last year, which the previous match, it looked a lot more convincing against Sherpa, but if they play textbook, then I would hope that they aren't the favorite team. But they will always be part of the discussion, no matter what. Now, Kuchiri's been really solid for the team. I mean, honestly, Zest, even though he had to leave the team for bleed after 1 week, well, of the season, obviously he played through the qualifiers, Zest coming in and taking over the IGL mantle did wonders for this team because it let Kuchiri focus on his aim again. And he was able to just gain so much confidence off of that. And then no matter who's calling now, like the overall team has improved in their, you know, how they want to look at the game and communicate and things like that.
A로 좀 들어오는 IAM 그걸 상대로 어쨌든 지진 강타도 있었기 때문에 리테이크 각이 좀 세게 쓰긴 했었는데 이게 지진 강타도 쓰지 않고 임팩트가 세.
Listen, you gotta fake it till you make it, right? Pretend that you're alpha year until you become alpha year. That's what I do in my ranked games.
이것 또한 IAM 입장에서는 좀 골치 아플 겁니다.
I lock in the Jet and I'm like, I too am Korean and play Jet like texture. I always dash forward. I'm like, one of these days it's gonna work. Oh my, Shapen! I mean, he tried his darndest to get that kill.
딱 먹고 하는 셋업들은 되게 좋은데
지진 강타.
더 밀려나면
Boom.
어렵다. 오퍼레이터가 또 한 명이다 보니까.
Okay, kind of big cosmic divide, but they're already through. SLT very quick on this decision.
쉽지 않습니다. 사이트
Very quick. This cosmic divide was a little greedy, and SLT refills the site immediately.
더 밀려나면 안 된다라는 판단이 너무 좋았습니다.
I like the plant from Dunmo though. Dunmo's got from the shadows.
빠지기도 했었고요.
자, 그래도
There are some interesting ways they could use this. Now, IAM's going to regroup because they want to dwindle the numbers, right? It's 3v4.
근데 어차피 A 쪽은 알람보 심어놨고
Now, SLT, because it's a 3v4, they're once they were waiting for the B because of the cosmic divide, they're actually going to use the Killjoy util to try to get the info. From the shadows, they're not able to get the kill. They were trying to get the spam through the box. I like the idea, but it's not going to work. And now they don't really have much of a choice. They sneak in. Ooh, the whiff in between. But Cloudy, solid. 15 seconds, door's gonna open. That draws him out. He's gonna have to go around. Oh, dude, the fake from Impact, man. Opens the door and just runs away, plays for time.
야, 초반에 에피나 선수가 사고를 내면서 혹시 모르는 그림이 나올 뻔했습니다만 말씀해주신 그 지진강타의 활용처가 되게 좀 빨랐던 게 좋았네요.
네. 그러니까 아예 밀려나가지고.
What do you think about Clove? I'll get to that in a second because that's a bit of a longer answer. But if you're curious, I also have a video on it on my YouTube. Go check that out. Not so much about Clove, but about the potential of Clove seeing pro play in Pacific. But who was playing for IAM before Zest? This is from YouTube. Well, IAM is a new team, right? They formed their team in the off season. There were a couple players that like was scrimming with them on and off. But I think Zest was the only one that like officially joined the roster to play in the qualifiers. So my opinions on Clove. I think Clove, first of all, is great for like the overall game health. I think Clove is really good for solo queue. I think Clove is so I think Clove is a good agent to play in solo queue. I think you can't really go too wrong with Clove unless you're playing Clove solo controller on Breeze. So I think Clove is good there, but I think Clove is really good for the game's health in solo queue because, again, you can't really ever go wrong. It's another character that you could play like aggressively, you could play passively. Like you get rewarded, you still feel like you can get rewarded for playing the way you want, which is a very important thing to keep in mind in a PvP game like this, right? It's something that, for instance, this is something that I believe I want to say it was Overwatch. Nice, dude. Trying to find the off timing. Jabin finds that. I think Overwatch did it in their initial design, or maybe League of Legends did later on as well. But League's definitely been very conscious of it in the way that they constantly try to change the game, where basically you don't want supports to have to be just just sit back and be passive, right? You want them to feel rewarded, and you want every role to feel like that. So again, not saying that controllers are just supports, but having the option to, you can still find a lot of value even if you play passive. You can still find a lot of value even if you play aggressive, right? You can still find value after death. Things like that is a very important aspect for a live service PvP game. So I think overall it's very good for the game. Do I think Clove is going to be great for pro play? I don't think Clove is going to be great. I think there's options for Clove. Dude, I can't believe he waits on the timing there. That's so good. I think there's options. I don't think Clove is OP. Let's put it that way. I don't think Clove's OP. But I think there are a couple maps like Ascent and Sunset we talked about a couple times in the chat as well, where Clove can see some pro play. I'm not convinced that Clove would become meta, but maybe teams can cook up some crazy comps that will convince me otherwise.
베네시아와 세팅으로 맞고 B를 임팩트가 맞고 나머지가 A예요.
그러니까 오퍼레이터 타이밍.
자, 이거 오퍼턴이
Natito with the raid. Thank you so much. Welcome. Appreciate the raid. Hope you had a good stream. Oh no, oh my. Jabin, calm down. Jabin overheats a little bit sometimes. I mean, he was buying time since his teammates were coming through, but
정리를 했습니다. 이거는 조금 그러니까 SLT 성남 입장에서는 상대가
Does the map veto favor IAM? Well, on paper it does not,
좀 흔들 필요가 있어요.
but well, it's hard to say it doesn't. Just because they've always banned Sunset, so they left it open very intentionally because they banned out Breeze, which SLT banned last time. So surely IAM is prepared. Whether the execution of the Sunset will be good or not remains to be seen. No, and that smoke shot, I don't think it was the crowd noise. It was too quick. I mean, he was already pre-firing that. The thing is a lot of times when it's like jiggle peaks and stuff, it is just timing, right? Like something does this a lot. Something gets a lot of kills through the smoke. He gets a lot of pre-fire kills, and it's a lot of just internal timing and knowing your opponents. And also, it's a lot of doing it every time so that, you know, you actually get a lot more successes. Yeah, that one was tough to work around. Oh, the Nightfall as well. They really want to secure it. They kind of need to. Oh no. Well, now there's only one option. Oh, he knows he's out of bullets. I mean, that's a tough place to be in. That's a tough place to be in.
확률이 좀 올라갔었거든요. 근데 그것도 밑에서부터 올라왔던 클라우드가 다 정리하는 구도가 되어버렸어요.
상단까지 먹은 건 좋았는데 결국
8-4.
메인을 쥐고 있었던
Good half from SLT.
클라우드의 그 에임쇼가 있었다 보니까 이게 또 라운드를 가져가게 됐고, 아 근데 IM이 좀 급해진 느낌이 있습니다.
네. 그러니까 킬조이의 세팅이라도 좀 빼서 상대가 얘네가 어디로 지를지 혹은 어디로 들어갈지에 대한 좀 그런 안정감이 없게끔 만들었어야 되는 건데 어느 한 순간에서 등 떠밀렸어요. 여기로 가라. 네.
자, 전반전이 8대4로 마무리가 됐습니다. 8라운드부터 12라운드까지는 연달아 SLT 성남이 점수를 따내는 모습이 있었는데 초반에는 뭐 에이스도 나왔었어요.
네.
김대모.
그 사이드를 때렸을 때 힘싸움에서 안 밀렸다 보니까 아마 IM이 계속해서 그 사이드 위주의 게임을 펼쳤었던 것 같은데 어느 순간에서부터가 SLT 성남이 내성이 생기고 오퍼레이터가 뜨다 보니까
Let's see how things work on the flip side.
네. 자, 전반전을 일단 더블 스코어로 마무리된 가운데 이제 후반전으로
SLT seems a lot more controlled today as a team.
중요하겠죠?
특히나 따라가야 되는 IM 입장에서는 피스톨을 얻게 되면 8대6까지도 내다볼 수가 있기 때문에 8대4 스코어는 진짜 정말 피스톨에 많이 걸려 있습니다.
맞습니다. 와, 이거 대놓고
Jabin.
제빈이 쇼티.
He's gotten the shorty gifted, man. They've done this a couple times before, I believe. I think the SLT is one of those teams. It's just gonna be a race to the B site. It's a half armor shorty double blast pack, man. Let's go. Whoever loses is eliminated, but it is a best of 3. He hasn't checked it at all. He hasn't checked it at all.
이게 됐어요. 연기해줘야 되는데 연기하는 사람이 오히려 잡아버리고 연기가 먹혔으니까.
The thing is
야, 이러면 SLT는 완전 엔진
I mean, listen, oh man. The thing is I think SLT was just banking on the fact that it wasn't going to be a B stack, which quite frankly is very good preparation for IAM, because who stacks that here on the pistol, right? So he was just intending to clear this. That way they have control of both B and A to a certain extent. So he didn't even think about checking the left side. And really what he was intended to be was just someone who draws out the crosshairs and then his teammates were supposed to trade. It's just that Gutsiri gets the first kill from long range from heaven. So that kind of ruins everything. And then Afina is able to get the remaining kills as well.
이거는 진짜
Yeah, welcome.
심어져서 나중에 또 어떤 나비 효과를 불러올지 모르거든요. 가뜩이나 SLT 성남의 조합이 이게 페이지가 아니라 개코라서 은근 드론류가 좀 애매해요.
균열. 결정으로 자리 다시 옮겼고요.
That breach is really gonna ruin any of these early pushes that IAM wants to do. And I mean that's part of it on defense, it's part of it on attack as well. They can really fight for both mound and rubble control pretty easily. So wherever that breach uses their abilities, IAM needs to make sure they're kind of taking over the other spot like they are right now.
SLT는 C 쪽으로 들어올 준비.
Uh-oh. It jumps over. Yeah. Jabin kind of catches sight of him before he gets flashed. Uh-oh.
큰일 났네요.
네, 이러면 신경 쓸 때가 너무 많기 때문에 변수를 내기가 많이 어려워졌죠. 하나 구치리가 그래도 잘 만들었습니다.
네.
근데 이미 상대편이 총기가 다 업그레이드
Not much you can do here. I mean, surely you have to try whatever you can, but
철저하게 더블픽입니다.
오,
하나.
oh, God dead?
자, 근데
Great jiggles.
아로를 모르고 걸렸고.
Oh,
절야광입니다.
dude.
SLT 성남.
야,
마지막 나루.
순간 큰일 날 뻔했어요.
That hurts.
진짜 말도 안 되는 무빙을 보여줘가지고요.
이게 통상적으로 브리치가 있을 때 균열 첫 번째 균열의 토대로 하나의 메인을 쥐고 그 다음에 두 번째 균열이 돌 때 뭐 사이트를 때린다 이런 게 정석이긴 하지만 SLT 성남 어차피 우리 총기도 짧은데 그냥 두 번째 균열 돌기 전에 기절복과 섬광 폭발의 연기로 들어가자. 그게
Oh, that's rough. You're already down 4 rounds. Okay, so they're just gonna go for. Surely they don't use it all at once. Surely it's a trap play setup.
이럴 때 또 가위바위보가 이렇게 흘러갑니다.
And they see nothing early. Now, do they rotate or do they push out? Okay, they're gonna rotate, which I don't mind that. They're even gonna put the smoke up to make them think that they've had sight of it the entire time. So this is honestly the best thing that they could do, because if they use all their abilities just to try to push out, it's like, unless the other team is absolutely ill-prepared, there's no way. There's no way that you're gaining an advantage there. They can just let their team know, run into A, etc., etc. So this rotate's going to be a lot faster. The Astra Stars to cut off the site as well. This is very good. Now the Wingman is going to help with the plants, but that's an early kill. Weapon can't be recovered though, so that's a little rough. And no, it's rough.
너무 잘 때렸어요.
네, 그나마 변수는 설치가 안 되는 거였는데 설치도 잘 됐고요.
피해 망상.
The Wingman was huge here, right? Because otherwise one person would have had to stick it.
위치 확정입니다 이러면.
네.
여기.
깔끔하게.
여기. 베네시가 4명 제거. SLT 성남.
한번 이래서 요즘에 좀 절약왕이 큰 것 같아요. 특히나 초반에 피스톨 라운드 이후에 절약왕이 뜨게 되면 좀 많이 말릴 수밖에 없는 게 저 아울로 때문이기도 하거든요.
분위기도 되게 큰 작용을 할 수밖에 없는 거라서요.
네.
10대 5입니다.
All right, IAM kind of has to take things back in this next round.
예.
아까부터 계속 좀 나오는 흐름이.
See, Benessi has been really living back up to kind of his role as one of the more experienced players on this SLT squad.
피해 망상과 페인트 다 한꺼번에 던지면서 압박을 좀 줬었고요.
They didn't use the fault line though. SLT's playing this very smart. SLT's playing this very smart. They know that IAM's going to want to take control of something. And if IAM uses their abilities first, great, they waste that, and then we can counter it with our abilities whenever we wish. If they don't use it, you still have the fault line, which gives you a huge advantage in fighting for rubble or mound control. You take mound control for free. So now you've got Paranoia and Fault Line ready to go. Trying to clear that turret, doesn't quite get it. Paranoia, dude, what a flight path from Jabin. I mean, it takes quite a bit of damage, but that allows him to save the Fault Line for the next section. So taking things over bit by bit. Now, they still have 50 seconds. So SLT can wait. They're going to hear the Haunt come out. Okay, so now you know that backup has arrived. And you're still keeping B main control. This is very good. And then you're leaving a lurk in Jabin. This is very good from SLT. Afina, he needs to stay alive. He needs to stay alive. He got 1 kill. He dwindled the numbers. It's not bad. As long as they can get this kill. Okay. Not much damage at all. Impact gets the kill into heaven, though. Oh! I thought Aura was going to actually have that kill. Sees. Alright, the call is made. Cloudy's going to come in for the double angle. The timing as soon as the Haunt is thrown. And the crossfire. Oh, Cloudy. Huge, huge clutch.
11대 5.
Very well played by SLT. That was a really good round. That was a really good round from SLT.
를 보내버리고 폭발백 드라이브 하는 거를 턴 넘기면서 또 받아먹고.
네.
타임아웃입니다. IM.
돈이 좀 애매한 상황이긴 한데 이거를
It's looking rough. It's looking rough now. What is it? 11-5, right?
정리를 할 생각으로 타임아웃을 건 것 같아요.
야, IM은 앞선 라운드 진짜 아쉽겠네요.
저건 잡았어야 됐어요.
Huh? Timeout? Timeout now? I know YouTube's always a bit more delayed.
갈 쪽까지 먹고 있는 상황이라 심리적으로 진짜 부담감이 셌거든요. 각이 3개라서.
자, 에피나가 B를 자리 잡고 있었는데 뒤쪽으로 빠지면서 잘 시간을 끌어주긴 했었거든요.
Curious what the change is here. Because the thing is IAM's comp is not great at like retaking areas immediately after the fault line. You basically, if you want to wait for SLT to make the first move, you kind of have to wait, let the turn pass, and then reset. But SLT was saving their util in that last round, right? At the beginning. So that's something that IAM's going to have to consider.
SLT 성남은 타이밍 자체도 되게 잘 맞고 있습니다.
네. 전체적으로 오늘 다 샷감이 올라온 느낌이에요. 그러니까 맨 처음에 SLT 성남이 이번 정규 시즌에서 아쉬웠을 때 얘는 재빈 선수 외에 나머지 선수들이 약간 살짝 좀 기죽어 있는 느낌도 없잖아 있었는데
네.
지금은 뭐 재빈 선수뿐만 아니라 위에 클라우드 임팩트 다 올라가 있잖아요.
그리고 준비된 것들도 되게 많아요. 잔해를 주고 나서 어떻게 뺏어 먹을까?
네.
고각 폭파복과 피해 망상 그리고 제빈의 폭발백 드라이브 섬광 폭발을 받으면서 잔해를 먹더라도 찜찜하게 만들었거든요. 이전 라운드를 토대로.
오딘.
오딘.
욕심내지 말라 이거죠. 그리고 잔해를 상대가 스킬을 많이
So SLT's, I mean, this allows them to save their util again, right?
세게 들어옵니다.
Impact actually took quite a bit of damage from.
더 드라이하게 나가요.
Well, Athena took more damage.
여기까지.
야 이거 총기 짧은 상태에서 욕심을 엄청.
SLT's given this up though. They intend to go back because they know that they won the health trade out. I think they're pretty confident that they did that over on C.
연막 하나 보내놨고.
이게 가위바위보가 아까부터 IM 편이 아니긴 해요.
And the thing is I mean, SLT's reading this very well. They see that it was just a Killjoy peeking out of C. There's no one else to trade there. No trap play coming out. So surely it's not a setup. Otherwise, it'd be one of the best acting that someone's done on Lotus. Impact needs to run out. The setup for Benesia up on the boxes. That's huge. Impact even gets the kill going through B main. And then Aru as well. They now know that Benesia is on top of the box, but he's got an Odin.
시간도 이미 많이 가버렸고.
자, 여진을 썼습니다만 일단 발자국 빠져나왔고요. 이것도 아루가 잡아냅니다.
결점까지 가네요.
네. 무결점.
Are players' mice and keyboards checked by Riot before a tournament? Yes.
12대 5입니다.
자, 여기까지는 아마 계산상에 있었을 거예요. 이미 총기가 짧은 시점에서부터
I believe all gear is checked. I don't know the exact procedure, but
강하게 그냥 드라이하게 먹은 다음에 가둬놓고 때리자라는 생각으로 했을 텐데 자 그게 안 되고 난 지금 이 메인 18라운드가 IM한테 중요하겠죠.
그러니까 총기가 짧은 라운드에서는 여러 가지가 좀 맞아야 되거든요.
네.
그런 것들 좀 어긋나는 모습이 있었고 말씀해주신 대로 IM은 어차피 뭐 매치까지 일단 생각하고 여기서
It's looking rough.
생각을 하고 있을 거예요. 여기서부터 봐야 돼요.
and this was IAM's pick.
세게 먹자라는 세팅입니다.
Now they finally have the op, so they're looking better now because now they can take rubble and they can still get. The thing is if you have rubble, why are you getting so curious here? Right, it's not like they had a great setup here either. They didn't have a good backup to support. That was the Raze and the Killjoy. It just seems overly greedy. Right? Like I am using the paranoia early with the Shrouded Steps to take over rubble. That's supposed to push them in here. Now, the only thing I can imagine is Bunny was thinking about trying to get an off timing so he catches them before they are confident enough to swing. But I mean, I guess saying it's greedy is a bit of hindsight, but I don't think it was necessary. So, okay, well, SLT, a very clean win. Clean win against IAM. Good revenge here today. So last time when they met 2 weeks ago, SLT won map 1 on Bind. They won that in overtime 14-12. Then they lost the second map one-sided, similar to this. I think it might have also just been 13-5. And then they lost the third map 14-12. So they succeeded in getting revenge on the one-sided map. We'll see if it continues on Sunset.
네, 그리고 전반전 때 IM이 좀 급해졌던 것도 컸어가지고요.
네.
그리고 SLT 성남이 말씀해주신 것처럼 그 절야광을 토대로 후반전의 분위기를 다시 한번 잡아온 게 되게 의미가 컸던
빰빰
것 같습니다.
분명히 진짜 그 전반 초반
rough start. Rough start for sure.
때까지만 하더라도 IM의 흐름이 괜찮았는데
맞아요. 예.
묘하게 C에서 계속 쫓겨나고 A로 등 떠밀리고 나서부터 좀 경기 행방이 점점 SLT 쪽으로 좀 밝아지는 느낌이 없잖아 있었습니다.
네. SLT 성남은 타임아웃 한 번도 안 썼어요.
네. 뭐 상대의 타임아웃 때 이야기나 하긴 했을 겁니다만 그럼에도 불구하고 SLT 성남 입장에서는 뭐 건드릴 게 없을 정도로
Put Duemo back on Euro. I mean, I'm curious what they've cooked up on Sunset. They've been hiding it all through and through, which I mean, I don't blame them, right? They had other things they needed to work on for IAM, like bringing in God Dead and making that work. So we'll see.
쪽을 걸어잠그는 움직임들도 상당히 좋았었고 또 그리고 C 쪽도 세팅이 흔들리지 않는 상태다 보니까 본인이 에임에 집중할 수 있는 상황들이 상당히 많이 나왔습니다.
네. 그리고 라운드 중간중간 럴커로서의 역할들을 해주다 보니까 어느 순간에부턴가 IM이 임팩트를 신경 쓸 수밖에 없는 구도도 만들어줬었다 보니까
Bunny's still solid as always.
저희가 오프닝 때 말씀드렸던 것처럼 완성체가 되어가고 있다는 느낌을 받게
But if SLT can play like this, like if they can play much more as a group with restraint, SLT could grow to be a good team too. I don't think I mean, this one map isn't enough to convince me that they're also a contender to go to Ascension from Korea. I don't think any team is consistent enough in Korea so far where you're like, they are by far the favorites to go to Ascension. Which, by the way, the Ascension is decided in split too, so it's not this one anyway. But SLT is still a little bit of a question mark, so we'll see. But they're definitely growing a lot throughout the season. I mean, when it first started, they looked like they were guaranteed bottom two.
잘 틀어막았다는 느낌이었어요.
네, MVP 준비됐습니다. MVP 만나보시죠.
Are there any challenger players you should look out for? In Korea specifically?
누나 한방 웃음 찍겠습니다.
민서 누나.
예. 뭐 마치 그 응원의
Like in terms of rookies, I think a couple of the players here on SLT, I think Impact and Jabin both worth taking a look at. I would say on Nongshim, Extros and PKM both, you know, worth a look, worth a follow. Extros a bit more consistent, but PKM higher peaks, I think. And then obviously, if we're not counting just rookies, but other players, then you know, obviously like the cool stories for like God Dead and Bunny, things like that. Han on Sherpa, who just got eliminated in the previous match. You know, Hate on LFG, things like that.
그 라운드당 킬이 1.1이에요. 한 18라운드 했다고 치면은 18킬 이상 한 겁니다.
사실 한 30% 중반 이상만 나와도 와 진짜 높다라고 말씀을 드리는데 이거 40%는
이러면 벤달 써야죠.
예. 팬텀 말고 밴덤으로. 밴달로. 예.
지금 몇 대 몇이에요? 지금 첫째 맵 막 끝났습니다. 1대 0입니다. 1대 0 BO3고요. 이 맵에서 2대 0으로 끝날지 아니면 1대 1로 돼서요. 세 번째 맵으로 갈지는 두고 봐야 될 것 같습니다. So 1-0 right now for anyone who's just joining. We shall see. If SLT can close it out, I think that'd be huge for them. It would be very sad for IAM and their fans. Quite frankly, I mean, IAM getting into playoffs looking okay, looking hopeful, things like that. I think already, like, again, they've already stated that they want to make this a 2-year project. They don't expect to be greatly successful right off the bat. Obviously, they had to do a roster change as well, so that was a little tough. So, you know, I think IAM, no matter what happens, they're in an okay spot in terms of expectation, but it would be cool. It would be cool to see them continue on. 느낌은 잘 모르겠습니다. 느낌은 2대1이 되지 않을까 싶은데. This is the first time I'm hearing you speak Korean. Oh, right on. Right on. Yeah, if anyone comes in to chat in Korean on YouTube or Twitch, I'll respond in Korean. So if I don't know, if any of you have any Korean friends that are like, well, he only speaks in English on stream, you can tell them that that's not true. I used to cast sometimes on the Korean broadcast as well for VCG. In fact, I'll be going back to the Korean broadcast once in stage 1. So, my grand return after kickoff. Chat, they forgot to take out the hyphen here. Where's the CG operator? You already have the verses built into the graphics. Take out the hyphen. Will you be watch partying EMEA later? No. I gotta get rest every day because we've got Pacific kicking off. So during season, most likely what will happen is I can really only pick and choose what other matches, what other tournaments to watch live. And then anything that's not in my time zone, like if I'm still up or things like that, EMEA, sometimes I'll catch like, you know, the first match or the first map. Americas, I might catch like the last map depending on time when I wake up. But most of like the VCT for EMEA and Americas, what I'll do is I'll scrub VODs and watch highlights to follow along during season, and then I'll catch up like in-depth VODs once the season ends as we build towards Masters. Probably what I'll do is on Fridays, I will, not this week because I can't, but on Fridays I'll probably try to catch on to China Stage 1, and then, oh, I guess they have to take it down to fix the score graphic? I'm assuming. I don't think it's a problem. Yeah, there you go. And then I think I still want to focus on following like the Pacific Challengers scenes, so Korea, and then I'm gonna follow up with the influencer team again to see if I can get rights for like South Asia or Japan or some of these other sub-regions for Pacific for Split 2. Because I asked once already, most of the splits were underway, so while they said it should be doable and they said they'd follow up, obviously things have been a little hectic, so I'll probably follow up with them looking forward to Split 2. And I think I want to I think I want to always make Pacific my #1 priority, China #2 priority, and then like EMEA and Americas, obviously I'll always be following along because they will be present at Masters events, etc. But in terms of like watching them live and stuff, because of time zone, first and foremost, it's kind of rough. How are you so good at both languages from YouTube? Well, for me, it's because I grew up speaking both at home. So huge shout out to my parents. Huge shout out to my mom. Thanks, Mom. I got to start working in esports thanks to you, Mom. How does it feel? You did this. You didn't want me to waste my time in my games, but you did this. 다음 맵이 선셋이라 IAM이 세트 가져갈 수... 그러니까 이게 근데 항상 이거는 진짜 어느 쪽으로 가도 이상하지 않잖아요. 그러니까 이기면 진짜 준비 잘... 왜냐면 벤픽은 아무튼 100% 예상을 했을 텐데 그래서 이길지 아니면 아직까지 실전을 해본 적이 없어서 지는지 이건 두고 봐야겠죠. Dude, it was so funny. I knew someone would get destroyed. I actually thought it'd be Bren, but Bren wasn't listening, and friggin' Sideshow got wrecked when I suggested that DRX plays rotating musical chairs. Also, yeah, why is this? Oh, no. They started doing 15-minute pauses in between maps, didn't they, for playoffs? Not quite sure why. The VCT APAC teaser is out. Is it good? Is it good? Did Gen G take over the truck? Is Gen G now driving the truck? I hope they keep that truck all year. I hope it's a recurring motif. For anyone who missed it, the opening teaser for Kickoff in Pacific had Pacific arriving in a truck, and then they were standing on the truck as DRX came to challenge them because Paper X was the reigning champion last year. It was a sick video. How was map 1? SLT kind of crushed IAM. SLT playing much more controlled. Much more controlled. A couple good rounds, couple good plays from IAM players, but overall, SLT looking a lot more controlled. Just turn the clock back when watching EMEA and you have no time to... Why didn't I ever think of this? Scientists hate this one trick that'll let you watch all VCT matches in your own time zone. Lotus was IAM's pick, and they got 513'd, my friend. There was no truck. Maybe we can watch it. Maybe we'll watch it really quick. Oh, this is the one that Paper Thin Film. Well, I heard him talk about filming this. I think we can play it here because it's Pacific, right? Oops. Now, see, and I don't mean this in any way, but like, Seth or I couldn't pull this off. You know what I mean? Like, oof. Oh, the angle. Stax was trying so hard not to laugh there.
I got it. Nope.
Dude, yeah, how are they all fitting in? It looks so spacious. Dude, oh, Medu's so big. You're right.
No. I want to go. No.
Oh man, oh, there's I always go.
Let me go. Not this time. I want to get off. Not this time, man. Bro.
It's all the
I told you. I always
Why would
go.
you even try to push the
Let me go.
They're all fighting. Joking. Oh man. That's so good.
This is where you get off.
Oh dude, that's a sick look. I mean, where are they, right? Oh, this is just the teaser. Okay, so the part with Paper X and Gen G, surely it comes up in the actual in the. Well, this isn't the teaser for the opening video. This is just the teaser for stage 1. Okay, it's a separate video. I think. So we'll have to see. Did Paper then share some? He was telling me some fun stories he had from the shoot. Let's see here. We probably had to do about 20 minutes. Oh yeah. He told me about this. He told me Stax was drunk. In fact, because we were gonna meet up, so Seth and I were waiting for Clinton, and we were like, dude, when is that shoot gonna be over? And he's like, dude, it's taking so long. And he finally got there. We were meeting up with some other people too, and we're like, wow, that was a long shoot, man. Like, why did that take so long? And he was like, dude, Stax just kept messing up. Oh man. No, that's good. That's a really well shot piece. I love Stax trying to get off at Masters of Madrid and he just gets blocked. Damn. No, Clint's perfect for that though. Like he can pull off the like stern grumpy look. You know what I mean? Like obviously Seth has done some acting before, you know, in school I believe and things like that. Like I've been parts of so many different content pieces. Like I'll do whatever like that people want me to do for content pieces. Like I'll act, I'll take on whatever characters, etc. But like there are certain things that just suit certain people better, and Paper Thin was perfect for that. That was good. SLT pick map 2? Yes, they did. They picked Sunset, which IAM usually bans, but they didn't. So I think IAM's going to come in prepared. Whether it's good or not, we'll have to wait and see. It's our first time looking at IAM Sunset. Oh yeah, GE wasn't there, huh? I wonder if they couldn't get back in for Korea because they were like all traveling or something. I think this might have actually been filmed during Madrid, maybe. That was a good one. That was a good one. but that's not a teaser for the opening video, which is a different video. So so that's not like the official video that's going to play at the start of each broadcast, things like that. So I'm sure that will have all the teams and players. Excited for that. I hope they keep the truck motif. It's kind of cool. I hope the truck's like driving around Seoul, and then Champions Pacific arrives in the truck and everyone else arrives in their planes, which suddenly makes the truck look a little small. No, Pacific content's pretty goated. And then you guys should... Actually, I don't know if they have English subtitles on all the other ones. Well, I actually don't know if the other channels have their own content going on. But for instance, let's see. How do I... Subscriptions, here we go. I don't know. So the Korean channel sometimes has like extra content with the Korean teams for Korean fans. And I don't know if those have English subtitles. Because I think there was one before kickoff. I don't know, but yeah, if you want more like content, definitely check that out. Like check out the regional YouTube channels as well. Yeah, there was this one. No, there isn't. Oh, there isn't English because it's specifically for the Korean audience, I guess that's why. And then any English content would just be on the main channel. The score was 13-5. No, but overall, like I know, I mean, Jake always talks about how much he likes the content that the team is doing and how much he wants, you know, them to continue to do more of it. I've obviously worked with various members of like the Riot team that work on some of the content. They're very involved and very passionate about it. And then like the crew that they'll get for various pieces of content, like they're all very good. So no, it's great. It's great to be able to take part in all of this. Nothing beats arriving in a utility truck. No, the elevator won't. That's cool though. I like that Jemkin's just there, just staring at the camera. I love that they gave a little line for Huron. That's nice. Can you sub the videos? Heck yeah. That's what I should do. No, I should just do William Cho reacts. I should do WillChobra reacts to Korean VCT content and then just translate it live and re-upload it to my YouTube. Oh no, I'm becoming a YouTube monster, chat. Look at what the world does to you. Oh man. I can't believe I thought of that, even as a joke. I am becoming what I hate most. It's terrible.
첫 번째 맵 로터스에서는 SLT 성남이 승리를 가져가면서 선취 득점에 성공을 했습니다. IAM이 선택한 로터스였는데도 불구하고 점수 격차가 꽤 났었어요.
네. 전반전에 좀 많이 터졌습니다. 특히 8, 90라운드를 토대로 라운드가 많이
All right,
굴러갔었던
sunset. Our first time seeing IAM sunset.
그간의 IAM이 좀 숨겨왔던
IAM의 선셋이라 과연 어떨지 궁금합니다.
반대로 SLT 성남 입장에서도
Curious,
IAM이
curious,
선셋을
curious.
고른다는 전제는 아마 하지 않았을 거예요.
아이고.
빠람빰빰빠라바라밤빰빰.
이 자리 어이구.
제가
많이
아는
오셨네요.
그분 맞죠?
예. 많이 오셨네요.
많은 귀하신 분들.
예.
Who is that?
예.
야, 확실히 이게 챌린저스 코리아 또 IAM 팀이 있다 보니까 친분도 있잖아요.
아니 근데 진짜 이게 주마다
Is that who I think it is?
보세요.
그 지난번에 그 에임 고릴라 씨가 먼저
네,
시작을 했었죠.
먼치킨 선수가 시작해서 젠지가 오더니
네.
텍스처 선수와 솔로 감독님 그리고 HSK 코치님이 오시더니 이젠 또 귀하신 분들이 또 왔습니다.
류재용, 학살.
Oh, it was Drew Jae-hong. Okay, I recognize Drew Jae-hong. Oh, it was Hoxel as well. Okay, so it's a bunch of the other Overwatch guys. I thought it was Drew Jae-hong, but like it's so shadowy, so I was waiting for them to say. And honestly, I've like never watched, like focused on watching Overwatch, but I thought it looked like Drew Jae-hong. Okay, so it was a bunch of the Overwatch guys. Cool.
어느 정도로 준비가 되어 있을지 궁금하고 SLT 성남 같은 건 선셋에서 50%.
Oh my god, I didn't put up predictions, did I?
네, 시즌 초반까지만 하면은 SLT 성남의 선셋이 좀 신박한 느낌을 받게 했습니다만. 예,
요게 맞죠?
예, 깜짝 놀랐네요.
We also didn't do the result on the previous one.
좀 재밌는 거 같아요.
Here, I'll do it. If for anyone who wants to do it, you got your chance now. We'll put it up for 2 minutes for the first round.
아, 레드라이트 선수였대요.
아, 그렇군요. 예. 뭐 아무튼 그 시즌 초반까지는 선셋이 SLT 성남이 괜찮았습니다만 점점 읽히는 느낌들이 있었기 때문에 어떤 변주를 줬을지
Just because it is IAM's first look at Sunset. So you got the pistol round, you got 2 minutes to put in your points predictions. I'm so bad at this.
시작했네요.
What the?
벌써 들어갔군요.
Okay, we are behind. This is a mess. But okay, so while we were busy trying to figure out if that was Ri Jae-hong or not, which we confirmed it was, IAM is playing Phoenix, which they played on Ascent against SLT.
네.
자, 앞에서 균열도 좀 빠졌던 상태라서 이거는 섬광 믿고 들어가야겠는데요.
자, 스파이크는 일단 설치가 된 상태에서 3대 2입니다.
이거
진행
진행을
중인데요.
하고 그냥 메인 빠져버리고.
메인 쭉 빠졌어요.
자, 이러면은 사이트 한쪽에 대한 정돈이 얼마나 빨리 되느냐.
Now, well, as we're continuing to do more, we'll get some help for our mods here on chat, so you guys can help me as well.
힘들어요.
시간이 좀 많이 끌리고 있습니다.
네.
예, 무조건 밀어야 되거든요.
네.
계속 드리블. 아루가 에피나를?
문제는 시간에서 태우는 거예요.
Yeah, I mean, we've talked about this, right? Everyone's talked about this a lot. If you plant it in the default plant, then you gotta push. You gotta push, especially on pistol. There's not much you can do.
할 거 다 하고 갔죠?
네.
A 쪽에서 이미 인원도 확실하게 몇 명인지를 얘기를 해줬고 거기다 교환도 내줬고요.
네. 자, 피스톨 라운드를 IM이 가져가면서 일단 유리하게 시작을 합니다. 초반부에 점수를 많이 가져갈 수 있는 IM의 상태가 되겠고요.
이번엔 템포 조절 좀 할 수 있을 것 같아요. 앞에서 로터스에서는 이 코스틸도 한번 당했어요.
So Raze, Phoenix, Sky,
네.
Omen, Cypher. Okay.
뒤쪽으로 오게 되면은 B 메인 싸움에 적극적으로 임해보게
Really blaze up to take control as well, basically to counter the one way. So that's one of the things that IAM is going to look to do to make sure that SLT doesn't get to take control of A main for free.
네. 앞서서 타일 쪽에 한번 핑이 찍히기도 했었었는데 일단 B를 보고 있습니다, IM.
And then because of that, they're just going to go forward. The thing is this is a stack. This one way's still keeping them confused here. Oh, the fault line. They didn't send the paranoia though. It looked like they were going to, but they decided not to jump on it because they hear the blast packs as well. So they're like, okay, with pistols we can't chase through, and then they're immediately rotating. I like this from SLT. They're gonna wrap around though when the opponent has a Cypher as well.
스파이캠으로 바라보고 있는 임팩트.
자, 일부러 몇 명 있다. A 확실하다라는 콜까지 나왔는데 이제 총기 차이 때문에
I mean, it's a lot. It's a lot of members. They still have paranoia. When's the fault line coming back? That's the big one.
덴모가 바로 반응을 했죠.
피해망상 안 맞았어요. 와!
Oh, with a lot of flashes, but it's too many members for the Guardian. Okay.
터지는 타이밍 보고 피해 방상을 오히려 안 맞고 커브볼이 지금은 대박으로 들어갔던 걸로 보여서 정리가 좀 됐습니다.
All right, and they pick up all the important weapons. Oh, actually, they missed out on the Guardian, it looks like, but...
두 번째 라운드까지 뭐요 정도까지는 어느 정도
Oh,
예상한
sorry.
것이 아니었어요. 커브볼로.
이거 뭐 불독이었어.
Sorry. I've never left my game in the wrong place like that. Oh, TMV, of course you would come in. Of course you would come in. The only time that that's ever happened. It's never happened before.
좀 밀어줘라. 역습 만들고 사이트 한번 때리자. 이것도 가능합니다.
불길 올리면서 진입.
패자전 IM이 잘 해낼 수 있을까요? 아, 저는 근데 뭐 충분히 가능성이 있다고 봐요. SLT랑 사실 약간 그날에 따라서 좀 누가 이기느냐가 갈릴 것 같아서 이 두 팀은.
작업하기 위한 액션이라고 봐야 되는 거고.
역습 완성.
자, 반대편 역습으로 밀면서 동시에 가겠죠.
역습.
Okay. So just using the run it back. I don't mind it for being safe. I like checking that smoke because you're already pretty confident about the site. Oh, that should land. Yep, there's no... I love that from Dunmo. Gets the tag and makes sure that there's no chance that they can try to flood it early. Kind of counters out the initial one-way. He's still concerned about the flank, but he's eventually going to come back. The one-way's going to waste a lot of time. It just clears as their own smoke goes up too.
들어가는 타이밍에 SLT 성남이 연결 라인에서 못 들어가가지고요.
각 자체를 아예 양각으로 발리고 있었고 결국 에피나가 레드라이트를 잡습니다.
Good re-entry in from Bunny too.
뒤쪽에 있는 공간을 페인트 타는 데 통해서 또 막기도 하고 또 그리고 척후대의 스킬을
Alright.
좀 억제를 하다
So far so good. IAM. The first sunset.
앞서서 덴모가 공포 작업을 통해서 역습 스노우볼이 좀 굴렀었죠.
딱 이런 흐름이 피닉스가 들어간 조합이 되게 좀 좋아하는 흐름이거든요. 계속해서
He's still back right up to 2 points on his run it back as well, so... And then now they're back to just re-pressuring A little bit. But this is going to be a tiles crunch. Yep, with the fault line and the paranoia. Pushes them all the way back. Now it is a Phoenix, so not a great way to get right back into it or to catch up. So this is going to waste a lot of time from IAM. And I love that SLT just gives up on it right away, right? Because they're on an eco, so they're just going to regroup to make sure that they can try to overpower wherever they come through. They're still set on making sure that A is a retake since they didn't hear any immediate reaction from Tiles Crunch. And SLT, I mean, they're working with the best they got with the eco. They'll go for the stack. I think they already know because they're looking at mid. They're like, okay, it's probably a rotate, but at this point, unless you want to keep bouncing back and forth, not much you can do if you're SLT.
그렇죠. SLT 성남이 유독 그렇긴 하죠. 그러니까 뭐 포바 작전도 많이 하긴 하지만 총기가 짧을 때 작전을 걸고 그게 안 된다면은 어느 사이트의 스택을 통해서 약간의 그 갬블을 하는 건데 이번에 또 한번 가위바위보가 빗나갔습니다.
Oh my god, he used the word gamble in chat. I'm on a mission now to make sure no one the all casters join me in this promise not to use the word gamble.
자, 과연 그 스킬로 변수를 볼 수 있을지 일단 정찰용 화살
Oof, not cleared. Oh, jumps right into the fault line. Both of them get hit as well. And, oh, on. That is ambitious, Benicio. I mean, I think they only did it because they're on an eco, so Benicio is banking on the fact that he can catch them by surprise. It's actually a really good shot from Athena. Very good reaction. Okay, I mean a little messy, but their creds are fine. No, I mean, I figured. I mean, if I was a coach, I wouldn't like it if casters, you know, said, you know, they were getting lucky or that this is just a gamble. The thing is gamble again. I don't think any caster means that they're just banking on luck when they say gamble. Like, I think we mean that it's a calculated risk, but obviously it doesn't necessarily always come out across the right way. Dude, the tempo control from IAM is good, right? But a huge hold from Venecia. Huge spray down from Venecia. I thought, I mean, honestly, especially with the run it back, but they kind of bunched up there. They kind of bunched up right next to their own Phoenix.
아루.
Oh my gosh. Oh, not a trap. It's a trap.
타이밍이
Oh man.
절묘했습니다. 라운드 SLT.
그래도 SLT 성남이 이번에는 앞에서 박동진 해설님이 언급해주셨던 것처럼
Finally a round win.
저런 걸 잡아먹어야 된다라는 플레이를 해줬기 때문에 아까보다는 IM이 과감하게 못 들어갈 겁니다.
The thing is, but man, it's things like this, right? It's so if Fino is here, he gets the kill and then immediately waits for the trade. It doesn't happen. So in Afina's head, I think he thought that the rotation was still coming in, or he's not coming in from this area, right? Because he expects the trade should have happened right away. So then he just uses, he's trying to make sure he places the trip as he's going in. He gets timing there. But I mean, yes, technically he was still a little bit out in the open, like he could have walked in. But the thing is I think basically what he was thinking was he puts up the trap wire and immediately clears the site as well, because in Afina's head, this was no longer an option, right? In his head, they were coming in from somewhere else, or you know, they were still on their way over, something like that.
맞아요. 리테일 투자이 너무 많습니다.
근데 이 싸움도 임팩트가 이겨내고요.
거기다 보바 라인도 지켜서 부담이 되죠.
데미 장식은 들어가지 않았습니다.
근데 공간이 다 열렸기 때문에
치도 안 됐어요.
SLT is catching on. I think, ooh, they're, dude, Impact got up from his seat. But you know what they say, you know what Mr. John QT says. They were standing up too much. They're gonna be sitting down. Dude, that was a cold line, by the way, from director John QT. That was a good line. I'm surprised IAM's, because here's the thing, this is kind of how Lotus really devolved into a one-sided map. Surprised IAM's not calling a timeout, because I think they're starting to kind of just ram their heads against the wall a little bit. We'll see how this round looks. A deeper blaze wall, paranoia, and tiles. This time it's when the opponents are on an eco. Well, they actually just go for a bit of a half buy here, but so SLT now actually has the tempo control a little bit. That's rough.
커버볼. 아 이것도 걸립니다. 예.
근데 이러면 덴보 좀 고립이거든요.
근데 이긴다면
I mean, Dunmo's just doing whatever chaos he can there.
스팅어였기 때문에 더 나갈 수는 없었습니다. 아, 제빈이 대기하고 있습니다. 임팩트까지 힘을 보탭니다.
이미 뒤에 들어가다가 묶인 거, 그리고 덴보 선수가 잡힌 순간부터 약간 고립되는 느낌이었죠. 모든 선수들이요.
I think the timeout has to come out here, right? Surely they were just waiting. Surely Impo was just waiting because of the econ situation. I mean, if anything, you should. I think you call a timeout just to calm down your players. I mean, I don't know what the comms sound like, but from what we can see, IAM's kind of just throwing things at the wall and seeing if it sticks.
어떻게든 저 임팩트의 함정을 어떻게 해야 되거든요. 그러니까 이 앞라인에 있는 함정을 그냥 그
I mean, SLT today looks like some of the cleanest they've ever been. SLT is usually playing like IAM is today. And even then, they've won sometimes just out of chaos and firepower. But they didn't ever look really that controlled for an extended period of time. Okay, nice hit, but they haven't cleared this. Okay, the paranoia eventually allows for the trade. Still just gonna go for the plant for main. Bunny, he's trying to just delay as long as possible. The thing is, we're gonna plant here, not okay. We're all gonna push out, which I mean, I guess because they saw everyone pinged. So rather than allowing them to get into the site for free, okay. How did Duenmo get all three?
균열 타이밍에 치고 나가는 거를 옆구리를 잘 찔렀습니다.
말씀해주신 것처럼 고바만 계속 보고 있었거든요.
저는 타임아웃 쓸 줄 알았는데 안 썼네요. 그리고 다시 회복을 하네요. 이래서 진짜 겉으로 볼 때 몰라요. 이게 팀 오디오를 들어야지 사실 타임아웃이 진짜 필요한지 안 필요한지 알 수 있기 때문에. But that's a like I really thought a timeout would be a good idea for IAM that previous round. But obviously, whatever they were talking about, Impa felt like it was fine, and it was. So he's gonna wait for his. Oh, he tries to just get the clip through the wall. I don't mind that. IAM. Okay, would the run it back, but no trade there. I think it was really just trying to set up Afina. I would have still liked Duenmo to like set himself or Afina up for a kill. I think he felt like he was running out of time too much. Dude, Kutini, some of the shots that he hits, man. Oh, got the tag. Okay.
이거는 B는 안 돼요. 그래서 A로 돌리는 거거든요.
It's not the end of the world.
네, 돌리는 판단 좋습니다. B는 안 되는 구도.
IAM has a chance here. I mean, Goddead has his pick on position to take. SLT pings it right away, though, right? Because they know the Omen went over, so they have no idea where the other member might be. So look at Javen's position. He's just going to be holding with the op. The thing is Benessia and Impact, they're pretty far apart. If Benessia tries to creep in on his own, that would spell trouble. Dude, Kuchiri has to decide. Okay, they're going to group up. I don't mind this either. This is a very obvious smoke, but they just walk into it! I mean, I think they were, because they were already in there, but... So they didn't quite have the time to figure out if he was going to walk into it or not. Damn. Oof. I think the thing is SLT had an idea because they already got like right up to here. So they already had an idea on what they wanted to do further. And right as the smoke blooms, they're like, "Oh, we should go in to make sure," because they were looking at the site, right? So in their head, they were like, "Well, if he tries to creep in, let's get in the smoke first." But they just didn't account for the fact that he was right behind the box, I think. Yeah, it was good. I mean, it was a worthy attempt. I thought the smoke itself was going to be obvious, but he gets in there right before they do. I mean, also we're looking at the overall mini-map from afar, so it might seem more obvious. 그쵸, 약간 옛날 마코 느낌이 좀 나긴 하죠. 마코도 저런 거 잘하니까.
자, 그러면서 숫자도 좀 위에 있었지만 어쨌든 습격을 통해서 빠르게 A로 가서 구칠이가 또 마무리 지켜주는 모습이 있었습니다.
게다가 오퍼가 떨어진 게 오퍼는 지켰지만 자금이 좀 말린 게 커요.
We'll see. I mean, this is somehow IAM has held on to the lead long enough that SLT has to use their first timeout, but
6대 3입니다. 이제 10번째 라운드예요.
타임아웃 이후에 뭔가 할 것 같다는 생각을 하겠죠. 그래서 뭐 타일 전진을 여러 번 했었다 보니까 그 부분에 대한 의식 그리고 나오는 걸 한번 보자는 생각의 IM입니다.
네.
B를 전진하지 않고 함정을 이용해서 오퍼로 잡는.
this is that's a lot of info already gained by Dwenmo, right? Minimum 2 people. I don't know if you ever heard all 3 guns firing at the same time, but minimum 2 people. And the guiding light gets a ping as well. So you pressure mid, you saw that there were minimum 2 people on A. You get a tag on mid. So at this point, at best, it's a 2-on-2. And that's exactly what it is. Paranoia and counter paranoia. Dwenmo's past it though. Dwenmo's past it. And the chase down, Benessia, I mean, he decides just to fight because I think it's already too late for him. I'll give it to him. Instead of waffling about. Nice. Nice from Javen. Excuse me? Dude, what? How did Red Light just do that? Some fast shots from Red Light there. I mean, the thing is again, you got 2 people. You didn't really need to push out too much. I think because they got the tag. So this is hindsight, because you got the guiding light tag. So Dwenmo pushing out here with the curveball is very reasonable. But that was very good from Red Light, chasing them down and ready for the member inside as well. Okay, so 2 members, 3 members because of the fault line timing. So Dwenmo should know that it's weaker on the B side. Obviously the Cypher setups, but the thing is, there is an op. So either the op's watching mid and this is just held by the Cypher, or the op's on this side. See if, okay, they're going to take that. Didn't quite account for that. Showstopper as well, just to buy time. Gets hit by the paranoia, which makes him have to fire it.
근데 뒷라인이 지금
They've heard Bunny getting in here, though.
고개 숙이고 이거 가게도
A lot of time bought by Bunny.
밀어냈습니다.
근데 부가가
I mean, I am constant. They're trying to make these curveballs happen by pushing, and it's
게 중요했는데 거기서 2킬을 내버리면
like
이거는
you got.
확실히
I mean, there is a rolling thunder on the other side, so like I get it. Like you don't want to just hold in main, but
지진 강타
확실하게 가자.
제빈이 4킬을 만들어냈습니다.
전력 투구네요.
자 메인 쪽에 된문데요. 컵볼.
NT trying to get ahead of the smoke.
첫샷
It feels like if you're gonna push, like there's got to be better ways to do that, right? I mean, basically a couple of these times, the previous round, the flashes, I won't count that because I think that was very reasonable. But this one,
그러니까 어느 순간에부턴가
like you're just banking on like this is a very solo queue move that can work really well in solo queue, and it can work in solo play or in pro play as well. But like there's other ways to make sure that there's a two-step guarantee, right? So it's not just Kutsuri go into the smoke as it blooms, try to get a kill, and then Bunny go in on a timing. Right? There's a way like either one of you could be spraying for the other as you're trying to sneak into the smoke. You could set up a pinch through market, things like that. And that's I think the 2% that's missing right now from some of these aggressive push outs from IAM.
이전 라운드 역습 때 있었잖아요.
이게 역에서 끝나버렸어요.
근데 IM 입장에서 나쁘진 않아요. 역습을 통해서
제빈의 오퍼가 지금 굉장히 날카롭긴 해요.
깔끔하게 잘 들어왔어요.
근데 변수가 있다면
The ops obviously fulfilling its role very well.
이거
이게 사이트
Try to
안에서
step just to keep them at
던지기는 쉽지가
bay.
않을 거예요.
Do blast pack into market here.
괜찮은 부분 앞에 전력
So Jabin's just gonna hold the long angle with the op. I like this from SLT, but they have a lot to break through, and they're very well aware of this because of the Yuto they're using. Good moves from Kutsuri. He didn't get a kill, but he stayed alive long enough with the sidestepping. That was good.
투구에 어떻게 보면 약간 스노우볼이죠. 앞에서 안전하게 가기 위해서 지진강타를 털어냈기 때문에 오히려 역습을 오퍼로 끊어내면서 B가 헐겁구나. 그걸 보고 바로 그냥 IM이 판단하고 B를 지른 게 이번에 굉장히 효과적이었습니다.
그러니까 역습으로 아예 얻어낸 게 없었던 게 아니었잖아요.
네, 이따 오퍼레이터의 위치를 확인했었고 그리고 B 메인을 들어갈 때도 일단 걸림돌 없이 함정이 후방 배치였다 보니까 다행히도 사이트 진입이 됐고 스킬들이 많이 남아있었던 SLT 성남이었지만 스킬과 연계되는 리테이크가 또 만들어지지 않았어요.
맞습니다. 그래서 보바라인 쪽에서 들어오는 상황이 있었는데 각 자체가 아예 양각으로 잡혀 있었어요.
This brownie is so good.
살리려면 마켓 쪽에서 뭔가가 나와야 되는데 그쪽도 억제가 좀 되고 있었던 상황이다 보니까 많이 어려웠고요.
맞아요. 인원수가 거기에 뭐 많이 투자가 된 것도 아니었었고.
자, 근데 이제 수비 단계로 넘어가는 IM이긴 한데 정보의 부재가 있는 조합이긴 해요.
My teeth are probably like all
뭐 사이퍼가 먹고 가는 것도 있긴 할 겁니다만
brownied up though.
초반에 스파이캠이 깨지고 막 함정 깨지고 이래버리면은 스카이와 함께 누군가가 나올 수밖에 없는 조합이라서요.
특히나 피닉스가 들어가 있다 보니까 피닉스가 조금 더 능동.
IAM won all their half buy rounds.
떠버릴
Didn't
수가
they?
있기 때문에 수비 과정을 좀 봐야겠습니다.
네. 자, 전반전은 7대5로 마무리가 됐습니다. IM이 2점 리드한 상태로 전반전이 마무리됐는데 자, 공수 변경돼서 이제 후반전으로 넘어가게 되거든요. 피스톨 라운드 한번 지켜보죠.
제빈에게 밀어주는 게 좀 많은데요. 고스트까지 바이에서 밀어줬습니다.
네.
Dude, they trust Jabin so much in these pistols. Ghost this time. Last time was a shorty. See if IAM's prepared for this. They're prepared for the trap play with the paranoia.
이게 되게 중요한 IM의 조합이긴 해.
So most likely, what, a guiding light, a paranoia, a curveball.
과감하게 뭔가 된모 선수를 중심으로 해서 만들 생각이 좀 있어 보입니다.
Okay, lots of utility here.
원웨이를 깔고 전진해 봤는데
One way with the curveball. Gets that for free. Oh, they're creeping in though. Paranoia at the ready, but it's late, right? Because he cut noise. SLT creeps up.
심지어 이게 폭발백 밀어주고 구치리 선수가 피해 망상까지 찔러 넣었는데
Huge pistol.
SLT가 이거를 너무
Hello.
자, 이것도 대기하고 있습니다. 제빈.
이거는 많이 어려워졌습니다.
네. 버니 혼자 남아있긴 한데 여러 곳에서 다 보고 있고 아루가 마무리 짓습니다.
Aru with 2 points for Rolling Thunder. Jabin with 2 for Showstopper.
7대 7까지 맞출 수 있는 상황을 SLT가 잘 만들어냈고요.
그러니까 어느 정도 나올 수밖에 없는 조합이라는 걸 알고 있다 보니까
Do you think the raid boss pistol strat is good or viable?
이런 식으로
I mean, yeah, I think it's viable. The thing is if you do it every time, then eventually teams will figure out how to be prepped against it and just kind of swarm on it on a timing, etc., etc. But if you're a very aggressive team, then honestly, why not? Oh, Aru?
점프 때문에 큰일 날 뻔했어요.
꽤 많이 긁었어요.
그러게요.
네.
자, 결국 정리가 되죠.
Oh, the run and gun. Oof.
SLT가
Really utilizing that Spectre to full effect.
7대7.
IAM가 애매한 스태킹보다는 미드를 확실히 밀어서 중앙을 가르자라는 느낌이었던 것 같은데 시원하게 그냥 긁어버렸어요 아루 선수가.
네.
But yeah, I mean, it's on attack. I think the raid boss strat is fine.
공격팀 시작 진영에서 던졌었던
I mean, obviously, it's higher risk, higher reward to a certain extent. But on pistol, it's not like it's not a crazy idea for pistols. I don't think.
본 게임이죠.
이번 라운드 중요합니다.
중요하죠.
네, SLT도 그렇고 IAM도 그렇고 상당히 중요한 라운드예요. 균열 준비.
Once again,
오, 빠르게.
dude, Duenmo, that was huge. They just went for it. They just went for it.
좀 바꿔들고.
이거는 갓데드도 센스 있게 인도하는 빛을 걸쳐놓고 본인이 원하는 타이밍에 터뜨려가지고 어느 정도의 턴저지가 됐습니다. 이러면.
거기다가 템포도 확인을 했어요. 정찰자로.
Okay, you still have the cam on B main, so worst case, you still have some info for the retake. 4v3, so Athena's on the lurk. But ooh, and Athena's not getting overly antsy, right? I think that's some of the things that's really been catching IM and holding them back a little bit today, as Athena was falling into his old habits of trying to take too much space on the lurks. But he's got his cam here. He's just watching for tiles. And he'll catch him. Athena just has to stay alive, right? Yeah, that's huge. Goddamn, winning the fight is even bigger, but so now they can even do 1-1-2 and they'd still be okay. Oh, finds one. Okay, just tries to tag him. Oh my gosh, hello. Wow. Why are we getting so close? Oh, good fake from Aru. Good jump peek from God Dead. But now they can't just push in. Fina's gonna pressure it.
IM 입장에서는 그래도 깔끔하게 좀 잘 잡아냈다라고 생각하고 넘어가야 될 것 같고 SLT 성남 입장에서는 많이 떨궜다 라고 생각하면 될 것 같아요. 지금 자금이 여유가 좀 있는 상태거든요.
8대7입니다. 자, 근데 IM이 총기를 좀 많이 떨궜어요.
Run it back. Has returned. Yeah, this was... Dude, he just walked out. It was pre-planned. It wasn't a reaction to the util coming out. That's what it felt like, tempo-wise, but...
괜찮다라고 볼 수가 있었을 텐데 많이 좀 상했습니다.
세자료가 떨어졌죠?
네.
자, 이러고 나서도 SLT 성남은 슬로우 템포의 운영을 해도 괜찮긴 합니다.
Okay, trips to make sure that they can hold on basically, and then the cyber cage as well, right? So they just want to hold on to all of this area. You've got the cam for market, and that way you can still watch mid. Duemo's got the run it back, so he can always retake the back site on his own if needed initially. And I am just going to wait. Now, Aro's only 1 point away from the Rolling Thunder, so that's something to consider. 9-7-2. Kuchiri didn't expect that fault line coming in that way. Thought he would have enough time to escape. But a huge set play here. But everyone's in the site. So now Impact has priority here.
그나마 역습을 통해서 메어보려고 하긴 했는데 아군이 다 가버렸고 이미 설치까지 안전하게 돼버려서요. 많이 어려운 구도죠. 각이 너무 많습니다.
Wanted the 1v1s, couldn't get it. 8-8. Is this gonna go overtime, chat? They've had 2 overtimes the last time they faced each other. Rolling Thunder, Judge online, and then you've got Showstopper as well. I like the setup, right? You got Rolling Thunder. They are in an eco. You are one away from Showstopper. You can play a little bit aggressive with the judge. That allows you to really play in a tempo that they wouldn't expect it when they're on the eco. And then if you get the kill, then it's over. Oh my! Dude, took a little long. Oh, this is good. This is good. Oh, okay, a nice little jiggle back and forth, but it's not enough because they don't have the weaponry. Oh, Bunny's got his Vandal though. The Sheriff. Goddead Sheriff. Oof.
근데 오늘 아루 선수가 브리치로서 되게 잘해주는 게 역템포로 지진강타를 되게 잘 써줘요. 그러니까 지금 같은 경우에도 마켓 쪽에서 사고가 났는데 그 타이밍 때 보바가
SLT's leading now.
턴을 날려버려서 이게 지켜졌거든요. 보바라니 푸시가 동시에 내려왔으면 이거 되게 위험할 뻔한 구조.
For the first time, I believe.
자, 9대 8이 됐습니다.
Finally overcoming them.
역전에 성공을 했고요.
Okay, so now they're just going for trips in mid and market, right? A lot of the trips early can be broken fairly well anyway. Sets up the cam. So all of this is so they can basically play this entire part weak, right? And they can make sure that they're much more focused about supporting the A site. Which generally, again, I mean, everyone's talked about it by now. If you've been watching VCT, you should be used to the fact that A site usually the favorite kind of retake site, but Showstopper, he hears the Shrouded Step, so he's gonna send it. But okay, oh, he cancels it. I actually think Kutsuri wasn't quite sure because it started when he used his own Shrouded Step. Huge kill. So Aru now has to decide if he wants to plant or fight. They are a little bit low. Showstopper to keep him at bay. And Spike is down. Yeah, Aru wanted to help trade and couldn't get the plant down. It's an op. They're trying to take advantage of it. Afina, you gotta be there. But Red Light's ready for it. Oh no. Oh no. Dude, Red Light, he's got the call that he's low. I mean, they're both low, but Goddead is literally call his name out and he'll fall over. The mind games.
각이 많은 곳으로 들어갈 수밖에 없었어요.
자, 오퍼레이터도 회수가 됐고요. 떼고 동점입니다.
뭐 자금이 좀 부족하긴 합니다만 그럼에도 불구하고 오퍼레이터가 회수가
Hopefully nothing too serious.
아까 전처럼 뭐 하이미드 쪽에 함정, 시장 쪽에 함정을 배치한 다음에 좀
Impacts PC it looks like.
테크퍼즈가 걸렸어요. SLT 성남 쪽에 테크퍼즈인데 관계자분이 들어올 때마다 좀 불안하긴 합니다.
예. 일단은 그렇죠. 뭔가 큰 일이
Looks like an audio issue, but we'll wait to see.
예.
아. 사운드 이슈.
사운드 이슈라는.
예.
그러면 금방 끝나요.
예. 제가 좀 많은
They've confirmed it is a sound issue, so hopefully it gets fixed pretty quickly.
아, 장기 단위가 있군요.
예. 단기 퍼즈 안에 들어가는 게 사운드 이슈거든요.
맞아요.
근데 장기 퍼즈는 뭐냐면
What's up, Saito?
터졌다. 물 쏟았다.
그 하필 그 범인이 SLT 성남이잖아요.
맞아요.
아루가 2번 터뜨렸나요 그때?
그때 2번. 예. 3번 아니었어요 그때?
2번이었나요? 그때 그 패드 막 이렇게 손으로
Dude, I can't wait.
맞아요.
Stage 1 in 3 days.
제가 봤을 때 그 주에 저쪽 그 주에 많이
So exciting. So exciting. 아유, 감사합니다. 감사합니다. 아, 기대되네요. I'm looking forward to it. If you're ever visiting the venue, you know, tweet at me, tweet at any of us on the casters. We'll see if we can come say hi. I don't know what the setup's going to be like, but hopefully we are somewhere where we can easily like meet up with fans, etc. So if you're ever in the venue, let me know. Especially if you're like visiting Korea, like I'd love to at least come say hi and, you know, thank you for visiting because that's awesome.
나실 거예요. 아 이때쯤이면 들어가겠구나.
Oh yeah, EMEA starts today. I keep forgetting that that's today.
장비를 바꿔야 되나요?
Like you guys have been telling me, and I keep forgetting.
장비를 가지러
Is America's tomorrow?
여기는 오늘도 이제 물 많이 마시고 계십니다.
물은 많이 마실수록 좋습니다, 여러분. 건강에 좋기 때문에요. 항상 수분 보충.
그러니까요. 사실 뮤지컬이나 이런 공간을 e스포츠로 활용하기가 저는 어렵다고 생각하거든요. 영화관도 마찬가지고.
어쨌든 살려면 저희가 오프닝.
근데 어떻게 잘 활용을 하셨을지 좀 궁금합니다. Yeah, so the thing is, we talked about it when Jake was here earlier as well. Again, if you missed it, that chat I had with Riot Jaker will go up tomorrow on YouTube. But the thing is that space that we're going into at the COEX RTM is a it's like a theater for musicals and stuff, which is cool. But generally, I've always felt from a production perspective, like musical, movie, those kind of spaces are hard to really make like look good for esports, for both the live audience and broadcast. So I'm curious, because if you can do it, you can get some really good setups. But otherwise, I mean, obviously, because you have to focus on the like tech setups, etc. So
저는 저 머리가 제일 부러워요.
came back after watching your VOD interview with Jake. So if Jake ever appears on public in Champs, he's gonna flow a right gun. But he records at Champs. I think he meant just at a Pacific, but we'll have to see.
뭔가 게임이 좀 안 풀리는 느낌도 있는 듯하다.
3, 5, and 6. Okay. Oh, Americas and China started on Friday. Okay.
돌아가는 거죠. 뭘 해야 할까? 어떻게 해야 될까?
앞서서 그러니까 어쨌든 로터스에서 IM이 점수를 좀 내줬고 SLT가 점수를 따냈기 때문에 두 번째 맵에서 IM이
Imagine if there will be Dolby surrounds. Dude, that'd be sick. They turn on HRTF for the theater and with like all the different speakers. We find out it's actually a 4D space and all the chairs rumble anytime we're observing someone who's firing their gun. Like Brim throws his molly and you can like smell the fire. Man, there was an incident in Seoul where there was a 4D theater and there was a fire in the 4D theater and people thought it was part of the 4D experience. I don't think anyone got seriously injured from it. I don't think. I think eventually everyone evacuated okay. But I think that was in Seoul. I'm pretty sure. 그 채팅에 한국 분들 계시면 예전에 그 4D 영화관에서 불 났는데 그 진짜 불인 줄 몰랐던 거 서울 아니었나요? 갑자기 얘기하다 보니까 그 사건이 기억나네. 크게 다치셨던 분들 부상은 없었던 걸로 기억하는데.
겹쳐지는 게 있는 것 같아요.
뭐 소식이 들리는 대로 저희는 바로 전달해.
But yeah, I mean it was in Korea, but
말씀을 드리겠습니다.
서울이었죠. Yeah. So it was Seoul. Yeah, it was crazy. But the thing is, I don't know if you've ever watched a 4D movie. Like I watched one pretty early. Funny enough, the one movie I've watched in 4D was the like remake, slightly CG live action Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. Which, by the way, like I kind of enjoyed it. Oh, they're going to a break. Ha 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 ha. But anyway, and like that was early on, so there wasn't that much going on. But like, there's obviously like the rumble of the chairs. There's like speakers on your seats. There's fans under your feet and on the back of your seat. And then, like, because it was Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, like anytime they're like surfing through the sewers, they'd like spray mist and stuff. And I was just like, oh, this is a bit of an experience. But supposedly they've gotten crazier since then. So 안전 교육이 너무 중요하죠. Yeah, so like safety procedures and safety training is very important. In fact, because this is like a bigger space and it's a musical space, etc. We had to take like an online, where we had to, I guess, watch an online safety course as well for this one. So we are all certified for this venue. I think everyone's done it. I don't know. I did mine. Yesterday it snowed. That's crazy, man. I've never been to Sweden. I want to visit someday. 아, 한국 거 썸네일은 못 봤네. 저희 아까 스테이지 1 예고편 영어로 같이 쉬는 시간에 보기는 했는데 한국 쪽 유튜브 썸네일이 야, 진짜 보물이에요, 보물. The thumbnails on the VCT Korea YouTube channel, so good. Like after VCT Pacific matches, you guys should go. Just you can watch the highlights in English on the main channel on Pacific, but you should see the thumbnails on the Korean channel. They go all out. EMEA is 3rd, China's 5th, and America and Pacific are 6th. Oh, okay. So America's will be the day after Pacific for me. Gotcha. You saw Happy Feet in 4D? Huh. Wow. That's not a movie I would have thought about even having the 4D option. That's kind of cool. 4D is basically you got 3D glasses, but there's like it's like the full experience. So like your like chairs got rumble features, you've got like mist, you've got fans with water blowing. Sometimes there's scent involved, so like burning scent and things like that. So 4D's like it's like those rides at like Universal Studios and stuff. Yeah, watching VCT in 4D kind of sounds insane though, right? That's kind of I mean, I think it'd be kind of traumatizing maybe, but yeah, but like a breach hold, it's like right? and then it's Yoru gate crashes and we find out we've actually also traveled among dimensions and we have no idea where we are. Why wasn't Alex in the Pacific Coach video? Or was that shot while Madrid was happening? Well, did you watch the video all the way to the end? This is how I know some of you guys didn't watch the video all the way to the end and you skipped around. You know? This is how I know. I see so many comments even on the Korean channel. Everyone's like, wow, I can't believe they didn't get out. There was literally, I think it was on the English YouTube channel, or maybe it was on Reddit. Someone was like, it's so obvious this was shot during Masters Madrid. And I'm like, is it though? Because I don't know. Alex and the other coaches will be in the second episode. It's teased at the end of the first video. It's teased at the end of episode 1. I do not know when it's going to be released. I didn't know episode 1 was coming out yesterday. I was told that the goal was for these videos to come out before the season starts, so we shall see. How'd you get that burn? These 4D effects are insane now. That's like a parody YouTube waiting to happen right there. Yeah, like there's so many countries I want to visit. Scandinavian countries for sure. I mean, actually, as much as I've been to Europe on multiple occasions for various things from music all the way to esports, there's so many places in Europe I still haven't visited. Like I've never properly been to the UK. Never actually been to Austria or Switzerland, but Austria I've always wanted to go to because of my classical music background. I never got to visit. Never been to Spain. Never been to the Netherlands. I mean, obviously the list goes on and on. I never was talent at a dream hack. I can't remember if I was helping produce or if I was hosting. I think I hosted StarCraft 2 at a DreamHack once. In America. I think it was Austin. No, DreamHack travels... Well, they started traveling around everywhere. Sweden's like the main one, but I've never been to DreamHack Stockholm. Dude, Harbor in 4D would be sick. Vienna, Budapest, and Barcelona. So I've been to one. I've been to Budapest. Budapest is sick. I've been to Cologne. I've been to Gamescom twice. Gamescom is so draining, man. Like I'm not a huge crowd person, right? to begin with. Gamescom is so big, but the second time I worked at Gamescom, I had so much free time, so that was kind of cool. I got to go around and like just wait in line. It didn't matter if there were long lines. I was like, oh, whatever, just trying all the games. I think that might have been the year that, I don't know if you guys remember this game called Gigantic was being released. There was another game I was really excited for that I did get to play, and I can't remember what that was, though. So clearly, maybe it wasn't as good as I was excited for it. Because I remember I like tried Gigantic, and then I went, because the game I was really excited for was like in the other, like a far away hall. Because Gamescom is huge if you've never been. And I finally found it, and oh, maybe I didn't get to try it. I can't remember. Arts and museums, Vienna is the greatest city on earth. Right on. Art, I'm slowly warming up to. Never been to Tokyo Game Show. Never been to Japan, actually. Never been to Japan. Surprisingly, probably been to less places in Asia. Been to Taipei, a couple cities in China like Shanghai and Chengdu. Obviously, you know, a couple cities, but even in Korea, like not too much. Honestly, I want to travel. Like my wife and I want to we want to travel a lot, but there's also just so much in Korea that I haven't visited a lot of. So we probably will do a lot of that domestic traveling. Why did they pause? There's an audio issue with SLT Impact. You know, wasn't it LCK that was for a while? I don't know if they still do this. They were doing like the 360-degree camera VR experience where you could like sit in the audience, and they had like other extra talent like chatting about the game next to you. I can't remember. It was something League of Legends in Korea. I can't remember if it was like a Worlds or an LCK, but wait, did you hear about the new Gigant? No. You're kidding. Isn't that an April Fool's joke? I mean, I saw Ask Joshy tweeting about it on April 1st, and I thought it was an April Fool's joke. I didn't even click on the video because I assumed it was an April Fool's joke. On which note, Gigantic was kind of fun, mind you. Ascension Tokyo, I would love to go. I would love to be at Ascension Tokyo. Because first of all, I would love to be at Ascension. But second of all, also getting to go to Tokyo for Ascension would be pretty cool. Like if I were able to go, I would definitely, you know, spend a bit on my own to make sure I can extend my stay and kind of travel a little bit while I'm there. Your next big holiday, you want it to be in Asia? A few months out. Okay. Thailand was cool. Going there for Ascension last year was cool. Bangkok was cool. I want to revisit someday. Financial is a whole different thing. Kebab pizza? Wait, hold on. What are we talking about? If you ever go to Sweden, you have to try Swedish kebab pizza. It's got doner kebab and French fries and garlic sauce. That sounds so good. I love doner kebab. I also quite like French fries, and I love garlic sauce. And I'm a pretty big fan of pizza, so this sounds right up my alley. 살찐다니요. 너무 하시네. 1대1이 아니고요. 테크 퍼즈가 걸렸습니다. We're in the middle of a tech pause for anyone wondering. They are remaking it. This was put out way before April Fools. Wait, no, really? Gigantic? They're doing a Gigantic remake? Huh. Kebab dressing is greater than garlic sauce when it comes to kebab pizza. I can see that. Gigantic Rampage Edition. Hold on. I don't want to show this on the stream since or co-streaming, but I do want to take a look at this. What in the world? Does it look good? I mean, it looks the same. It actually looks as crazy as it sounds. It looks cleaner. Gigantic was a big old mess visually. But you, like, I don't understand. How? What? Look at as much as I enjoyed Gigantic, why like why? Is this like a cartoony Paragon? Kind of. I mean, this was when there were hero shooters, 5v5 hero MOBA like shooters coming out everywhere. But Gigantic was much more of a 3D brawler. It was much more fast-paced. It wasn't really a shooter. It was much more a brawler. 한국 이벤트에서 클로브 5번 이기면 선착순으로 클로버 컨셉의 굿즈로 주는 이벤트를 했다고요? 오. 이벤트 뜨는 거 다 봤었는데? 그건 못 봤네요. Dude, no void. You should make an itinerary. That sounds dope. I mean, it did have it was actually like I was surprised it kind of died off because it seemed like it was doing okay. Gigantic. 1000명 선착순. Yeah, Valorant in Korea, they do a lot of events. Like there's a lot of promotional events always going on. Especially for PC cafes and stuff. Honestly, Valorant Korea, I think it's definitely worth looking into the marketing efforts as well, because I think one of the greatest things that they did was they basically let themselves go into the deep end and they let loose and they started just going crazy with the memes. And I think that was huge in I had to pause for my own voice, sorry chat. But it was a huge deal in connecting with the younger audience, in my opinion. But speaking of carbs on carbs, I always say this, chat. The best pizza I've ever had is how do I want to look for this? I want to find like the actual store that I used to go get this at. Well, actually, this picture will serve the job. You guys are gonna love this. This really lets you know where my head's at when it comes to food. Hold on, we're on an ad roll, so we'll wait. Dududungo was also huge. Dududungo was huge. Dududungo was big enough that he did a live performance at the LCK finals. 도쿄 기대 많이 되죠. 재밌을 것 같아요. 대회 자체도 재밌을 것 같고 팬층도 열정이 장난 아닐 것 같고. Oh, okay. Oh, we're in the loop. All right, here we go, chat. You ready for this? Can you see this? Heck yeah. Now this is a pizza. Now this is a pizza, chat. It's baked pasta on your pizza. All right, chat. I want everyone to let this sink in. It's very, very good. Isn't game ongoing right now? I mean, if it is, they're not doing something correctly, because as far as I know, we're in a tech pause. No, it's not mac and cheese. It's baked ziti, okay? Very different from mac and cheese, all right? First of all. Although, mac and cheese pizza, also not bad. The score is, where were we? 9-8? 9-9? 9-8? I always forget, because this time I didn't see the pause coming, chat, so you can't blame me. I can rewind my own VOD, I guess. How long have we been in this pause, chat? Too long is what I'll tell you. Uh, 9-9 it looks like. Looks like that's where we stopped. Whatever, man. As much as I love Italian pizza. I love Italian pizza, but American pizza is its own thing. Chat, I can't figure out how to tighten this without, like, I can't figure out how to take it apart so I can tighten it. I'm afraid my mic's just gonna fall off one day. I don't know. I don't understand how to fix this. Is Challengers the same production as Kickoff? No. It is not. Different company, different venue. As far as I know. I mean, I don't know. Maybe they share some stuff. I don't know. Also, pineapple is fine on pizza. All right. Like, I won't die on this hill, but I will speak my mind. I don't think it's the same problem. We talked about the tech pause at Kickoff with Jake earlier. So it sounds like there was a problem with basically what he said. I'll repeat it, and again, we'll upload the video tomorrow. But obviously, he mentioned, first of all, there was something wrong with the setup that they were trying to fix, but they couldn't find a fast enough fix before the matches started. So they had what they thought would work for the time being. Then the issues arise, and they kept trying to fix this first problem, and it turns out that there was an additional issue with the player peripherals, that something wasn't working out, and it took too long to identify that, and I think that's why it took so long. But I don't think that's but I do think what I will say is we've had audio issues in this for Challengers Korea every week. So I do think this venue also has a bit of a setup problem going on here. What? How can you say this is so boring? Isn't it exciting to see how much you can memorize from the same videos over and over again, chat? That's my favorite thing to watch on the internet. Come on. Trust me, chat. I also want to be talking about the actual game. Trust me. Let's have faith. Generally, Challengers Korea has been pretty good. I think we had 1 week where it went too long, but we had the match last week where Kutsuri was playing in quarantine, and then he was having connection issues, so they had to relocate him. That took a while, but 페퍼로니 피자도 맛있죠. 페퍼로니는 진리죠, 진리. I mean, you can never go wrong with pepperoni. Wasn't there some Korean pizza with sausage or something before too? Yeah. With like actual just hot dogs on it. Well, not the bread, but like, not like Italian sausage, not like sliced sausage. It just had just a piece of hot dog per slice. I think I ate that on stream. This was like 3-4 years ago. Korea's got some wacky ideas for pizza. Man, I kind of miss that baked ziti pizza. If I ever revisit New York, I'm having that pizza again. Chat. This is taking a little while. Oh yeah, durian pizza. I just had that in Shanghai too in January when I was there for a CS event. Durian pizza was actually pretty banger. Durian pizza was actually pretty banger. But I already like durian. So I don't know. Maybe that's why. But durian pizza was actually pretty good. Sweden has banana, curry, and peanut. Wait, wait. Hold on. When you say banana, curry, and peanut pizza, are we talking all in one? Or you mean like separately? All on one? Hold on. I'm a big fan of curry. Like a huge fan of curry. Any curry, whether it's Thai, Indian, Korean, Japanese, whatever. And I quite like peanut, especially if it's in peanut butter form. And I think bananas go well with peanuts. But and peanuts go well with curry. But banana and curry, oh, I don't know. I'd try it though. I would try it though. I'm down to try some new foods, as long as it's not like exotic, crazy, like only like super niche. It's kind of risky to use the word exotic these days, I guess, but as long as it doesn't feel alien to me, right? Let's put it that way. I'm down to always try like new mixes, basically. I'm down to always try new chemistry of foods. Curry pizza kind of sounds dope though. I know that brown cheese on waffles is popular. Have you tried? I think I have. I've tried brown cheese on certain things, certain pastries. Can't remember if I ever tried it specifically on a waffle. And no void on YouTube. Did you see the idea that I had for the Champ Still Grand Finals entrance? I think I did, but now I'm forgetting. So you'll have to tell me again. May I see Revenant versus CG game now? I can't, because technically I don't have the rights to, and technically I am committed to watching Challengers Korea, so unfortunately I can't, sorry. Really? Revenant's just rolling them, huh? Yeah, 챔스 노래 궁금하죠. Yeah, that's a good one. What do we think? Who do we think is going to sing the Valorant Champions song this year? Will it be K-pop? Was New Jeans a big enough success last year for League of Legends that we will get another K-pop artist? Dude, I'm down to do a cameo on the Champ song. Sign me up. Everyone tweet at Jake. Tweet at @RiotJaker. Tell him I'm willing to do whatever it takes. I'll sing, I'll rap, I'll beatbox, I won't dance though. I mean I would, but I don't think anyone would want to see that. G Idol is a group that they've worked with several times actually. Riot's worked with, or at least members of G Idol. Sideshow would be cool. Sideshow's verse is actually pretty nutty. I wonder who it would be though. Like I'm trying to think, like who do I think would be a good fit? Assuming it's not New Jeans again, because I can't imagine it would be. I don't know my like, dude. The current spread of K-pop idol groups, I have no idea who's who, man. And there's so many groups actually that are just like way more popular outside of Korea. That are like their target audience is like Southeast Asia, Japan, or like even America. That like sometimes like even my Korean friends are like, we have no idea who that is. Like they showed up on this TV show and we have no idea who they are. Is it 5th gen? Is it really? Yeah, Le Seraphim did Overwatch as well, which is also kind of crazy, right? That it was like both New Jeans and Le Seraphim on the same year. Will we have a map 3? Well, we don't know yet because map 2 is not over yet. So the Twice fan club thing. So for those who don't know, back in the day, I was streaming Final Fantasy. I was streaming Final Fantasy 9. I made a bet on the jump rope game. I failed, and the bet was that I have to sign up for the Twice fan club. I missed the most recent fan club sign up, but listen, I will do it. Keep me accountable, chat. I'm man of my word. I can't go back on it. What's up, Watchy? Are you watch partying EMEA? No. I didn't even like sign up for it. I mean, maybe. Well, no. I didn't sign up for it mostly just because, like, as the season kicks off, it's really hard for me to live watch party other regions because I have to make sure I'm in good condition for the official broadcast, and time zones, etc., get a little crazy since I won't always be watching from home. So EMEA and Americas, I'll mostly just be watching VODs, whether it's on my own or maybe sometimes on stream. And any live watch parties, we will focus mostly on like Pacific China and Pacific Challengers regions. No. I've been following No Void right after the Champs Anthem and before the player walkout. Don't worry. Yeah, but Q Tofu, at least you had dinner. I didn't. Mostly because I wasn't that hungry during the 30-minute break earlier. So maybe that's part of me. What? No, you didn't see the actual idea. At least it's not showing up on my chat. Can't blame me for this. Twitch, YouTube chat's trying to tell me that I'm going crazy, and I swear I'm not. The last thing I saw from you was and before the player walkout. Unless you said the idea before that, then maybe I did miss it. All right, this is it. This is where we move on. This is where we get back to the game, chat. I'm calling it. Oh, never mind. No, they always have to show this video right after. It's probably just one video. It's after this. Chat, have you played a lot of Clove? If you have, what's your take? Do you like Clove? Do you like how Clove plays? Are you on a win streak, loss streak? No, you didn't retell me what the main event was. You asked me if I saw it and I said I can't remember, and you started telling me again and then you stopped. See, it's right above for you, but because I have YouTube and Twitch together, I can't find it. That's a good question. Yeah, who will be the finals, like, main announcer, play-by-play caster for the Korean side for champs? Actually, that's a great question. It's a great question. Okay, so how do you... I mean, I guess I can't ask this in chat because I don't know how you would tell me in chat, but, like, how do you actually pronounce that? Pekka Prau or Fatka Prau or whatever it is? Because I like it, but I don't know what the actual official pronunciation is. Is it Pekka Prau? Is that as close as I can get as a American? Okay. Caster Jun? I don't think so. He's only done like one off-season Valorant event. If they collab K-pop, it's a boy group instead. Paranoia was actually good. What is Paranoia? Is that Omen? What does Omen say when he sends out Paranoia? I used to know these voice lines. Clearly, I haven't been playing Omen a lot recently. They have the APAC utility truck crash through a wall to deliver the trophy to stage. So, oh. I actually didn't read the last part of that. I saw you talking about the utility truck. What is funny is I can see them using it. And the trophy being a part of it. I probably wouldn't crash through a wall. I don't know if they'd use it for the actual opening, but in a video. It would be funny if it was actually just in real life, it just crashes through. I mean, listen, Korea, for those of you who are OG StarCraft in Korea used to have some crazy opening ceremonies. There was the one where they did it in a hangar at an airport, and they had one player coming down from a crane inside the hangar, like above the crowd, and then the other player, Flash, came out of the plane after the doors opened. There was a plane there, and he like exited from the plane, and then they both met on stage. It was sick. Yeah, well, that was also the year that I believe that the entire league was sponsored by Korean Air? Can't remember. That was Korean Air, right? Yeah. So. You know, Asiana Airlines is no more, or will be no more. Korean Air bought them out. It's crazy. Everything's just becoming a monopoly. Actually, let's not talk about that. It's so easy to devolve right into politics if you start talking about stuff like that. I will say, chat, one of the biggest side products of the infamous 7-hour tech pause from Pacific Kickoff was that it got me to re-download Honkai Star Rail on my phone, and I've been steadily playing it since. And every time I watch this music video from Clove, all I can think about is the new planet in Honkai Star Rail, because it has to do with like going into a dream world. That's where I'll stop. I won't get you all addicted to a gacha game like me. So who's been playing Clove? No one answered that question. No one's playing Clove? Come on, chat. I did see the April Fool's tweet. Dude, like some companies have like pretty good April Fool's jokes, or some of them are just like so obvious that it's like haha, like fine. But otherwise I hate April Fools, man. You had me in the first half, not gonna lie, Peng. Just smoke and run it down. I'm trying to make sure I can unlock Clove through the XP on my Asia account so that I have someone else to play on the Asia server. I think I need to play like probably 3 more ranked games, or like just full games, unrated or ranked. Man, you know what's crazy, chat? Okay, I should probably just get used to this, because in League, I don't know, like myself included, I don't know many people that had their own like crazy keybinds for abilities. So like QWER sounded so reasonable to me, but dude, in Valorant, first of all, so the keys I use for my abilities are thumb, mouse button 1, E, and C, and then X for the ult. But then even that, I change which one of them does what per agent. So like when people say like C skill or Q skill, I'm like, dude, I don't know what that is, man. I should probably at least memorize the order. What's the default order? Can someone tell me? Is it QC? Is it E? Is E the other one? It's QC. Oh, it's CQEX. CQEX. Okay. Kind of looks like a... No, it doesn't. I was going to say it kind of looks like a cool word, but actually it doesn't. CQEX. Okay. C first and then Q. Okay. There's no logical way. It's just CQEX. Okay. Maybe that's what it is. Maybe it kept reminding me of XQC. CQEX. Okay. So, okay. Yes. So you're saying the heal is strong. You're saying the heal is strong and the nade is useless? Oh, the nade is useless. You played CQ4Y? No. You use Y in Valorant? For your ult? Dude, how does that even... Oh, do you play with your keyboard at like a friggin... I don't even know, like 120-degree angle? Do you just use your thumb on Y? Yeah, I can see that. Because if you play with your keyboard super angled, then 4 and Y are actually both pretty pretty close. How else are you pressing Y? What? How else are you... Dude, no matter how you angle it, then... What? Dude. We're about to find out Yisel has like the longest index finger in the world or something. What? I mean, wait, what? I can't even... Dude, I have big hands and I can't... Okay, so if it's angled, I can at least reach it, but that seems really far. Though I guess you're not really using your ult all that often, and you're not ever actually using your... Not too many agents are using their ult on a dime. You don't play a lot of Jet, do you? Or Raze? Because if you don't play Jet and Raze, there's not too many other people that you would want to, like, activate your ult on an instant. You use C and V for your weapons? C for secondary, V for primary, and 1 is knife. Oh, interesting. You used to Raze. Wow, okay. When will the match start? That's a great question. We're in the middle of a tech pause, chat. For anyone joining now, we're in the middle of a tech pause, in the middle of map 2 of IAM versus SLT. Dude, I play with my keyboard straight. Well, kind of. It's slightly angled because super straight is a little uncomfortable. But I don't really play it at an angle. I play with my keyboard straight, and I wrist aim, and I use a free mouse pad that I got when I ordered my PC in Korea. That doesn't have a brand. So, you know, I don't use a Benki. I use a 32-inch. Is this 32? No, 28. No, 32. 28. Anyway, 32, I think. I use a 32-inch curved monitor, and I play full screen. I have the craziest setup. So trust me, unless you're trying to get, you know, to Radiant and try to go pro, your setup is not what's holding you back. I have no idea what you're asking. You're gonna have to ask me in English, man. Sorry. You play on a laptop? You know what's funny? I had a friend who used to play with the little I mean, what was it even called? You know, what was it? Lenovo? IBM? Is Lenovo IBM laptops? With the little thumb nub in the middle of the keyboard for your mouse, the little red dot. I had a friend who used to play CS with that. It was insane. It was insane. I mean, like, obviously he wasn't pro or anything, and that, like, eventually he would play with a mouse, like, on a desktop, but he was so used to it that whenever he was, like, traveling or whatnot, like, he would just play with that little button. And he's like, yeah, you just get used to it. I'm like, what in the world? But then I had a friend, a clanmate, actually, it went back in COD 4? No, that was Modern Warfare 2, because that was the last leg of PC Call of Duty. And he was kind of our best sniper, but he used a trackball. And the only reason we even thought about asking him what he used for a mouse was because at some point we realized whenever we were dead and observing him, his movements would be like, it would be very step by step, like at a consistent distance, right? He would scroll. You could tell he was scrolling, and it was like, dude, what's your setup? We're like, what mouse do you use? And he's like, oh, I use a trackpad or trackball. And I was like, what? There's a League streamer who plays Azir with a touchpad. That's crazy. I mean, there was a what? Maybe more than one League pro that plays with a trackball as well. But playing an FPS with a Call of Duty specifically, because Call of Duty is obviously much more fast-paced. It's much more of an arcade shooter. So playing that with and then sniping with a trackball seemed crazy to me. I've always wanted to try gaming with a trackball though, because like the more he talked to me about it, like I started to really buy into it, right? He really sold me on the idea. But then he was like, yeah, but it's so hard to find, like, if you ever have to replace it, like a gaming trackball or like a really good trackball, because they don't make them anymore. And I was like, oh, that's where I give up. Yeah, that works. Yeah. See, trackballs are much more versatile in terms of where you can use it. That's true. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, the red button thing is worse than a touchpad for sure, no void. Wouldn't there be black bars at the side when you use a 32-inch monitor? No. You just stretch it. Although maybe this is 28. I can't remember. It's very big. When I first got this, basically I got this so I wouldn't like... whenever I'm working on stuff, I wouldn't have to rely on a second monitor. The first time I turned on Valorant, I was like, dude, this is so dizzying. Everything was so big, and I was like, oh, like my sense feels weird. Then you get used to it. It would be cool, like even a show match with different input systems, yeah. No. My second monitor. So right now, my second monitor. I mean, first of all, for those who don't know, I was resetting up my desk at some point last year, and I dropped. Back then, I was using a monitor arm, which I left for my parents at home. But back then, I was trying to move my monitor arm, and I accidentally dropped it on my second monitor, and it cracked. So I couldn't use that anymore. But since the screen is so big, basically right now my second monitor is just it's a small portable monitor. It's a touchpad. It's a touchscreen small portable monitor. So I just have that mainly for like chat, or if I'm like working, it's just for my like messengers and stuff. And then obviously on streaming, I have my laptop for the actual streaming PC, and that's my like third screen, I guess you could say. Yeah, but it is nice, like when I'm working, that I can just have everything spread out on one screen, which is why I ended up getting a bigger monitor. No, that monitor was really, it's not really old, but it was a cheap monitor that I bought when I first came back to Korea, because back then it was kind of an emergency buy. So it's not like I was wasting money, chat. First of all, it felt bad. So this mini portable monitor I bought used. I found it on the used marketplace for really cheap. I think this was like, in USD, it's probably like 65 USD, 60 USD. But it's nice. It's a small little thing. I forget. Maybe it's like 11 inches. But it's like perfect for chat and like messengers. Do you live in Korea permanently? Yes. Yes. That I do. But I am an American citizen. Oof. Yeah, power supply problems, CPU problems doesn't sound great. I actually had to fix this laptop. It had a bit of a issue last year. The SSD was corrupted, so it's also getting really hot right now because we've been streaming for a very long time. I should probably connect my laptop stand's fans at some point and turn that back on. If you steal a monitor during Pacific Final celebrations or something, would anyone notice? I mean, probably. They probably have a stock count. Does Korea have Facebook, Instagram, etc. equivalents, or not really. Everyone uses Instagram. Instagram is probably the big one now. Yeah, it's not like China where things are like blocked off. But for instance, like Naver is the or it used to be. It's actually changing. Naver used to be the go-to preferred search platform, search engine instead of Google, and Naver's Korean. But these days, I think Google's being used a lot more by the younger generation. Gmail's being used a lot more. But Google sometimes still doesn't produce like the results you want because obviously there's just not enough searches done on it, I guess, in Korea for Korean. Well, Kakao is used, yeah, so for messengers, Kakao is the main thing. But like while Kakao has their own like social media platform, Kakao Stories or whatever, that isn't used as much. Like social media is still Instagram. X or Twitter is like that's more like the kind of the subculture fan base has taken over Twitter. So like anime fans, etc., etc. It somehow became like that. And then Instagram, like everyone uses in Korea, like all young adults. Kakao, everyone uses for for texting, but Kakao's trying to further their like hold as a social media platform instead of just a messenger. I don't know if that's going to really change, but we'll see. The empty desk would be pretty telling if you steal a water. Facebook used to be used a lot in Korea as well, but that's obviously it's been a while. What else is used these days? I think Threads, people are trying to make Threads a thing again in Korea. I'm not sure why, but it's like, I don't know. I guess it's happening. Like the younger generation, they're like jumping onto Threads. What else? Korea doesn't get spread out a lot though, right? For anything. Mostly because we're a small country, so it's always like one thing that you get fixed on. Chat, it is 10 p.m. and we're still in the middle of map 2. Oh, wow. I did it. All I had to do was complain, and then we get back to the studio.
오래 기다리셨습니다. IAM과 SLT 성남의 경기가 진행이 되던 도중이었는데 18번째 라운드였죠. 그 라운드가 끝이 나고 그 테크 퍼즈가 좀 걸렸어요.
I did the thing, chat.
내용에 대해서 좀 말씀을 드려야 될 것 같아요.
Alright, they're gonna give us an update.
사운드 이슈로 말씀을 드리긴 했었는데
First of all,
사운드 이슈로 인해서 좀 길어진 건 아니에요.
it was originally a sound issue,
지금 양팀
but
간에 좀 협의가 돼야 될 그 내용이 분명히 있었다 보니까
that's not why it took so long.
얘기가 나왔다고 합니다.
So there was a discussion for rolling back the round. So that's what apparently took so long.
일단 라운드 롤백에 대한 이야기는 협의가 모두 마무리가 됐고 라운드 롤백이 된다고 합니다.
Oh, and they are rolling it back.
그러면 18라운드 9대8 상황부터 다시 시작이
Oh, wow, okay. I was about to say, like, wow, really? We spent that much time debating whether we're rolling back the round or not, but we're rolling it back. Oh, wow.
결과가 나왔지 않습니까? 근데 사운드 이슈로 인해서 어쨌든 양팀 간에 합의가 돼야 되는 부분이 있었다 보니까
Okay.
라운드 롤백에 대한 내용이 좀
So it is.
길게 이어지다 보니까
So it's going to be 9-8. It's not 9-9. 9-8 in favor of SLT, I believe.
결정이 됐다고 하고요. 18번째 라운드부터 다시 시작을 하게 되겠습니다.
Wow. Okay. An actual. It's been a while since we've had a rollback here.
양해 부탁드리도록 하겠습니다. 자, 이러면
I mean, obviously you need to have the agreement of both teams, so I can imagine it's not an easy discussion to have.
되게 중요한 라운드였어요. 그러니까 양팀 뭐 IAM 입장에서는 좀 따라갈 수 있을 만한
Yeah, so they said the wait was mostly for that discussion of basically league ops. Okay, I mean, listen, Obviously, it's a needed discussion if one team really believes that it needs to be rolled back. So,
그런 것들을 좀 알고 있기 때문에
and I think clearly it
협의하는데 좀 걸렸던
was maybe
네.
maybe it deserved the long discussion because eventually it did get rolled back.
지금 이 경기를 시청하고 계시는 시청자분들도 진짜 오래 기다리셨는데 오래 기다린 만큼 또 선수들이 좋은 경기력을 또 보답해 주실 거예요.
네. 그리고 선수들도 고생이에요.
맞아요.
네.
기다리는 게 진짜 어찌 보면 되게 지칠 수 있는 일이거든요.
그리고 그 흐름을 또 이어간다는 것까지도 쉽지 않은 거라서요.
네. 자, 18번째 라운드로 다시 시작합니다.
All right, 9-8 SLT
너무
lead.
감사합니다. 예, 정말 너무 감사하고요. 다시 한번 더 죄송하다 말씀드리면서 18번째 라운드 시작하도록 하겠습니다.
I am
SLT 성남이
investing everything into this round.
상황에서 다시 재개가 됐습니다.
이게 앞에서의 경기 흐름이
They barely closed it out before, but now we've rolled it back. So we'll see how this goes. Showstopper online, op online, Showstopper on both sides.
그러니까 결국에는 그 사이퍼의 함정들을
데미지 거리가
근데 잡고 갔어요.
Okay.
이 교환이면 나쁘지 않아요.
예. 자, 커브를
Very fast hit.
나가봤지만 일단 빠진 상태고요.
네, 이거 빠졌다는 콜을 빨리 줬다 보니까 A
But the thing is sure, while the Cypher is gone, they do a quick check, right? Phoenix checks it. So IAM's fairly certain that it's A. They can't flood it, though. It's a 4v4. And they have the op, but they have their own Showstopper. So the retake is very doable here for IAM. Dude, Impact is at 2 HP. Kuchiri. Hunter's Fury. This is kind of big. Showstopper. Dude, Benesius doesn't die. 21 HP. Okay, the rest of them won all their fights, so... Oof. Damn. Chat, you gotta listen when I tell you. They rolled it back. There was a discussion. That's why it took so long. There was a tech pause, but the tech pause isn't what took so long. It was an audio issue, and one of the teams, I'm gonna assume SLT, appealed for the round to be played again, to be played back, to be replayed. Because of the issue, they had a long discussion on it, and the agreement was that it was eventually, after all this time, they agreed to replay it. IAM still won the round. So now we are back to being 9-9. So we're kind of back to where we were. You got run it back, you've still got the op. A little bit of a while for Rolling Thunder, so... I mean, this is actually a good position for IAM. If they can get to match point before the Rolling Thunder comes out. Map point, I should say. Wouldn't be bad. Huge aggressive position for the op. I mean, if they can get up to stairs, right? If they can get up to here, that alone is huge. The Cypher for now covering. He doesn't want to take that risk. They want to try to break that trap wire. Okay, so now he's pushing. I mean, so this IAM is in a position where anything works, right? You've got mid, and market could. Wait, what? Oh man, they didn't account for the fact that he could already be in there. Okay, well this is rough. God Dead has so much he has to do. That's way too many people. Duenmo, good off timing, but a great shorty play from Red Light. Huge from Athena. Impact's also low at 30 HP. Oh, hello. Just, oh, nice lines.
다시 역전을 해냅니다.
결국 이거는 저 함정을 어떻게 하긴 해야 될 것 같아요. 계속해서 B 메인 쪽 빠르게 오퍼 플러스 한 명으로 정리를 해버리고 A다라는 확신을 갖고 A 쪽에서 대처를 하다 보니까 그리고 백업도 바로 가다 보니까
Now the econ's bad for SLT. You're still 4 points away from the Rolling Thunder. Is this another timeout? It is. Second timeout from SLT.
이야기를 하고 있는 것 같아요. 너무 사이드 쪽으로만 원 패턴으로 움직이지 말아라. 상대가 지금 대처를 하고 있다. 심지어
버니버니가 약간 저는 그 스트리머의 분위기와 그러니까 이런 뭐라 그럴까요? 개인기랑 프로의 플레이랑 정말 적절하게 잘 섞여 있다고 생각해요. I think Bunny is one of the best players that embodies a nice balance between the streamer like show off potential and ballsy plays and then the pro play as well, right? Like, and when I say a really good balance, I don't mean that therefore like he's gonna win it all, but I just think he really hits that note of like you get the whole flashiness, you get the cool plays, you got the funny plays, but then he also has enough fundamentals and skill to make sure he's like always setting up win conditions.
9대 9가 맞춰지고 10대 9까지 만들어진 상황이 됐습니다.
거기다가 오퍼까지도 지금은 계속 굴러가고 있기 때문에요. 경기의 흐름 자체가
Okay, so they're going to force up because otherwise it's 11-9. I mean, okay. If they lose here, then you're giving it up to Matt Point, right? So we're gonna wait for the push out. Change up on IAM setup a little late there actually. So they hear the blast pack, right, off of the fault line. That's a lot of information gained. You took out the paranoia as well. So now you know no op on the B side. You know there's no omen.
캠의 위치는 알고 있습니다. 충분히 깨면서 그 다음 플레이들을 잴 수가 있고요.
봤죠?
Only the cipher was noted, so it's not surefire information from IAM. Trying to clear out everything, and the paranoia messes him up just enough. Huge kill for Impact. They're not going to take over backside. The Shrouded step forward from Kuchiri, and he tried to get the timing off of the guiding light. NT.
버니가 지금 또 오퍼라서
세이브하겠죠. 너무 한 번에 사이트가 밀려버렸어요.
Honestly, there's probably value. There's probably value in finding some of these like raise. Not, I won't say one tricks, but raise specialists to be a raise coach for your pros.
A에다가 심어놓고 나서 나머지 수비 병력들을 하이 미드 내지는 B 쪽에 합하는 그런 그림을 그렸었던 건데. B 쪽에 있던 인원들이 생각보다 그 스킬 셋업들을 받아내지 못하고 좀 쓰러졌어요.
네, 그래서 그나마 노렸던
이건 무조건 세이브 해야죠. 크레드가 사실 괜찮은 게 아니어가지고. So the force works out for SLT. They force up to half armor. That ruins IAM's economy a decent amount. Bit of a high risk, high reward decision from SLT, I think.
빠르게 피드백이 됐던 것 같아요. 스킬을 좀 빼고 가라. 피해 방상 뺐던 것도 좀 스노볼이 굴러가는 거죠.
네. 자, 추적자가 완성이.
Where else are they going to take over? Looks like they're going to pressure mid this time.
건들면 액션이 나올 수밖에.
The thing about pressuring mid is that will at least draw at least one person right here, if not two people here. Now there's a bit of a read here from Bunny.
네. 21번째 라운드입니다. 이번에 미드 쪽.
건들지 않았던 미드의 오퍼레이터인데.
And then he's just going to close the door. Okay, so the opponents smoke up mid, top mid. But you're just going to close the door on him. No trips, by the way. Really just holding on to their credits here for IAM, right? 3 people with pistols, 1 phantom, and one op saved over. So now because of the smoke, because there's no trips, you have to watch this, which, yeah, you have the op, so it's not the end of the world. Oh, does he know? Does he know? He has no idea. His scope covers it up. Nafina, he's been stunned. I mean, there was just no information, so IAM starts to just creep forward a little bit too much.
근데 이거 다음 라운드를 위한 준비물들이 되게 많아져요. 지진 강타, 데미 장식 다 있습니다. 이러면은.
네. 자, 이번 라운드를 좀 얻어가는 게 많을 것 같은데요, SLT 성남.
Dude, SLT might be able to close this out 2-0.
오퍼 그냥 살려야죠.
Oh, another op save.
972도 가급적이면 스파이크에 죽는 게 가장 좋은 그림이긴 한데.
제빈이 접근.
자, 찾아갑니다. 데미
Dude, Aru should be look. Well, I guess Aru doesn't have. You're not even fully behind him, and you're gonna find the leisure to go for the knife. Oh my gosh! Oh my gosh! Oh my gosh! Can he live? Can he live?
거기다 데미 장식까지 돌아버렸어요. SLT 성남이 모든 걸 얻은 라운드.
All right, I gotta write up my formal apology. My formal apology to SLT that I wasn't familiar with their game.
갈 수 있었던 건 시장 문 건들지 않고 상대편이
Oof.
사이드 압박만 주기 때문에 B가 아니면 A로 간 미드는 통과를
Dude, Jabin is a ballsy guy. I can't believe you think to bring out the knife there.
그 과정에 사고도 나고.
You're tied 10-10.
SLT 성남이
You're tied 10-10.
곳이었어요. 근데 지금은
I mean, sure, it's like you're winning the round no matter what, but you're tied 10-10.
IAM이 더 불안할 수밖에 없는 겁니다.
이러면 데미지
My gosh.
있고 아루의 지진 강타도 한 칸 남았습니다.
그러니까 이렇게 되면은 제일 불편해지는 게 갓데드예요. 내가 인도하는 빛의 토대로 정찰자의 토대로 정보를 찍어줘야 되는데 돈이 없어가지고 정찰자는 안 나오고.
What's the idea here on B, IAM?
이번 라운드는 좀 어떻게
It's just a flood retake? Because you're not exactly set up for that, because the sky's leaning towards A.
아마 50초
One guiding light already down.
조용하면 아마 추적자 누르고 들어가겠죠. 아직까지는 그러니까 인도하는 빛 하나 남겨야 되거든요. 그래야 리테이크 때 밸류가 사니까.
This B site's mega weak.
진입합니다.
그나마 덴모가 지금
I mean, you have paranoia, but
청소해 준 거는 이건 너무 유효타예요.
요거.
okay. So they want to just whoa. Okay.
안 맞아.
하지만 임팩트가
추적자와 함께
Did he not think that this? I'm not sure. I don't know. Kind of gave that opening.
핑계 좀 커요.
Oh no! Oh no! Broadcast, don't die on me.
계속 신경 쓰게끔 만들고 여기다가 균열을
All right, so Duenmo's keeping that, but they can't break through market, man.
피나가 이겼으면 모르겠는데
Trying to hide away from that drone.
되면서 오히려 B메인을 살릴
So
수
Duenmo's just gonna rotate.
자, 버니는요. 버니는요.
Huge kill.
이러면서 시장과 동시에.
자, 시간 최대한 끌고 있거든요.
Oh, that's so good from Impact. Gets ahead of the blast pack, so he's not hit by it. Now it's going to be
안 싸워주죠. 안 싸워주죠.
아, 이미 양각으로
it's going to be match point.
상태고요.
드리블 계속합니다.
어디 데모?
네,
In no time.
네, 시간 최대한 끕니다. 데모가 뭐 마무리하긴 했지만 자, 스파이크 해체는 하지 못했습니다.
결국에는 스카이 조합의 어떻게
Ooh.
보면 지금은 좀 잘 노려주고
Oh boy.
있는 성남입니다. 한 번의 타임아웃 이후에 계속해서 상대의 스킬을 갉아먹고 어디
Oh no, is this the end of the story, chat? I mean, to be fair though,
포인트가 안 들어졌고요. 12대 10입니다.
listen, I was on the hype train as well, but I mean, considering they had to swap out a player after week 1,
총기도 짧아진 상황.
I mean, you think about how they looked in the first match with GodDead, they've improved a lot. And again, they're committed long term. So I think if you're a fan of IAM, I think you should really give them the time, right? They're committed to building. So I would be excited about that. Obviously, it's one of those things where it's like, oh, but they could have, like they were close. And oh, through the wall, man, through the wall, Afina. And Impact this time is ready for the lurk.
자, 그래도 데미 장식이 있다 보니까 이걸 한번 기대해 봐야죠.
What? Wait, no. Did he reset for that? Did she even reset for that? Dude, look at the lurk from Impact, though. This time he realizes no one's lurking, so he goes back. You got Recon still. Huge. Hunter's Fury as well. Dude, red light is... I mean, Duenmo's trying to figure out where he's at, man. You could tell that Duenmo was panicking. Feels bad. That was recoil, right? It had to be recoil.
모든 흐름을 바꿨습니다. 그동안에 계속 사이드만 때렸던 거를 바로 그냥 타임아웃에서 그 수정을 하고 미드를 한번 건든 이후에 게임이 정말 편해졌어요.
Man, GG. GG.
다 찍혔습니다.
네, 그러니까 결국 요원조합의 그런 단점들을 잘 파고
GG I am. I mean, honestly, listen. What I will say is the fact that it's like, oh, but there was a world where they could have had a more exciting run. I think that alone is like reason to be excited for this team if you like the members on it. If you like the personalities on Team IAM, right? Again, I'm not trying to just paint everything in a good light only. But I think I think the growth they've shown since GodDead joined, I think is big, right? I think it's big. So
자, 이렇게 경기가 모두 마무리됐습니다. 선셋 두 번째 맵이었던 선셋에서도 13대 10으로
again, I mean, this is just split one. They're looking for a 2-year project. So if they can make it in, no matter what the results are this year, if they can make it in again next year, that's 4 splits that they are committed to minimum. We don't know what the format is next year, but
19라운드 이후에
So we'll see. I mean, they can hang, I think, on a good day, right? I think a lot of it is you're seeing basically, and this is the same problem you're going to see in a lot of the challengers teams, is that if you don't have the depth of your comfort level, then once you get pressed, you either end up overheating or playing overly passive. And we're seeing that instability a little bit. Duenmo had 29-18. Oh, man. You played his heart out, man.
특히나 역습 타이밍 때마다 좀 이득을 많이 거뒀던 덴모 선수다 보니까
Goodness.
더 엄청나게 나왔습니다.
그런데
Holy cow. I mean, this was a rare quiet game from Kuchiri, right? Normally, Kuchiri's putting up some good highlights. He's kind of a rock for this team. It's been rough here. But yeah, I mean, also, yeah, gives time for Goddead, gives time for Coach Impa to settle in, right? They've been working on everything on the fly. So we'll see. I mean, listen, with any teams that make it into playoffs in Challengers for any region, I think, the fact that they're in Challengers means that you're going to see them the next split, and there's something to look forward to. And the question really becomes, did they grow from one season to the next? If they grow from split to split, and you're a fan of the personalities, then it's worth continuing to cheer for them. If they're not growing, then it's up to you to decide, do I still just want to hang on to hope? Or, you know, are you like, well, I don't think they're really living up to, you know, what I had hoped to see. So I think that discussion is too early for IAM. On the other side, SLT, they're still a little bit inconsistent, but today they looked some of the most controlled Valorant that we've seen from SLT. Some of the more consistent plays, even individually. So huge props to them. I mean, they grew a lot. They looked so messy and lost the first week. But I was wrong. I was wrong. Yeah, no, IAM's got time to grow. Meanwhile, SLT, I think, is really starting to make a case for, we also want to be part of the exciting team to watch out for discussion. I think they're really making an argument for that. So big props to them. Big props to them. Because this is also a team full of rookies. SLT is full of rookies. I think Benesi is probably he is the player that's been around the longest, and even he hasn't been there since the very beginning. So this is a team of rookies here, for all practical intents and purposes, which is exciting for Korean Valorant, right? So SLT's there, Nongshim's there. These are exciting teams to look out for. But now it's interview time.
네, 오늘 준비된 마지막 경기 SLT 성남과 IAM의 경기 중 승리는 SLT 성남에게 돌아갔습니다. 승리 축하드립니다.
감사합니다.
Congratulations.
네, 승리 축하드립니다. 자, 오늘의 MVP는 바로 임팩트 선수인데요.
Today's MVP for the match overall is going to be Impact. Hello, I'm the Sentinel for SLT Impact.
임팩트 선수 반갑습니다. 자, 오늘 2대 0으로 모든 맵 가져가면서 승리를 확정시켰습니다.
You got the 2-0 win today. Let's hear how you feel about that victory. I think my teammates and myself were all happy because we played exactly like we prepared, so I think we were able to perform up to our potential. So we're looking forward to the future matches as well. Now, you guys had a pretty dominant win, 13-5 on Lotus, and it was much closer on Sunset, but strategically looked like you guys were always able to stay a step ahead. How did you feel things were when you were inside the game? Well, I think IAM played the way we expected them to. So a lot of our kind of predictions or reads were correct, and I think we had a good pulse on them, so it felt good. Now, on Lotus, that was IAM's selection, but you guys led by a lot, a pretty one-sided scoreline. So how did you prepare for that? Now, IAM's played Lotus a couple times, so we've watched a lot of their VODs, and we were looking at kind of their tendencies case by case amongst our teammates. So we even got closer through that practice as well, but we also got good reads on them. Who's usually the one that's kind of leading that conversation? Jabin is our leader, and he usually kind of leads the discussion as well. Kind of the older brother figure. When did you really think that you locked in the match win? I don't remember exactly, but I think I got like the 3K on site and we tied it up the scoreline, and that's when I was like, all right, this is how we're able to close out the second map in the match. Now, you had some really crazy stats today, really high ACS over 2 maps, really high headshot percentage as well. How would you rate yourself? I wanted to actually get above 300 ACS in the first map as well, so it was, I was just short of it, so that's unfortunate. Hungry for more, it sounds like. All right, last but not least, please say something to give a shout out to your fans. Please continue to cheer for SLT a lot, as we will continue to try to win all of the remaining matches. Can you give a thumbs up to the fans that have been holding up signs for you as well? There's this fan coming over for Impact every time. That's it for the matches today, and playoffs will continue next week. Take a review of the bracket here. That's it for the MVP interview. Congratulations to SLT. Are you co-streaming EMEA? No, we won't be co-streaming EMEA. I gotta get to sleep. Gonna get some rest. No Void, are you the problem? Are you cursing teams left and right? Is that what's going on? Man, yes, so you posted that link to the DRX Twitter. I got so scared that it was another roster announcement. I didn't watch the video yet, but it seems like it's just some behind the scenes fun with Zest. Oh, wait. No. We're not. No, we return tomorrow. What am I? What was? Oh. Yeah. Wait, what? I just translated the interviewer straight, but she got it wrong. There's matches tomorrow, chat. We will be co-streaming the matches tomorrow. So upper finals and lower semifinals. This I'm excited for. So I'm thinking these guys move up. I don't know though. Because maybe it's better if they move down. I'm rooting for Nongshim Red Force to win Split 1. But we'll see. I mean, LFG, Nongshim, and I think DK, all on a good day, they could all beat each other. SLT on a good day could beat any of the other 3 as well, but SLT definitely less proven than the other 3. So we'll have to see. Yeah, tomorrow's upper finals and lower finals. LFG, I mean, tomorrow's matches should be fun because LFG versus Nongshim should be a really solid match. Because LFG is looking better and better as well, playing much more as a unit and as a team. And then D plus Kia versus SLT, definitely a bit of a clash of styles. So we'll have to see how that looks here during playoffs. D plus did win in the round robin 2-1, but SLT's been getting better and better. So it's anybody's game. I think both of these could go either way. I mean, if you had to give a slight edge, well, this one, Nongshim, I believe, is the team, one of the 2 teams that beat LFG during the round robin. So this one, I mean, I'm a little biased. I think this one's 50-50, but this one, D plus is probably slightly favored. But SLT's been growing. That's why I say slightly. So we'll see. This is tomorrow. We will be co-streaming it. Aren't you more scared that JRX are not tweeting about the 6-man roster? I mean, what are they going to tweet? What are they going to tweet? Yeah, tomorrow should be fun though. And then after that, we do lower finals. We do the BO5s, I think. So that's exciting. And then after tomorrow, we take a day break, and then it's VCT Pacific kicking off stage 1.
어쨌든 6개 팀이 올라와서 플레이오프 경합을 펼치고 있는 가운데 오늘 2개 팀이 스테이지 1을 마무리하게 됐습니다.
Well, honestly, GG's to IAM. I would say a really good showing for their first outing in Challengers. Obviously, they still remain for Split 2. So they will be returning. So I'm curious if they'll look like how much stronger they'll look. And of course, stage 2 is where we find out which team goes to Ascension. So if you're interested in kind of the streamer squad, definitely keep an eye on them. We'll continue to follow their journey here in Challengers Korea. But for now, that's it for today. Chat, thank you so much for joining the stream today. Also, if you were here from the beginning, it was a long stream, but thanks so much for hanging out, especially through the chat with Riot Jaker. So Jake Sin, who's the head of Valorant Esports APAC. I will look to edit that out. I'm probably going to go to bed soon here, and then I'll just wake up and edit it in the morning, and I'll try to upload it tomorrow well before the matches for Challengers Korea. So any of you who missed that, you'll be able to catch that. So lots of good discussions there. Great to hear straight from Riot Esports here for Pacific. We had a lot of discussions about like things like the venues, the tech pauses, the location selections, all of that, team capsules, everything. So if you can't wait for the VOD edit, then you can definitely find the VOD under the live tab on YouTube, but we'll put it up with like subs and everything, so you can look forward to that. And then of course more co-stream tomorrow for Challengers Korea as well. So that will be at 5 p.m. tomorrow KST. I can't do the time zone calculations for you right now, but it's like 6 hours before this current time. So we will see you then. Thanks for hanging out. Thanks for all the new followers. Thanks for all the new subs on YouTube and Twitch. And all the raids today as well. We had a couple raids today. Appreciate it. And I will see you all tomorrow. If you're watching EMEA, enjoy EMEA. I will catch the highlights and the VODs, and we can talk about it tomorrow. See you later.